It is big. It's as big as it's going to go. That's big. Forget about it.
I fucked it up, Vinny. It's gone.
Oh, my God, dude. Come on.
How do you, I don't know how to do an Apple.
Practically every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimedia, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it ganja.
I am your host, Adam Dunn, and yes, we don't hear anything on our headphones, but Vinny knows that because he's going to make it all good.
I am Dave.
And you're definitely not going to let the thing keep running through and going over me. Oh, this is oh my God, it is on.
It is on. I told you. How do you turn the sound down on this thing?
Oh my God, look at you.
What the hell? I don't know what it is. It's Vinny.
Jane, get me off this crazy thing. Why does it sound so bad, too? What's going on?
What's going on?
Oh, my God.
Oh, geez, Vinny.
Did you start the show without any clue of what we're doing? Sounds all off. It sounds like I'm in a box. What is going on? Oh, my God. Well, this is a typical Adam Dunn show because we now have tin can sound. Huh? Well, anyway, we probably should have done a sound check.
Hang on.
But no.
My mic sounds shitty.
All right, anyway, stop talking about the mic. Start talking about the show. Because Vinny's got his live. He's got his dive bombing with no parachute into the stadium. Forgot to hook up the thing.
It's when the plane is in the air and you have to build the landing gear on the plane while it's flying in order to land.
Exactly. So I'm not sure what to say on the thing. It probably says you guys sound terrible.
It says, Tony Baloney says, I can hear them jigging the dongle now.
Of course, that's Vinny Dongle right there. Vinny Dongle, bag of donuts. Vinny bag of dongles.
God. He's pushing buttons and stuff, and he's getting flustered.
It's already.
Mark just goes, whatever.
There it goes. Sounds good
wait,
now.
wait. You got it. Yeah, you go.
Oh, no, you just pushed a million buttons.
Which button did you push so you know which one to push the next time? It doesn't help if it just fixed itself.
Hey,
you know?
By the way, we have a show.
Oh, hey!
Hey! Welcome to the Adam Dunn Show. I'm your host, Adam Dunn, and
I'm Dave Charnick.
And we are now live, even though we were sort of live. That's what you get. Turn the sound down on this thing, dumbass.
I don't know how to do that. It's an Apple fucking thing. I'm an Android person.
You don't know how a volume works
No.
on a thing? Come on.
No.
Jesus Christ.
It doesn't have those buttons.
Vinny, where's your volume? Over here. Vinny, what are you doing? You're setting up. There. Thank you. All right.
In my defense, Vinny was setting me up for failure right there.
Okay. So, guys, we are in Vegas. I managed to get to the show today for, what, like an hour?
No.
Did you give me 2 hours?
No. Almost 3.
Almost 3. I almost got 3 hours at a show that takes 3 hours.
Just to get in the front door.
To get in the front door and or get down one aisle, pretty much. So, yeah. But I did manage to see Sonny Chiba. I saw I saw the guys at the Luminar booth, of course. I went by and checked out the guys at the New I checked all of our sponsors out. I saw New Millennium. What, you did not? Yeah, you were there the day before.
I gave away an Illuminar lamp.
Gallivanting around while Vinny and I slugged it out to make sure things
on Spirit Airlines.
Oh yeah,
you had to pedal.
Oh yeah.
What was that like?
And Jesus Christ,
Dave.
So
was that recorded live in Vegas? I mean, what the hell was that?
That was last night.
What?
Sluts in Las Vegas? Oh,
yes.
There's so many sluts who won't know where to begin.
What an amazing backdrop we have. Half a tie-dye.
So today's show is going to be like completely all over the place, as our shows always are.
Why would they expect anything different?
For a few reasons. One is that we recorded a bunch of stuff yesterday.
Yep.
Look at us. Professionals.
Big brains.
Big brains. Unedited, raw, as usual. We didn't want to spoil it by making it all clean for you guys. And so we're going to be running some of those videos. We actually have, so we had 3 guests yesterday, which were awesome. We had, out of nowhere, Wilfred.
Yes. Oh, yes.
If you guys have ever watched Wilfred the show with the dog dude smoking bongs, that's our guy.
Well, the funny thing was when he sat down, he's like, I got like 2 minutes, man. 2 minutes. That's all. That's all I got.
I'm coming in.
Yeah.
Boom, CBD, and I'm out.
And he was really like, listen, man, I have, I'm famous. I have followers. And then he sat down with us, and then he spent a half an hour with us. So, and I think his handler had to shoo him off. But that's the way it was for several of our guests. They had handlers that had to get them off. They wanted to stay. And they were just like, nope, sorry.
It's the Adam Dunn show, Kurt. You come in, you think you're going to do 2 minutes.
Nope.
Hell no. There's no 2 minutes on this show.
Well, I got suckered in. I was told it was a 45-minute show, and that was it. And now we do 4 hours or 3 hours.
I never did a 45-minute show.
Know.
That's a lie.
I know. That's a lie.
No, that's a lie.
That's a stretch, Dave.
So anyway,
hey, fuck you, Dave.
So tell us. And MJ Unpacked. Tell us about that. How was that? Different vibe.
Totally different vibe. It really did signify the yin and the yang of like us and conferences. MJBiz, fuck, everybody was there, milling around just like we talked about. You went inside, missed everybody, walked outside, saw everybody.
Everybody. Oh yeah, so Dan Pellegrew from Viola there. Shout out to Dan. Saw Al Harrington during the first night. It was cool. So yeah, it was. I mean, all in all, it's been a very cool trip.
Vlad.
Saw Vlad.
Of
course. Vlad. Happy Monkey Vlad. Shout out. Yeah, ran into a bunch of people. Was good. But at the same time, I felt how it had toned down a little bit because 2 years ago, the last one was off the.
It wasn't as loud. They must have gotten the word around to a lot of the vendors about just the volume level on what they were doing to attract people to their booths, because it doesn't help the entire conference if the decibel level is higher than conversation. You can't find anyone, you can't talk to anybody, and then people just walk away from your booth because it's
What's
too
if
loud.
You have good music choice, too? No, none of them do. You're just like, where did this playlist come from? Jesus Christ.
But MJ Unpacked, completely different vibe. Every brand.
Did you see our buddy there or no?
Which buddy? George? Of course I did.
Did you tell him about my promotional idea?
There was no promotional idea happening. He was going one way, I was going the other. He was in full CIA mode. He had one of those, battery pack walkie-talkie on his back, and the cord ran up the side, and it went into his ear, and he had a little button, and they had code names, and they were talking to each other. And no, he was very busy. I did see that brands really did take this opportunity to get out there. They all had it very much like Hall of Flowers.
It was brands and strands. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh yeah, we both had a. He gotta don't break the fourth wall here, but you gotta tell them
No, don't you have to tell them specifics. It's just
the
brands.
word.
I think brands and strands. That's a new booth right there.
New booth.
Yeah, we got brands. We got strands. There you go. Pretty much.
And there was money. There was a lot of money there.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Oh, speaking of money, last night we swung. We didn't get in. David Tran.
Yeah. David.
Shout out to David.
Shout out to David Tran doing the smart thing, turning his phone off,
not letting his friends into parties.
Well, come on, wait a minute. In Tran's defense, I think we got there at 11 o'clock, 11:45, and we had just come from a Grateful Dead cover band party that the people who ran it invited us and told us the time when they ended. So we got there right when the band was getting off the stage.
Well, and I had pretty much told Dave, like, dude, it's a cover band. It's a fucking Grateful Dead cover band. If they have 4 songs, it's a good 20-hour show,
45 minutes a song, that was going to be it. And no, as soon as we got there, they're literally carrying cases out to the street.
It was over.
That was it.
Yeah, we didn't even hear one note.
Nope.
Nothing.
Not even like the sound of the squelch when you unplug the cable.
Thank you. Good night.
And then David Trans.
I've had plenty of those.
Well, the security there really didn't give a fuck, even when I tried to. I'm sorry, I'm with the press.
Dave tried to work his magic.
Press. Adam Dunn show. This fly has to die.
That was
dead fly.
That's what he was left.
Yeah,
with.
no, he was like he goes, "Sir, I saw you walk up to the front of the line. See all these people here? they've been waiting a long time to get in. And I went, are all these people with the press? I'm with the Adam Dunn show. You know Adam? He's that guy. No, I didn't say any of that. I just said, can we go in? We're with the show. He said, you know, we're not letting anybody in. It's one in, one out. And I said, thank you. And we got an Uber. And we left.
And that was it.
And that was it. David Tran, we missed it.
Of Dave. And
Well, I saw pictures. I saw a whole bunch of pictures of people posted.
It was a large scale. Basically, what I was getting back to is that I was saying when it comes to like seeing money being thrown around, like holy shit, they had definitely gone OTT on that one. But is it out of like you're not supposed to talk about stuff like to say how much does a party like that cost? Like I'm serious. I mean, we're not going to can't really get down to nuts and bolts on everything, but I would say at least close to 100 G's. I'm sure.
100. Oh my God. That's a lot of money to spend on.
But the thing is with these shows, you can be really smart about it too, because there's what I realized was I was standing there. I had Sonny Chiba and a few other people, and we realized the real everybody that was there was looking for seeds was pretty disappointed because there was only 2 seed companies that were really representing there, 2 or 3. One will not be named.
Well, let's mention a great seed company. SeedsHereNow.com. 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 SeedsHereNow.com.
I think James could kill it there, though.
I think he would crush it, but doesn't he have a thing with Las Vegas?
He does. Yeah. You can tell James has a thing with Las Vegas just by looking at James.
Yeah, he's not into it.
Oh, or is he? I think he may be so into it. I think so. I think James has more of the attitude of a guy who probably shouldn't come to Vegas.
This is like if we had...
Oh, this would have been his weekend, too, because it was all EDC... Oh, yeah, he would have been going off.
Well, if we did anything in post
Shout
of
out
the
to
show,
James Bean.
This is where we'd cut to the scene, and he'd be on the table dancing with the spinning his hat around, cowboy hat going and the boots and everything.
Oh, so we didn't even finish our guest list. All right.
Oh, yeah.
So, as usual.
What as usual?
Yeah, as usual. We're going.
What, are you going to say Dave fucked up?
Yes. And we're going to go back to front because...
back to front to back, left to right, inside out.
There you go, Dave. Now he woke up. We had an amazing interview-ish. It wasn't really an interview. It was more like a listen to. It was like we got listened.
We listened to a story.
Yeah, it was great. It was story time, not with Adam Dunn.
History of
nothing
Maui
to do.
Wowie.
And we stayed away from the Amsterdam part of the subject, but we had Big Steve Parrish. Also, well, of Grateful Dead fame, but also of his Sirius XM
Big Steve Hour.
Big Steve Hour, exactly. And we got a shout out. We got a shout out.
That was I made Vinny play it back twice.
Dave was flustered.
Well, come on, and I didn't. I know everybody's sitting there right now going, well, we haven't seen the interview yet. This is where Dave begged him to give us a shout out, and he fucking No, I didn't. I didn't say anything. The show and our interview ended. He left. He was eating. He did his show. We were doing some interviews in here. We had to be very quiet, and we didn't know he finished. And he said, hey, I just wanted to let you know I gave you guys a shout-out. And so we waited for it to be uploaded, and we listened to it on Sirius. And
that's a lot of explaining, my friend. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but it's
our... said all that
He said our...
3 words.
Why use 3 when you can use 100?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And we lost him. Everybody's up.
You're so... No, I disagree.
That was
Objection.
like a dead story with no ending or
He was
proceeding.
great. Well, I almost don't want to... I want them to watch it. And with the preface of... we did speak to him for 5 minutes, right? I mean, just...
We got 3 words.
I spoke.
We got...
You sat out and spoke with him for a little bit so you could understand who he was, his vibe, and how it was going to go down.
It was perfect.
And
I got schooled.
Adam got put in his place.
Oh, yeah, I got shut down.
I believe the line was, hey, man, if we're here to listen to you tell me a story, then you're welcome to go right ahead. But if you were here for me to tell a story, then you should shut the fuck up. Well, he didn't say shut the fuck up, but he basically just shut him down. It was great. But the dynamic was great because he didn't realize that we were the ones that were going to be interviewing him in a few minutes. So you'll see in how he responds when he walks into our little studio here.
Oh, it's sweet.
It's funny. He's a great guy with a genuinely big heart who really, the way he I guess it's the code, whatever the business, forms they set up for his company, it's very specifically stated that prices always need to remain reasonable and accessible to the average person shopping. That it shouldn't be something where they should raise the price so much that the average consumer can't buy his products. So he has these Grizzly Peak products, lots of pre-rolls. He's really into those. And this one's a gram of outdoor flour infused with 200 milligrams of shatter wrapped in a raw natural paper. And then, ready? Proceed with caution.
Yes.
Caution on the tracks. Oh, dead reference. Sorry.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was, and so he was great. I mean, he really was very gracious, and it was. I'm very thankful for giving us that shout out on his show.
And we had Ken Estes also from Granddaddy Perps in the studio, so we did a little interview with him. What's that?
Dave needs a puppet to tell these stories. So
You do. They have
the Jerry doll?
No, the Jerome Baker puppets are here in the
Oh.
house, so we can have him come on at some point.
Interview the
Whoa,
puppet?
The puppet. Yeah.
Oh.
Puffet. No, they're called puffets.
Puffets.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're not puppets. They're
We
puffets.
can do that.
Where's the puffet? Ready for? Oh yeah. So we are going to have a drop-in guest right out of the pipe, right out of the gate. We have Mo coming in from Africa.
Yeah, and no hate mail about if any of the pre-recorded interviews we did don't upload or sync right or anything like that. Give us a fucking break. Vinny has been a master on the board. I mean, he's no Mark Perez, but he's been a master on the board. He didn't say whatever to us. Not once.
Not once. Not
No,
one whatever.
Not one. So thank you, Vinny. I appreciate it.
Dave. Man, fuck the show is what more like it.
Or okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, well, that's true. That's why we have him here.
That's right.
Makes me so dynamic. It actually increases my dynamic.
I make Adam look better.
That's what you're here for, bro. Now you know. We have another announcement, which I'm probably going to end up getting interrupted, so I don't want to get too deep into it. But we do have a launch today of Plant Buddies, which I've talked about on the show before, but I think we've got to reiterate because now it's coming together even better and better. It's basically kids entrepreneurship, right? You like that?
Entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship. Yes, you have to get the nuances.
See, of course, it just started. And
See, I see that.
interrupted.
No, do I know how it's going to roll? Or
You
not?
do.
Of course. So I'll get back to it anyway in a sec. But yeah, it's exciting days. Hey man, how you doing?
How's it going, man?
So here, I'll get you light that. So put that on. You can hear how it's.
Oh, that's nasty. I'm not even going to say who just brought this in here. Oh, it's so nasty.
Oh really? Good job. So welcome to the show. This is Mo, right?
Mo.
Yeah.
That's me.
Nice one. And I got a 2 second. I got the 2 second bit from Jason about what you're doing. It sounds pretty intense. You're just visiting now, right?
Yeah. So we're here on some business.
Mhm.
We're here for the week.
Right.
Doing some business with Jason among some other things.
Yeah.
And we're originally
You're getting closer so you can hear.
we live in California,
Okay.
and so that's what we do.
There you go.
Yeah, and so here for the
And
week.
but you have family from Africa, or
Well, I was actually born and raised in South Africa.
nice.
I basically moved here in the latter part of my life, and so being from there, I figured what's the best way to make a connection between the two places I live at, California and South Africa, and how to bridge the gap. And about 3 years ago, cannabis became recreationally legal down there. And so that was the perfect segue for me to move in and kind of do what I've been wanting to do down there.
Do you have any background before that, as far as botanical background or?
Yeah,
cannabis
with
background?
regards to growing, no. When I was in my early 20s, I did manage a clinic, a dispensary in Lake Forest,
Mhm.
and so that was my introduction to the whole realm of medical cannabis and such. Appreciate it.
And so which part of South Africa was it?
Durban.
Durban,
Durban,
perfect.
yeah, so
The best place to have
That's
it.
where you want to be. Good weather,
Right.
good waves.
It's like the Humboldt of that area. pretty much.
Exactly.
It's like they named the town. Is my mic not on?
No, we don't. We turned your shit off.
You're coughing.
Oh, is it like, did they name the town after the plant or the plant after the town?
They named the plant after the town. So Durban Poison is from where I was born, Durban. And around there, you know, there's Swaziland, which is where you get the Swazi haze. And then there's also the Drakensberg, where you get the KwaZulu strains. And so that part is pretty well known for, you know, getting some banger strains.
Yeah, and, you know, we were talking about African strains the other day, and it's like, so Steve Parrish was saying that he thinks it's like its own completely separate plant just because it's so different than a lot of the classic sativa indica types.
Yeah, you know what, I could agree, because last time I was there, my uncle, excuse me, my uncle, who's you know, in his 60s or so, I went to his house and he had a little chest of, you know, his flower, and you know, he told me to pick one, and I asked him, what do you recommend? And he said, get number 5, you know, strain number 5. And so I'm rolling a joint, and he says, just be careful with that, it's a little bit strong. And so I'm thinking, you know, I'm from California, I smoke every day, I have the best of the best, you know. I'm going to roll a proper one. And smoked maybe half the joint, and I had to have some ice cream because I needed to calm down. It was some heavy stuff.
Right.
Some heavy shit, man.
Heavy stuff. And this was outdoor, you know, grown in his backyard.
And do you know if he's been, like, actually doing selection of seeds over generations, or if it's something like...
Yeah, so he's basically, gotten his genetics down, and he's been doing what he's been doing for a long time.
Okay, so Durban is probably one of the most easily recognizable as far as a true Durban strain, if you know what a true Durban strain is to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very hard because the name has been just completely muddled.
It's been diluted quite a bit.
Big time.
Yeah.
Well, and not even the strain, but the name has just been hijacked, you know what I mean? So it's like there's like nothing to do with any of that. Like there's the Durban poison cut that goes around in Colorado, or the Durban, it's not even poison, they just call it the Durban cut, right? It is so far from...
It is different, I agree.
It's a great plant.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, but a true Durban that I'm familiar with, I'm sure I'm not 100% like an expert, because what I got was always coming through Holland, and it was very selected there already 25 years ago. So there wasn't like, or even more, maybe 35 years ago. So it wasn't like being freshened up in any way, shape, or form. It was kind of, so it
just maintained its, you know, itself.
Yeah, so it didn't have a chance to like breed, like reinvigorate itself. You know what I mean? So but it had a very distinctive anisey flavor.
Like, no, that makes sense. 100%.
And very like sticky to the butt. Like it didn't get big. It stayed really close to the stick.
It's very sativa-ish.
Yeah, and very greasy, kind of strange texture. Like has a
oily.
Yeah, very to the touch. Like some plants you get dried resin, some plants you get wet
no,
resin.
definitely.
And so that thing from Colorado is like it's like a total indoor beautiful plant, because chunks has got a very nice smell, but it's very Jack Harrier-ish almost. It's got like a Jack.
Yeah, like Trainwreck-ish kind of too. Yeah.
Terpenolini. It's like a terpenolini heavy plant, which is not really what Durban's about. Durban has a little bit, like it has some terpenoline, but it also has that. It's that weird earthy anisey.
It's that umami to it, if you will.
Yeah, like an earthy vibe, which is. But dick in the dirt kind of high though. Which is like that's
and that's why I kind of like lamb's bread as well. You know, it's kind of doesn't have the best looks, but you know, it's a champion to smoke.
Right. And then Swazi, by far, the most stony African weed that I had that I knew what it was from, like genetically wise.
Like
I knew
Swazi
it was.
Gold and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, it was from Swazi seeds that were out with, they had crossed them with skunk back in the day. So it was with Watson and Rob Clark.
Okay.
So they did, and the original selection came from Mel Frank seeds, right? So Mel Frank did the original selection, 81 or something like that, or
that's before I was
right
in a story.
Yeah, like early 80s. And so, but because of that, it's very narrow. You know, there's not a lot of. It's not like there's a bunch of outliers or anything. It's just like that's the one that was selected.
No, that makes sense.
But then the Swazi that they had was really electric, and like, and that's what I think is cool about African weed. It's the fact that it has THCV naturally in it. You know, THCA is naturally in the plant. We don't get a lot of that in a lot of strains. African strains, very high concentration.
That's interesting.
So that's like probably the special thing. You know what I mean? Like
I didn't know that. That's super interesting.
Yeah, and it's So what's also funny is I think back in the day, a lot of African and Afghani was confused when it came to like marking seeds, because people would put AFG or AFFY, AFI, you know.
Oh, and that could be kind of ambiguous, yeah.
There's a lot of that going on, so I think that also fucked it up over the years, because I know for a fact there's groups out there that didn't even know they were growing African weed. They were, oh, it's Afghan. They're like, this is not, dude. This is like sativa, like crazy fucking.
Wrong continent.
Like, and they're like, oh, maybe that's what, you know. And so I've already seen that happen with a group that I know.
Okay.
Mislabel their shit just because generation to the next didn't even comprehend that it was African.
It's interesting. I wonder how many
fuck ups.
Yeah, right.
So, what's the whole legal situation down there? Like you said, it went medical, like 3 years ago?
Oh, it actually went recreational 3 years ago.
Recreational
Yeah, it went
already?
recreational.
Wow.
South Africa's recreational.
South Africa's recreational. So basically, it's recreational. There's stores that you can, you know, basically go there, smoke. What happened was once they became legal, they said that in about a year they would bring out the framework, which would basically be the guidelines for people to work within. But COVID hit, and you know they're busy with other stuff, and so we're still waiting for that framework to come out. But while that framework has come out, the industry has just boomed. So much so that, you know, I've before COVID I went about 3 times a year, and I remember one year I went to a smoke shop, and you know it was pretty much, you know, a couple bongs and some pipes. You know, most of it was tobacco, rolling papers, cigars, and stuff like that. 3 months later, I went back. They had a little case. They had a couple bubblers. They had more bongs. They had, you know, some pipes. A few months later, I went back. They had a hair straightener for a rosin press. They had some dab rigs. You know, they had it's cool to see the industry actually emerge. You know, and actually be created.
You'll go next month, and they'll be selling flour straight out of the door.
I hope so.
Yeah.
So
that's great.
And is it mostly like in the bigger cities that are doing this, or is it kind of going?
It's kind of countrywide. I mean, you do get the main cities, which, you know, Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, which they are very prominent. And then in the smaller towns, it takes a little more time for the ripple effect to get to them. But you know, slowly but surely.
And what's the licensing sort of deal? Is it like is it tight, or is it loose,
it's very confusing and tight right now.
Yeah.
You know, very confusing and very tight. And that's just.
Are they cracking down at all, or are they just kind of like letting people? Do
it's not necessarily cracking down. It's
like, I mean, if you get a regular, like, so I mean, I would imagine that the regulated, once people get into that situation, they a lot of times immediately turn back onto the people that they just were like a month ago, like the black market, so called, you know. But the reality is, it's.
Well, it seems to be. It seems to be like, you know, if you're legal, if you have the licenses, they're not going to mess with you. It seems to be if you know, you're selling edibles or something not necessarily flower related, you're fine. When it comes to flower, it's in the gray area. They don't mess with the cafes and stuff all the time, but to say that, you know, they're totally, you know, free from getting harassed, it would be false.
What about like people getting pressure, like organized crime or anything like that going? Is there anything like that happening where it's
a lot of organized groups have stakes in the industry, but the cannabis industry in South Africa is very small, and it's a tight-knit community, and so the community itself tends to filter out the unsavories.
Yeah, I mean, I have a friend who's down there in sort of Swazi area, and he's been working with independent farmers for years. You know, just like supplying them seed and helping them improve their quality. What are you looking for? Helping them just sort of. But it's funny because he said, "Oh, it's a different world though to work with these people, because a lot of times it's like, you know, he would bring them seed, come back, and he could tell if they were fucking with him. You know what I mean? They'd be like, They'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is," you know, like that is.
That's not what I gave you.
That is not what I gave you. I don't know what the fuck. So I think it's a little bit like coming out of that sort of side, like, because it seems like it's hard to work there when it's when you're trying to modernize a sort of ancient thing that's already been around, you know?
It's a little bit difficult when you're working with people who are so set in their ways, you know, and a lot
You
of
don't say.
yeah, exactly. You know, a lot of people there, they're very much, you know, they quote unquote are the best at what they do, and they've been doing it their whole lives, and so, you know, there are exceptional growers and exceptional people there, but at the same time, you know, some people are a little tough to get to understand that, you know, sometimes it needs to be another way or a different way, or there's room for learning.
And as far as like preservation of these seeds, have you been like kind of doing a little bit of that work too, as far as you're right there?
Yeah, so we are planning on doing a trip. COVID struck, and so that kind of put a damper on everything. But we do plan on taking a trip throughout South Africa, and, you know, meeting with the old farmers, the old growers who have the seeds and the genetics and have saved it, and basically letting them know, like, you know, we're here to help the strain live on, you know, unadulterated and untouched.
Yeah, well, I mean, the crazy part about African weed too, Doug, is that within the same square mile, you could have the best and the worst weed.
Oh yeah,
like just right there. 'Cause
Oh
it's
yeah.
like there's so much extremes when it comes to the natural landrace strains that are there, like Nigeria.
I'm not too familiar with the Nigerian strains.
Documented back in the day, maybe not now, but documented back when they were doing a lot of analysis. This is all federal shit too. Like they bust a load and test every load. Of course, the Nigerian was by far the strongest of all of them, but also had the most volume being grown too. So there was a lot of shit. So they'd be like boatloads of shitty weed, and then there'd be like a small boat,
A gem of some good
of
stuff.
some really good shit. Yeah. So it's like I think you have to be really selective because there's so much wild weed that's also filtering out.
Yeah, there's definitely bushweed all over the place.
Volunteers.
You ever make hash from that stuff personally, or? You
Um,
'cause I was curious.
We've pressed it into rosin. Rosin is actually a pretty big thing in South Africa, and so people do press left and right.
Yeah, you would think that, of course it would be, right? Because you don't want to be working with butane. Is
Yeah,
it easy
Exactly.
to do?
I'm sure it's not easy to get and butane.
Right.
there.
No, I mean you can get butane there, but I mean,
But
you
and
know,
butane,
it's,
like industrial though grade, or like I'm talking not cans, but like the tanks.
I'm sure you could,
mean,
yeah,
like
because South
air
Africa
gas,
has a
air
very
gas.
large scientific community.
Oh,
You know, a lot of industrial companies are down there, and so getting it, I would assume, wouldn't be hard. However, the community tends to go towards, you know,
Yeah.
something cleaner, something better, something more wholesome as a product.
Well, and it's also doable if you can get a hair straightener. So
In
I mean,
2014.
Exactly.
compared to a
Exactly.
full closed loop system, which takes a lot more to
Yeah,
put
it's
together.
like a 20-ton press and some
Right.
it's a heat element.
So are you active now with anything that's like licensed, or is it?
Yeah, so in South Africa, we started Cali Boys. We initially started with terpenes, and so we brought down the largest amount of terpenes to South Africa. When the gold rush hit, I figured, you know, I'd let the laws or the framework be created, and in the meantime, instead of, you know, selling green, I'd sell all the supplies. And so we took down terpenes, we took down empty cartridges, we got batteries down there, we have a clothing line down there, and we figured, you know, we'd just help the industry start, you know, and be there for when companies need us.
Good for you.
And do you have any physical locations that are like kind of?
So once again, we started right before COVID, and so the brick and mortar store will be coming soon.
Okay.
Right now, we do have an online presence. We also do deliveries, and we do have a facility in Lesotho that is currently it's a factory, and we have an import and export license for THC and CBD.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
And so we are doing a couple product lines for international brands, and specifically out of Lesotho and to foreign countries.
Now, is there any kind of programs like they have here with you know, tribes can get on the reservation can get? Is there like any kind of
So
social
we-
equity programs for the
Yes,
local?
we assume that is going to be coming.
Yeah.
Once again, the framework hasn't been put forth yet, and so everything is pretty much in the gray area, but it's in the gray area leaning towards the white. So cops aren't necessarily pouncing on, you know, people smoking ganja or, you know, selling it out of a store or something like that, which is good.
fantastic.
I mean, South Africa also had a lot of, they were kind of notorious for a lot of export too, and so that kind of, I'm sure they've already known, like, it's funny how when places like that, they're kind of proud, you know what I mean? Secretly, they're proud of their weed, no matter what. Even the cops, you know what I mean?
Oh,
like, hey, we have the best, right? And you're like, well, not really the best, but what? No, we're the best. Of course we're the best.
No, I busted this guy down in the other town, and his
But
weed was better.
But I was in Cape Town in '89, I think it was.
Okay, cool.
Or '90, and it was as a expert witness. I was there. I was flown in as an expert star witness in a cannabis case that was like kangaroo court vibe. Like, it was really weird because it was in the courthouse, and I had to come in, and they had everybody chained up, you know, with their shackles, and bring them into court. And it was like the guy that I was there to help. He's the only white guy in the middle of the whole thing, you know, and he was like, they, you know, like I said, it was like kangaroo court because of the whole Dutch, English.
No, the Afrikaans thing. Yeah, okay, I get
you really saw the system and how it worked. You're like, oh, this is some bullshit right here. Like,
I
all the
get you.
lawyers are Dutch, all the judges are Dutch, all the criminals are English. Like, there's something happening here. You know what I mean? And they were like, would you like a translator? I'm like, oh shit, the translators. Like, oh, they're definitely getting reamed. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, back then the system wasn't really for the people. Yeah.
Well, so the part that got me nervous, and the funniest thing, I wish I had a copy of it too. When I landed, the guy who picked me up at the airport with the lawyer throws a paper at me, and I open it up, and the front page headline says, "Cannabis witness to testify in court." Like, it was like, oh my God, Adam Dunn, expert. And I was like, oh my God, they got me in the local paper.
Local celebrity, eh?
I was like, yeah. So it was a little bit weird because it was one of those. You really felt like you were in a Western courtroom scene because it was so just archaic. You know what I mean? It wasn't like wasn't very clean and mod. It was more like, oh shit, this is some serious shit.
Shocking. Thank God I live here.
Right.
They do feed the prisoners, right? I mean, it's they take care of you and everything.
So you have a bunch of family, I guess.
Yeah, I have family there. My family's been in South Africa since the 1890s.
And how many people came here? Just you, or like it's a whole?
Yeah, so basically it's me over here, and you know we chill.
So you literally became Cali boy, and
we're the Cali boy.
The Cali boys, yeah, makes sense. And it's like I said, I think it's really cool that you get to explore your own culture with cannabis without it. Even though you're importing a little bit of our
no, definitely so. Like what I said was like, you know, like our main statement, you could say, is to bring the best of America's cannabis culture to South Africa.
Smart man.
And so whatever that may entail, that's what we do. And you know, I have great partners in South Africa, Milo. I have great partners over here, you know, Tim and Julian, Tito, and between, you know, all of us, it's great to have, you know, feet on different continents and get to work.
And now the shameless plug side. What kind of genetics are you got going on down there as far as breeders?
I was working up to that.
I know you were. I stole your thunder.
So we do have some offtake for foreign countries, and so they did provide us with the genetics. They provide us with some clones and some tissue cultures, and essentially we grow based on what their offtake requires. And sometimes it requires them sending us the genetics. Sometimes it allows them to pick from a menu of the genetics that we have. But so far, the two offtakes that we do have, they've provided the genetics.
So it might help if you were introduced to or possibly sitting next to a world-recognized geneticist that goes back to the 80s, having bred strains that arguably are related to 80% of the strains today.
Strands now, come on.
We're saying strands? No, we're not.
No, that would be brilliant. That would be awesome.
That'd be pretty cool, huh?
Yep, definitely.
So we'll make sure that happens after the show. I think I know a guy. He's down the block.
I know a guy who knows a guy. But no, in general, I think the future's bright in that sense because you're not like you're able to expand proven shit that's out here. You know it works. You can see what I mean. If you're in Cali, especially, you can see what works. But then again, you also don't have to cater 100% to that. You can also put your own, you know.
Exactly. You know, we're in a sense, you know, South Africa is a little behind us, which is great because, you know, we basically have a time machine. You know, we can go to South Africa and bring them the best technologies from here.
No, we had a really smart person on the show say the thing about the analogy about the time machine.
Did we?
Once
Who's that?
too. Yeah, I thought he was brilliant.
Who?
I'm just saying.
You talking about yourself again?
Oh,
Jesus.
hey.
Not supposed to do that. Yeah, well, that's cool. So what kind of, how do people find you on Instagram? Or
On Instagram, we are Cali Boys with a Z, S-A.
It's got to be a Z. I mean, come on. You'd be so far behind the ball if you had it with an S.
Right, and so we're on Instagram, and we also have a shop online, thecaliboys.com.
Right on.
That sounds awesome. Thanks, Mo.
Well, thanks for having me,
Thank
mate.
you, Mo.
Appreciate it.
Of
Cheers.
course, definitely.
Cheers, guys.
I look at Vince Callis. He's like, he's gearing up. He thinks he's going to just get on here.
Yeah, no, he gave me this to smoke, probably because he was going to finagle a way to get on the air. But I just said already out loud that this is the swaggiest of swag I have smoked in so
you got
long.
Swagged on the show, bro.
Dude, that's terrible. I don't like.
I got more.
like
He's
that.
like, I got more for you.
You got
right
more?
here. I got more for you. Oh yeah, let's do
What's
your
this?
flower.
Well, if you sit down and you blow out our microphone again, we have problems.
Yeah,
You're
warning.
wearing a cookies shirt?
Warning.
Oh, jeez.
And definitely ask him about Sai Baba.
Sai Baba? What? Can you tell us something about Sai Baba?
Hell yeah.
Oh, he's back. Pinsacow. So if you
What
haven't
up?
had if you haven't had the pleasure of listening to this man's elegant voice on our show, you're gonna get a chance now.
Thank you, my brother.
Because the first time he came on, the gains were so high on his shit, it literally exploded. Our whole thing died. It was dead. The show was over.
What do you think of this one? Squints from the Sandlot. This is some of his rainbow chip. So
Squints?
Yeah, from the Sandlot movie.
I know who he is. He plays poker, too.
Yeah, he try that though. I brought the bong. This one just came down. It's from Good Greens. They're going to be entering into the cup. The stuff in there is the pineapple sour Pez. Try it. See what you think.
It's got a really nice nose.
All compliant.
Nice nose.
Shout out to our compliant brands out there.
Look at you, all
Genetics
compliant.
from.
That's not your style.
I know. Genetics from
Compliant.
Cultivated. We're having a legit event.
You shouldn't even be in the same sentence.
We're having a legit event.
You're doing something compliant?
I know. And yes, apparently.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Is it
You
going to
know
be
me.
at a
You know
mansion?
me. Oh yeah.
No. See,
Last
like,
minute. Yeah.
I'm pissed at I was upset about that because the thing was
you listened to a bunch of dumbasses. That's what you should do.
it was 117 degrees out. You guys would have hated
I know that.
Oh, no,
even though it's
we
pimp
wouldn't
as
have,
that
'cause we
would
would
have
have
been.
the studio inside.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys
Yeah.
It was the comedians that would have hated it.
No. He had planned on us being
Yeah,
outside. He had this whole
I had a
grand
whole
plan.
area.
Yes, he was.
Well, no. Actually, no. You guys would have been in what was considered the poker room, and then you actually had this cool fucking outer area.
Don't tell us what we had. We had nothing. We had nothing. We got there and we were ass out. We were standing.
It was 118 degrees the
It
night
sucked.
before we were
It
going to
sucked.
leave, and he called me crying from the fucking pool, saying I'm in the pool and the water is bubbling, like it's beginning
It
to
was
boil.
I was literally out, and I was sweating, fucking bullets. Just at night, I said, "Oh, it's gonna be cool at night, so it won't be." It was the night before. I was saying to myself, "Oh, it's gonna be cool at night. It's the night before. No worries, man. You know, Vegas, it gets really because I lived there so many years." And I was like, you know what? It's not getting cool. It went from 117 to 107, and when you're out there, literally for 5-6 minutes, my sweatshirt was fucking sopping in sweat. And I
somehow
was like,
that's
I was
not
like,
a nice picture
yeah,
in my mind.
no,
you
no,
with
it's
sopping
awful. It's
wet
awful.
Anything. It's not a good
awful.
look.
But then when
Can
we
I
went
grab that lighter?
inside,
What do you got?
Grab the lighter.
so then we went inside. You found us a new venue.
Yeah, and
we were
like
in the
36
atrium.
hours.
Yeah. But so, and I'm not saying I did anything special. I did this thing called looked at the thermostat.
I remember that.
And the thermostat, somebody had set it to 87 degrees.
Yep, some cheap motherfucker.
So, and you guys are like, no, it's going to cool off here. I'm like, let me go take a look. And it was set to 87. So we solved that one. But no, there was nothing you can do about that. My flight got delayed, then canceled. Then I got rerouted to Colorado Springs, had to connect in Colorado Springs and get there. And the cool part was, right? I mean, the flight home killed. So, literally killed. So it was fantastic. I had a horrible flight home, and that trip overall sucked.
So basically, what we're trying to say is you owe us big time. That's like
I'm gonna make.
in a roundabout way. We're saying
I'll make it up to you
owe
for
us.
sure.
Look, I died in front of me on the fucking flight home,
What?
man. Yeah.
What?
Yes, you owe the show big time. In fact, and a dongle.
People died
and an audio
because
thing.
of you.
Because of you, man.
You,
no.
death has occurred.
No.
Are you dressing up with the sickle for a Halloween
Yeah,
or
that's
something
what I
like
might
that?
have
Get a
to
reaper?
after this.
Yeah, you should be a Grim Reaper.
I don't. Can I ask an audio question? Is it possible for the headphones just to be up a little or no?
No.
Whatever. Whatever.
He's basically saying he wants to blow up everything.
Oh, yeah, wait.
now.
You shouldn't be asking for anything audio.
Can you turn it up a bit?
Yeah,
in my
thanks,
cans,
man. That's better.
Oh, God. Wait a minute.
So what is it? Okay, so tell us what's going on now. What was the initial question? Never got answered.
What was it?
What was Sai Baba?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
What was Sai Baba? There we go.
it was. I had the pleasure to go to with Jimmy's brother and a couple people.
Jimmy's brother?
Yeah.
Who? Jimmy
Jimmy's
who?
brother's
Leon.
Okay.
Yeah, and with Leon, and we got to go to India to go stay with Isaac.
What's Leon's last name?
Hendricks.
Spinks?
Oh, there we go. See,
Yeah.
people didn't understand
Sure.
that. You got to help. There's
Sure.
people out there listening to us.
Sure.
So when you said Jimmy, what's
Yeah.
Jimmy's last name?
Hendricks.
That guy?
Yeah.
Oh, Hendricks. Oh,
Yeah.
Jimmy. I heard of that combo.
Yeah, we heard of that guy, and we went to go see the owner of Hard Rock and House of Blues, and we went to go chill in his ashram, and the guru that everyone prays to, his name is Sai Baba,
Oh, yeah.
and Sai Baba, ironically, Isaac would tell us all these stories about the Hard Rock and how he created it and how he built it, and if you ever go to a
Nothing
Hard
more
Rock.
spiritual than the Hard Rock Cafe. When you
Yeah,
start thinking.
but the funny thing is people don't even realize is if you ever went to Hard Rock Cafe and you ever looked at the stage and looked above the stage, Sai Baba is actually on every stage in the middle, and I started pulling it up, and it's actually true. And then around it is the symbol of every religion, because Sai Baba believed in a universal, relationship that everyone had in all of the religions, and it's more of like that religion's based more on sound and vibration, and when they pray to essentially saying Om, and Om ironically is pretty crazy because I realized it was like a frequency in the American sound system. You remember like Om was a part, so I was
432.
I don't it's the Om
Or not. With the change
maybe
of the music.
Yeah, it will just
Fucked it all up?
the
Fucked it all up?
vibration.
When they change it from? What was it? What was the deal, Joey? What they change from? 442 down to 432 or 448?
Mention who you're speaking with right now.
Oh, we're getting Tech Talk with Joey. We got Joey and Tech Talk in the corner.
Validate Joey. What did Joey do in a former life?
Joey brought Vinny to me. That's pretty much his main thing in his life. He focused all his energy on getting Vinny from Vegas to find me.
Isn't he a rock star?
He's a rock star for sure.
No, I mean a real rock star.
No, he's just a guy. He's a llama lover. He's a llama lover.
Alpaca.
Oh, alpaca. Sorry. Yeah, don't fuck with your llamas.
But it was it was the first one. You got to understand, like everybody who has tried to, you guys probably, have gone to so many different events, and first ones when people are trying to pull it off, and especially Nevada is not really an easy place to hold a cannabis event. So, I'm glad I was able.
Easier though, that's for sure, man.
It's definitely getting easier.
It used to be a real struggle, and now it's kind of like, it's just the normal struggles. It's not necessarily.
And I thought it was like a good R&D. So because of it, we're holding next week in West Hollywood the Hayes Secret Cup.
It's back, guys.
It's already back.
The Haze Cup with no haze is back.
Yeah, and
no haze secret
less
cup.
haze than ever.
Yeah. Well, it's for the radio station, even though it's not the actual strain.
I know. We had to explain it last time.
Yeah, it's to
people were
support Haze
a little bit
Radio.
confused. just like the Chem Cup when No Chem was winning.
Listen, I hope somebody would fucking come up with some baller haze and be creative and think, yeah, that would be a great thing to fucking enter and probably could win.
What do we have till Sunday to grow some haze? Is that what
Oh
you're
yeah,
saying?
you have till
We can
Sunday.
do
You have
it.
till
We can
Sunday
do
to
it.
grow some haze.
You have till Sunday.
Till Sunday.
Sunday.
You remember Crazy Eddie?
I have the 5-day haze.
You remember Crazy Eddie?
His prices are insane.
You know, he was like, I heard he went down like it was like the wildest scam in fucking New York history and
Biggest
shit, right?
ever. Yeah.
It was,
It's
right?
a documentary. It's awesome. The guy.
What is the? I would love to see it. What was it? Do you know the name?
Sure
That would
you
be
can look it
fucking.
up. But it was literally like because if we we're all similar age growing up in New York.
Yeah,
we all
absolutely.
remember him and it's
absolutely.
Like, oh, that was a scam. The
He
whole
was a
thing?
legend,
Like,
though.
That doesn't. Oh my god.
After
Fucking
you come in
legend.
for a VHS, it's $250. You walk out with 3 VHSs, 4 TVs, a microwave oven, and you
It was
paid
dope.
$450.
It was dope. He was a fucking animal. I love it. And so, Vegas was we knew was going to be a different vibe than trying to pull something over in Cali, which is in our hometown, and West Hollywood's only like 25 minutes from the studio. So it kind of worked out
But the
great.
problem is in Cali, everybody complains about traveling. Like nobody wants to go anywhere.
Well, so yeah,
Like
so
here, at least you kind of got forced everybody. They don't even know where they are.
but
They're
let's-
just like, I don't know, just go get in the Uber. And go
But
somewhere.
if you're in the Valley, or you're in Hollywood, or you're in the lower areas close to the city, or even downtown LA, everybody makes a trip to West Hollywood. It's not like the place where you're gonna say,
it's pretty central.
if you picked a cool location, a hip location, and we thought West Hollywood would be dope. Plus, try to find it in it's like 1 1/4 square miles is the whole city of West Hollywood. So to find a place that would allow an event that could be compliant, which is cool because we have an event license, a partner, who has a legit license in Cali. So in Nevada, I couldn't do that. There, it's much easier to partner with somebody that does it because they don't even have it in Nevada yet. They don't have event licenses, so it's not like you can do it. The only way you could do it is privately.
Print them up yourself. Then you just make
Right?
up all your own rules.
Yeah.
Carry it around.
Better to ask forgiveness than permission.
Sure. So we tried it. It came out good. And then I said, look, let's take from that and make it better. So, we're having it in West Hollywood. It's an undisclosed location until the day of the event.
At a mansion?
No mansion this time. It's a nightclub in West Hollywood and a lounge. Yeah, it's totally air conditioned. Okay. There's a cool outdoor area in both parts. And then behind both of the buildings, they're kind of adjoined, and we're going to have a 16x16 wrestling ring, and the Canna Pro wrestler guys who've been doing a bunch of wrestling are going to be wrestling on Halloween. So it's going to be a costume party. There's like 250 general admission tickets. We already sold 200. I mean, even though it's free, it's required that you wear a costume. If you don't wear a costume, you're going to get hit with $20 at the door. We have 5 or 6 DJs lined up. So one building is kind of like pretty dope. It's got a dance area with a DJ with like VIP couches, and then behind it's like a pool table.
You can't promise too much because when we get there.
No, it really. No, I'll show you guys pictures. No,
we
it's
got a
not.
list of things you said. You
This
said
is
pool
booked.
table.
This
You
is booked.
promised
Yeah, no,
this.
I'll show pictures. These are fully legit. I can back all this up. Look, I didn't have the venue.
You promised
changed.
a mansion.
Oh, it was. It truly was, though. And
I never saw, although Adam did drive there. So.
No, it really was. And you guys got in, which if it wasn't for that, you'd have seen it was a dope-ass spot. But
the weirdest part about that whole thing was why the fuck did they let us in to the entire compound when we said Adam Dunn show, and they called somebody and they said, okay, cool, and they let us
Well,
all
you know
in.
what it is that day I was supposed to, there was a confusion, is that day you guys just happened to go in because of the party. There was supposed to be a delivery of energy drinks, like literally cases, and I was screaming at
Adam Dunn energy drink? You think
well,
they
no, what
thought-
it was is I just think that they called the owner of the house, and he thought that it was the people I was sending over to pick up the cases. And literally, it wasn't you guys. The cases I had to pick up afterwards, which was a fucking pain in the ass of like sticking all
It was
this
just one of
energy.
those. It was one of those moments where
Yeah.
we pulled up to a mansion that's supposed to have a party. There's no
Yeah.
cars anywhere,
Yeah.
and you're like, I guess we're the first ones here. Well, that's gonna pretty bad preparation if we're the first ones here. Like,
Yeah.
where the fuck is everyone? And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden we're like, oh no, change of location. I was
Yeah.
like, oh.
You don't think
and
it? You don't
so
think
it begins.
it sucked for me.
And so,
Imagine I had everybody coming to town, all this shit going on. I found out 10:30 at night, a day like not the day of, the day before it. I literally was walking into Tattoos and Smokes to go see.
To get a tattoo?
No, to go see. Why am I blanking? The guy who does the Las Vegas Cannabis Awards. Sheldon. Yeah. So I went to go, perfect. So I went to go cruising to go see Sheldon because he was giving us 200 VIP passes to give everybody in the party. And as I'm walking out, it's like late at night. We drive in. We're trying to get all this shit done. All of a sudden, he calls and he's on calling me, FaceTiming me, and he's saying, "Listen, man, like, my dad, like, literally fucking said the lawyers called and was like, you can't throw this party here. It's like, it's too hot. People are going to be taking all these edibles, all this type of shit." And his fucking dad literally kiboshed it last minute and says, "But I'll be cool. I'll get you a place and take care of it." So we didn't have to, even though it was that situation, he was being honorable and they actually like found this place last minute. And then I had to literally have to switch all the chairs being moved, the food,
you did
this,
amazing.
like that.
You did amazing.
It was fucking
Considering-
crazy. Like
Considering
literally,
you did a good job.
I had luxury buses picking up people back and forth. Like I went out of my way to really try to make it a great event. My intention was to really do something fucking awesome, and that's what we're gonna do this weekend. Like that's
You had to
no
pick
shit.
the hottest day in
How
10,000
the fuck
years.
would I know? How
the hottest day?
It was
since
7:10. That's
since
when the Las
hit-
Vegas Awards were. Like it was with correlation with them. He had thousands of people at the awards. What was I supposed to do?
Nothing
you know what I
could
mean?
do, but
Like,
it
there's
really.
nothing I could do.
I believe if you Google right now the hottest day in recorded
It was.
Las
They said it
Vegas
was.
history.
It was one of the hottest days. I lived there 27 years. It was fucking hot.
when I heard them go, it was 119
I think that shit's
degrees
good.
at
You should
one
try
point.
it,
This is
honestly. Like he's a dope fucking grower, honestly.
Well,
Shout
he
out
should
to my
come on
boy
the
Spence.
show.
Oh yeah, he would. He actually is in Vegas right now,
Give
which is
him a
funny
call.
enough. You know what?
Relax, Dave.
I mean, I could probably actually try.
No,
Literally.
it's all right.
You sure?
Slow down, everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
I'm just doing
We
shtick.
actually have 3 hours of shows to play that we haven't even started yet. Remember that?
That's right.
Oh, you forgot about that.
I didn't forget about it. It's your show, man. I'm just here to make you look
only
good.
when it's off the rails. When it's running some.
And then yes.
Then it goes back to you.
Back to
So
me.
I have things we could talk about for sure. One being the party last
What?
night.
No,
what
hold
happened?
on a second. Wait, what?
What happened last night?
What?
When I left, I saw you trying to get in. When I pushed you
Oh,
over
yeah,
to get
yeah,
in?
yeah,
What
yeah.
happened?
No, we
Did you
didn't-
get
oh,
through?
no, we didn't get in.
You said
No.
really? You said fuck it. Damn.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. It would have been so hard to get Tran to come over. He looked like Elvis in a gold suit,
Yeah.
all kind of wilded out with everyone. It was no way I was going to go back in and pull.
And we
fucking
already
Tran
dinged
out.
him right at the beginning of the show. We love
Yeah.
him, but he got dinged. It's
Yeah.
our fault, man.
Yeah.
We didn't show up till late. We missed 2 events last night.
Look, they made it really like when we got there. It was nuts. The lines and people was fucking crazy. There were thousands of people in there. It was nuts. Like it was a dope setup. You know,
He's an event producer. I was asking because I'm just curious.
I don't want to. I mean, do you really want? This is
No,
putting me in an awkward
no.
position because he's my
see,
friend.
listen,
you know
I'm
what I
s-
mean?
I
Like,
want to know exactly how much he spent. No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I could break that down for sure. That's easy fucking to figure
I'm
out.
realizing I might have asked something that might be maybe people shouldn't. You're not supposed to talk about these
Yeah.
things, but I don't
Yeah.
have that in my brain where I know that. So if we're not supposed to talk about these things, that's when you go. Dave,
I just
shut the fuck
think
up.
it's kind of be like, yeah, let's move from that. You know what I mean? But
Right. So
but
is
I
this-
would have
I'd
I
say
would
it's
have.
$100K bonus show. As
Oh, he spent way more than 100.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Way the fuck, because I know how much it costs just to do a fucking cup. Like bait, you gotta realize, like people are like, you know what I mean. You gotta realize you have the event, you have people that have to help work it. You know what I mean? Security.
You can
this,
do
like
it all, dude.
I mean,
I know you. I trust you.
So
Do
what you're
it
saying
all.
is when we came out to Vegas that time, we undersold the show. We should have charged way more.
What do you mean? You lost me?
Well, once you start with money, we lose
Yeah,
it
we're
quick.
we're bad with money. We need
Well,
a
that's the
business
thing is like
manager.
that's why we it's not like the network all of a sudden knew how to fucking do events. Come on, man. You know what I mean? It's like the decision was made because there were no events anymore. Like everyone went off radar. High Times was like, fuck it, no events. Dougie, no events. You know what I mean? A lot of people just Emerald Cup, that's it. You know, and they were virtual. They just came back, you know. So, you know, we were thinking like, why wouldn't we as a group, and I've been in the industry for, 25 years and smoked a lot of fucking weed and been with all these maniacs, even on Eddie's farm, you know. And I was like, why don't we do it? Like, why don't we have a fun fucking event? Why don't we have some great weed, some good things entered, have some entertainment, have some fun? But me more like High Times used to be back in the day, where the cups were about.
Yeah, don't say it. Well, there's a question here from the fans. They want to know if you've checked the weather for next week.
Oh, no, I haven't. I haven't checked the weather.
Heat wave coming in hot.
Oops.
Yeah. Literally.
Oops.
All right, so we have videos to show still, so we're gonna wrap up on this part.
All right, man.
Oh goodness! Of course it's happening again.
Look at you. I know he's like the guest. He's the guest master.
We have 2 hours of pre-recordeds from yesterday, so bring the Dab Stars on, and then
bring on the Dab Stars.
You know who the greatest person to bring guests on a show is? Jason Harris.
Absolutely.
He never stops, and you normally don't find out about the guest until you know what. You hear knock, 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 and he walks in with them.
Our shows are
that's organic.
4 hours minimum with him every time. It's like, okay, I guess we keep on going. So
we're gonna keep going.
We're gonna keep going. But which video are we gonna show first?
That's on you, man.
It's on me.
Yeah.
If anybody wants to go, check out on Eventbrite.
Steve? Oh wait, throw Tommy out there.
We got Granddaddy. Let's go with the chat. Let's see what the chat says.
Just throw up the quick Tommy video.
Oh, I can do that right now.
Yeah, the quick Tommy.
You mean the one that you promised for the entire episode? You were gonna have it all laid out.
They would not leave.
He's fucked up. See, today he's you. All day long.
So I'm just letting everybody know we're slaying these video edits. Here we go. Boom.
Hey, this is Tommy Chong, and I'm sorry to say that I can't be on the Adam Dunn show today, as much as I'd like to, but I've got a previous engagement with my parole officer. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you,
Tommy.
So, good. It went out, and now we'll do Steve Parrish.
Sure.
No, I don't know.
Right out of the gate.
Oh, is that how you want to do it?
Hold on.
I got it.
Obviously,
Hold on.
Really
geez. No, you're. I have no idea.
Watch what we got to do here. This is like the whole tricky thing that everybody doesn't understand.
Wait, we're not going to do Parrish.
We got to go back to Tommy because I got to do something with the little thing so nobody talk for a second so we don't get a bunch of feedback. All right, hold on. Here we go. Boom.
Hey, this is Tommy Chong, and I'm sorry to say that I can't be on the Adam Dunn show today, as much as I'd like to, but I've got a previous engagement with my parole officer. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Tommy. Now we got it back. Now we got it back. It's just like wah wah wah.
That was Dave.
Paris wouldn't. He wasn't leaving the show. They had a paid gig to be there. They were promoting their brand there. He did bounced around. He was, he was earning that day. And his flight's 4:45. There was no.
Okay. We want to, and we if we're ever going to have him proper, we want to have it proper, not
and he said straight up, he goes, Paris even said so. He goes, look, we are aware of you guys. We really respect what you do, and we were going to have him on.
Look at that respect.
Yeah.
What Dave does.
Well, actually, he said Danny says you guys are really legit. So
now we're talking.
So Mr. Danko,
we got
thank you.
We got Danko.
Thank you for the endorsement. We appreciate it. And I let Tommy know that you'd be calling him to get him on the show.
Your 15-second video that you had there. Now, how would you like to showcase this?
Well, either Granddaddy or.
This is why we don't do anything pre-recorded. We can't even decide what to fucking play. That's how lame we are.
Why is he even asking me? Why are you even asking me? It's you. Pick one. Pick.
All right, Steve. Let's do it. Go Steve Parrish.
All right, it's gonna be a rough cut in here. So
okay, but all I want to say is this is a great lesson for us.
Yeah.
And new cult that's trying here. They want to boss roadies around. I'm going to turn my headphones around and make no freaking different in the world.
Here, this is for you, Steve.
If only in one channel, then that man right there is paying attention. Hello, No difference in the world.
There we go.
I just thought it would be more comfortable on your
I
head.
didn't want to hear you. You see, you didn't know that about me. Okay, sorry. Let's start.
I'll pull the mic closer. And
can I have a pillow? I'm taking that.
Welcome, Steve, man. It's awesome having you on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There you go. We got it. Beautiful.
It's so nice to be here.
So you're doing a whirlwind tour. It seems like.
I've been on a whirlwind tour my whole life, man, and I'm not stopping yet. And once you get what we call velocitized, you stay at that speed in life. And when we spent a lot of time high and moving fast all these places, my dear friend Ramrod, we'd ride motorcycles a lot too, and he said, if you think we're not going fast, look down for a second, And I did it once or twice on a motorcycle. You look down at the ground and you see how fast that's going. Never mind the speedometer in front of you. Never mind the speedometer in your heart. You move at the pace that you feel comfortable at. And when you say whirlwind tour, yes, I am. But I like it like that. And that stimulates me to talk about everything that we're going to talk about right now, which is our favorite thing.
And that is cannabis, of course.
Cannabis. And I always thought cannabis was good because it can put you moving quick and it can calm you down. You see, when you have to do equipment for a band that's playing to 45,000 people or more, and you have to do it even in a nightclub, and you got to get out there quick and fix something, you could be drunk as you want. In the Grateful Dead, there was no rules, man. Do whatever you fucking want. Guys tried it. But if you were not ready to work, and I found that cannabis was the best thing to keep you inebriated, enjoy the music, enjoy the day, have the party going. But when you had to do your job, you could snap right into something. It's amazing like that. When you have to have a situation where you're pulled over by a cop and you can't pull it together, you're going to be in trouble. But if he knows and looks you in the eyes and realizes that you are in control of yourself, he's not going to mess with you so bad. He might smell the weed and try to buck with you in different ways, of course. And that brings us to a very important point. It's very, very important that we live these times in Colorado and California and Nevada and Arizona and Washington and Hawaii, hopefully, and Alaska and all across the country as it spreads to legalization. It is so important, and the East Coast is blooming now and coming alive, finally.
Which is amazing.
I mean, I've been smoking since 1965, waiting for this.
Proper healing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially for the East Coast. They needed it bad. I mean, they fucking have
Yeah.
always... I'm from New York, but I lived in Cali, so I kind of saw that, like... It was pretty easy to have the best weed in New York if you were coming back from Cali, because you're like, hey, I'm the guy.
Well, you see, when I was a kid, the weed that came into America mostly came from Mexico. And Mexican weed was so incredibly beautiful because it was grown by hand by the indigenous people. And there was a guy, Howard Wales, who played with Jerry. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I backed off the mic. There was a guy named Howard Wales who played with Jerry. And when I was only just turned 19, I was the youngest guy on the crew. And so Jerry and I started doing nightclubs because he wanted to play every single night. And so he said, Steve, you know, we were standing, he and Ramrod were standing in front of Lambic Studios, and he said, I want to go play with Howard tonight. Would you take my amp and guitar over? I said, sure. And he went, you would? And we began to hang out. Now, Jerry was a connoisseur of weed. He loved Mexican weed. And in those days, we loved seeded weed because seeded weed did not mean that it wasn't good weed. That all started when the man came down so heavy on everybody and people were buying so much pot at high prices, they didn't want the bulk of seeds and sticks in there. So they wanted to refine the weed, and weed had gone indoors because it was illegal. If we had our druthers, we would grow it outside. So the Mexican weed that we got was psychedelic. It was lime green, red seed caps, and so high a thing that it was amazing. You see, people forget the psychotropic properties of cannabis.
Was that like a Michoacan, or was that,
Michoacan.
Michoacan was one. Sinaloa, Oaxaca, because you knew
Oaxaca was like foxtails, right?
Well, the thing is, you knew the weed from the place and where the people grew it. And so that's how you learn the weeds. And so California was full of beautiful weed, you know? And so then, now, remember at that time in the early 70s, then Vietnam's raging and it's starting to tone down a little bit, and Nixon's president, and he starts bringing down a real heavy heat on us, man, because he did not like the generation of people that were getting high.
Yep.
He didn't like that.
Free thinkers.
And so he started the DEA. And the DEA went out. He told them, go out and show me how bad marijuana is for American people. And they went out and they did all kinds of things. And they came back to him about 3 months later. And they told him, make it legal. It's harmless.
Right.
They shit-canned that study, right? He just ignored it. Yeah.
He threw that in the garbage and ripped it up and told him to go out and come back with what his answer was.
Right.
And I'll tell you something else. The DEA came directly from the Bureau of Narcotics, Henry Anslinger. He was the enemy of cannabis after Prohibition. When they got off the back of alcohol, which they couldn't squelch, they decided, okay, we'll go after marijuana. It's benign, but we'll stop it. And they started a scourge campaign, reefer madness everywhere. If you ever watch those movies that they made, every guy that has a hit off a joint kills somebody, and every girl just takes her clothes off and is looking for everybody to have wild sex with.
The girls were white and the guys were always black and brown, and that's the way it was.
Not necessarily.
The bad guys.
Not necessarily, but that came
They
later.
had bad hair. The guys always had bad hair. They were like,
Well, the thing was that, some way they were different and they were benign, but that happened. The first laws in our country were made against Mexicans in Texas. Right. Yeah. A lot of people don't know that the Mexican national anthem, La Cucaracha, and my uncle, Mitchell Parrish, wrote the American words for it, so I know the words. And the words are very simple. La Cucaracha is the cockroach, the roach, and it's 3 medical students are smoking a joint. And it says, Fume marijuana, and that's what their song was about. Why? Because they are a freedom-loving country. And Pancho Villa was actually a very great democratic leader, but he was also a bandit and an hombre in a lot of ways. And you had to be strong and tough. And he went up against the establishment, and he decided he smoked a lot of pot, and so did his soldiers. And they came across in 1916 to Columbus, New Mexico, and killed 16 people in a crazy night. And ever since then, it's been reefer madness against Mexico. So it ended up, when they shut the border down, we had to turn into home growers. We had seeds from Mexico, so we started growing Mexican seed. Jerry's wife, Mountain Girl, was the first one. We all lived in Stinson Beach, and we started saying, we can grow good pot. Because when you look at it, you got California is right on, and other places in America are on the 38th parallel. You take that over to the Hindu Kush.
Exactly.
It's the same.
Yeah. No, and it's.
I'll shut up. You talk now.
No, it's.
No, we want Steve Parrish today.
Come on.
Well, I got a little payback because I got to get high with Anslinger's great granddaughter.
I like
and so
that.
that was really cool. And I was like in a circle with her.
What did you say? His great granddaughter?
Great granddaughter or something like that. Yeah,
she was ahead.
Yeah, she came.
Wow, that is so fucking cool, man.
She went on tour.
Holy
to make up for
you learn something every day in the camp.
How about that?
She went to make up for her the sins that were made by her family. Because
give me your phone number.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something that there was a guy when we lived in Stinson Beach, and when we first started. And a lot of people don't know this. I think I talk about it in my book, but Home Before Daylight, and
shameless plug.
Yeah, right.
How do they find that book?
Put it out in 1998. I'm plugging it now tonight.
a little slow, but
we'll pick up the sales on Amazon.
The thing you got to remember is pot is joy. It's spelled like that, But the thing is, you got to have fun with it. And also, it's a serious medication. It has a lot of uses for mankind. It always has. You got hemp on one side of the scale, same plant, and you got the medicine of cannabis on the other. It's no secret that our ancestors couldn't live without it. Yeah. It's no secret that all clothing were made from hemp, and all rope and cordage of the whole world comes from hemp, the same plant that they maligned and they didn't even know about what they were doing in 1937 when they started making cannabis illegal. They called it marijuana, Stamp Act, and doctors were shocked.
Classically tax shit out, you know what I mean? That's just the way to do it.
But it was just a way to start because they knew, because see, farmers were growing it all over for hemp, and you couldn't stop the seeds blowing in the wind. Now, hemp seeds are not as THC rich, of course, as the medicine, which Washington grew both on Mount Vernon, and it came with the slaves to our country. Now, we were doing the same thing by traveling the world in rock and roll band that loved pot, and everywhere we went, we came across seeds and brought them back with us. So if you went to Europe in the early 70s, Amsterdam weed was so beautiful, it came from Africa. And we scored a pound of purple weed for the first time in Amsterdam in 1972 on that tour. We just couldn't stand that it was all hash and tobacco in Europe, you know. And so we got this purple weed, and those seeds went back to California with us, you know. And I was telling you earlier about Howard Wales. He was the guy that brought Mexican weed to the Haight-Ashbury, and it was called Howie Wowie by us. And so what was called a lid in those days, and I thought that the lid meant a liter for a bag, you know, instead of an ounce. But no, it was from the lid on the Prince Albert can.
Yeah.
And the Prince Albert can was stuffed with pot, cost about $10, and it was almost an ounce. And so he then, when those seeds, when they were forbidden to us by Nixon shutting off the Mexican culture to us, Owsley took some of those seeds to Maui and stayed there a few months and started Maui Wowie, man. And that was those seeds that started it.
From the Howie Maui to the Maui Wowie.
Now say Maui Wowie.
Far out and solid and right on.
So, you know, I don't want to talk to you guys. I just want to talk to that robot.
What's awesome
he's
too
making more sense than any of us.
What's funny is that, like, and what people don't get is that African weed is really special because it has that ability to it has a THCV factor, which is like magic. You know what I mean? It's the part that makes the weed pop.
Hey, slow down, my professor brother. I love you, man. But I'll tell you, African weed is only where the cradle of it was. As the cradle of all of us come from that area. It spread from there on the Silk Roads and went to China and went to India. And India perfected their strains, and they had thousands of years. It's just like if you took a wolf, which somebody did, and started domesticating it at one point, and now, these thousands of years later, you got every kind of dog in the world. You got a dog that'll lay down and never move all day. You got a dog that'll jump on everybody in this room and try to lick their balls and bite their neck. You got a dog that'll bark at you all day long. You got other dogs that'll stare at you all day long. So think about weed like that. It's been hybridized and changed and mixed and blang, and people say this about it and that, and yet they say, oh, now, be careful. The weed's so strong.
What do you think about that?
30 times more potent.
The weed you're talking about from Africa and the original mother strains, Durban poison and those kinds of South African weed, the Zulus went into battles with cannabis, man. They find at the Battle of Ungulane and Rorke's Drift, where they went up against the British Henry Martini rifle repeater with nothing but an assegai in their hands and kept going because they were fighting for their country. They were high on cannabis and these red mushrooms. Now, the red mushrooms are the addition. The cannabis gave them courage and strength and strong, but the red mushrooms put their mind in a place of, I'm not afraid of you.
It's like the berserkers, you know.
And they couldn't stop them. And they find when they dig up those fields and do the things, they all had a white vial around their neck with white, pure THC. THCV, you might call it. That's just been discovered now because when Nixon made it a Schedule 1 narcotic, you couldn't even experiment with the drug. And I don't call it a drug. I call it a gift.
Sure.
To us.
Oh, it's definitely not a drug. It's medicine, and you know.
How you guys doing? I could hear him. Don't worry.
No, you definitely cover a broad spectrum of cannabis, which is what we love on the show too. Because I'm a hemp guy and that's what I think.
You're a hemp guy?
Oh, 100%.
You look like a human being.
I know, but I'm a hemp guy. I've that's been my thing because I realized that the plant is the plant. It's not just one thing, and that's what's great about it is there's something in it for everybody.
Well, you know how important hemp was to our ancestors, of course. And there's nobody in the world that understands. I laughed when Mitch McConnell made hemp legal in America. They made cannabis legal that day. They don't even realize it's the same plant.
I know.
I can't wait for somebody to challenge that, because you take the plant and grow it for hemp, and it had low THC, almost none. But yet our ancestors needed it for canvas. Every wagon that crossed the country was made from cannabis, which is canvas.
Yep.
Because the Holy Land, Canaan, is cannabis. That's why it was fought over. We smoked only hash from the Bekaa Valley until the War of '67 came. And the Haight-Ashbury, Grateful Dead wrote songs about it. Red Lebanese. That's the hash from that area.
Yeah.
That's why the whole entire world doesn't realize this thing is part of our lives in every way. When you try to eliminate it, it was the only drug our ancestors had. It was used for childbirth. It was used for things that were so sacred.
And that's the damage that they fucked up, and they didn't realize it. They thought they were going after a bunch of hippies, but the reality was that they were taking away so much health from people.
No, it wasn't. There weren't even hippies when they started on it.
Oh, no,
but they didn't realize that they were cutting off mankind. Doctors were shocked when the Marijuana Tax Act of 1937 came in, because they didn't realize cannabis was marijuana.
And all the medicine, most of the medicine was cannabis derived.
Most of it was.
That's for you, Steve.
Well,
that's a can of herb they stick my face on. I want you to enjoy that.
Oh, you're a beautiful guy, man. And I'll tell you something that when the British had India and they were ruling the world, they saw a Dr. O'Shaughnessy in 1888 went and followed an Ayurvedic doctor of the natural type on his rounds in Calcutta. He wanted to see what is medicine in India like that our Western medicine lacks. And he was going on the rounds, and there was a baby. A baby was about 3 months old or less. I'm not sure of the age. And the baby was having an epileptic fit and totally tense and totally in a fit. And it didn't even faze the Ayurvedic doctor. He opened a drawer. He opened a little vial. He put his finger in it and stuck it under the baby's tongue. And in about 30 seconds, the baby was calm. And Dr. O'Shaughnessy couldn't believe it. But you see, we know, and they knew, that cannabis oil is the only oil that coats the sheathing of your nerves, and it's the only thing that can be used. Now they're making epileptic drugs about it, and this needs to happen quicker and faster, because it's the most amazing plant.
And that's
the
entire
world.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you.
Oh, Steve getting the hook right now.
What?
Well, because you guys and I could change the world right here on this podcast, and we're not going to do that today because it's got to be done a little carefully.
Well, we're going to spend more time together, and we know you're short for time today, and thank you so much for coming and spending 30 minutes with us, and we'll have a much more in-depth conversation in the future.
Let's do that. I'd like to do that. I'm going to go do my radio show today on Sirius, and I'm going to mention you guys, because we are in a cross-pollination period now where we're only just starting to make the word and the education of people, and I want to pass that on to people, my knowledge that I've gained by traveling the world in this amazing thing called the Grateful Dead, and we went everywhere, and we were a drug culture on wheels, man.
Yeah, man.
It came into our world, and we were lucky enough to be exposed to the cannabis culture everywhere. Last thing I want to say is when you joined the United Nations in 1948, they put it in the Constitution that everybody who signed the United Nations Charter had to eradicate marijuana from their homeland. And this was a terrible thing to culture in the
And the
world.
crazy part is that they keep doing it. They don't even stop. Now, after we're stopping, they're not stopping.
Exactly.
It's like, okay, guys.
How ironic for you to mention that.
Over the
bad
cliff.
laws make bad things.
Like they followed us over the cliff, and they don't realize that we turned around right at the edge and said, maybe we should just turn our way back.
Well, keep up the good work, Dan.
Hey,
well,
thanks, man.
Thank you.
Adam.
Steve,
Adam.
thank you. And Grizzly Peak, man, keep an eye out for it, because that's the latest project coming
At
through.
Grizzly Peak, we've really tried to keep the whole thing at a high quality, and also we believe in not only the financial and all commercial stuff about it. I keep the price. I've asked those guys to make sure we make Grizzly Peak a popular priced item, because that's what pot was about. It wasn't about profit so much in the beginning. That all started later when the craze got even bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
You can't keep a good thing down, and this is going to get better and better. So hang in there, everybody, and remember, it's better to be legal with this stuff. It's better to be legal than to spend a second in jail. You don't want to do that. I can tell you that.
100%. That's what we advocate for that too. Last Prisoners Project.
Thank you so much. And this is a time to remember that there's still.
Come on, you got film in that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You know how to use it?
Can we get you guys to stand up in front of the background?
Stand up.
Stand up for these guys, you bet.
Maybe get in the middle.
Let's stand on the table. Come on.
Here, let's just scoot that out of there.
Come on, let's go. Hurry. Get that chair out of here. Come on, Natural Man. Move that chair. What's wrong? Are you high on pot or something?
A little bit.
My peeps, man. Come on. I'm a river to my people now. Get that out.
Oh, we're back. We're back.
And we're back.
No, and we're
Oh,
very
there we go.
inside.
Sorry.
Okay, so we
Sorry.
have like
Gone.
echoes, gate problems. What else can we do? on this
we
show?
crackle
It's
problems.
live on the road, man.
Is
Live
that
on the road.
okay? So is that crackle coming because of the stupid thing that's in that thing?
No, we had so much power running last night that when he was like going back and forth and back and forth,
Yeah.
he got a little crackly on his voice.
Oh, crackle-ackle. Anyway,
Crackle-ackle.
we still loved it. It was fun.
It was great.
You could tell there's some
Chat liked
little
it.
tension there.
Chat liked it. No, nobody said shit in the
You
chat.
know what? I just think he's paid his dues, and we didn't have him on to be giving us therapy. This is what he does, and this is his personality, and each to his own. It was a lot of fun.
It was good. It was good times, and hopefully we'll get a chance to, like you said, cross-pollinate our shows at some point.
Well, I'd love for him to come back on and tell a dead story
or two.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. So we have what?
We got three
let's
more.
List them out, and let's ask
The
you
chat?
guys.
Just don't have to ask. Stop with the asking.
Okay.
You're a performer. You're not.
All
You
right.
you just asked me.
No,
What are you talking?
I would never ask you.
Then go ahead. Then
I will never
decide.
ask
Who's next?
We're doing Ken.
Huh?
All right, we're doing Ken.
Yeah, let's
Right?
get Ken on there. Let's
Yeah.
do this.
All right.
Okay.
So coming up, we have Granddaddy Perps Ken Estes.
That was a great discussion. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah, and like I said, he sees what's happening, and he's like, I think I might need to get back into this before the end. But about a half hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's a
another
good
little more.
hour.
Yeah, it's a
Hour?
little more than that.
Almost.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
It was long.
45.
Damn.
All
Nothing like
right.
long interviews around here, huh?
All right.
Let's jump
Hope
into
you
It's
guys
a hard.
enjoy it.
It's a hard cut in chat. Here we go, bro.
Oh, you and your
Yo.
hard cuts.
It is a
Jesus.
hard cut.
Just
There's no
don't-
editing here.
Don't explain. Just do it. Are we recording?
I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
So,
You
welcome
know
back to
it.
the show. This is going to be a multi-parter as we are hanging out with Mr. Jason Harris from Jerome Baker Designs at the Glass Factory. Is it Dream Factory? Is that what we're calling it?
Dream Factory.
The Dream Factory. And it's just been a non-stop star-studded event. We have our buddy Ken Estes in the house. He just it's been years, but would love to reconnect every time, and we were jibber jabbering before the show, so we've been like trying to hold back so we don't get too deep, because it seems like we got stories.
yeah, we got stories.
That's for sure.
Oh, like Tom Petty's song. Oh, the stories we could tell.
And it was funny because you really nailed it, because last night I was thinking when I heard first thing when I heard your name, I was like, oh man, this is his time to shine, dude. It's like it's fucking purple fever.
Purple fever, I can't believe it.
It came back, right? I mean, for
I
a
was
while,
totally
everybody
shocked.
wanted it.
No, it left, but then it left. It lasted for like 10 years. And then I was like sick. I was in the hospital dealing with some illness, and I retired. And I said, oh, well, Purple had its run. And then I got better about a year ago, and then I got back into it. I got my C's, and I'm beginning to bring up Mel and Cross again. And I'm recognizing, wait a minute, all these strains have purple, from the Gushers to the Runts to the Apple Fritter to, it's like, how come they all have color in them? What happened? It started with the cookies. The cookies was the first guy that I actually gave a cut to, the burner in them. And they got the cherry pie, and they said, all right, we're going to cross it. I said, great idea, because once they did it and they kicked ass, I said, hey, I'm going to do that too. I'm going to start crossing.
Yeah, but for that 10 years when it left, I still loved it. So I had no problem because it was always there whenever I wanted it. There was no run on it. Yes. I could enjoy it.
What's funny is that I was like, I think we all were in agreement that we had moved on at that point. It was funny. That
yeah, it kind of felt like it did.
Like I thought we
like it was just a throwback now. It was just a classic or something.
Yeah, it was more like a unanimous decision. Like now, we're kind of back to the brightness and stuff. And
it reminds me of some of these women who used to be models, right, on magazines, and then they get to be 40, and you think they're done, and they're back modeling again.
Granddaddy Perps, the aging model of cannabis.
Is back.
The supermodel of the 80s.
She's back.
Is back.
Cindy Crawford of cannabis.
Oh, thank you.
All right. But in general, it's like I was saying to you earlier, I think the cycles of cannabis are like fashion. They're getting tighter and tighter. The rings are like the orbit is becoming a little bit quicker, whereas before you'd have these like the haze period, which was
an awesome. That lasted years. Because that actually led to the cheese, right? That whole hazy smell and that potency.
I think the haze. Okay, so like what was interesting is that what I was known for was the sage, right? And sage was like on the outskirts of the haze family. It wasn't necessarily that cat pissy haze side. It was more the sandalwood, myrrh kind of frankincense-y vibe that you were just like, what the the church incense, which I love. To me that's always
which was kind of fooled people. You didn't really know you're smoking herb.
Yeah, people
it smelled like what is that, like patchouli oil?
I would have people come over to us like especially Dutch, because the Dutch don't really smoke pure weed. They always smoke with tobacco.
They always do that, yes.
And so they kind of muddy the waters.
In fact, whenever I went to Amsterdam, they would always just have a joint. Oh, from California. No. Well, yeah, how do you know? I know I got ketchup on my French fries, and that gave me away. But yeah, I didn't mix it with tobacco.
You didn't put mayonnaise on your French fries?
No, I did eventually.
I think that mayonnaise is actually really good on.
Well, no, I don't do it at home here. I always do ketchup. I love ketchup. But when I'm over there, I actually do it.
The mayonnaise is different over there.
Is it different over there?
Yeah, they don't. Ours is more like kind of like vanilla of the mayonnaise. There's a little bit of bite to it, a little more vinegary.
I mean, I love mayo. Put it on my turkey sandwiches.
I don't.
Or certain things.
My wife is from Sweden, so she looks at me with ketchup like, you barbarian,
you American.
Barbarian.
Ketchup on your steak.
Steak sauce. Get out of my restaurant.
Get out.
That's a bad idea. But no, it's crazy because these cycles are coming quicker, but they're also. It's also like the exposure, right? Like if you haven't been if you haven't seen purple weed before, the first time you see it, people get all like, oh my god! Like in Amsterdam, they had a lot of African weed that was like black. It wasn't necessarily like Nigerian black, right?
Like some Afghani black and Afghani.
And those were like never the tastiest plants. You know what I mean? There was something about it. That's why, and it definitely. It was like the pick of the litter when it came to purple strains were very rare. Like it was hard to find the one that tasted good and it actually got you high.
Like a lavender, which had just a little bit of it in it. You couldn't find it anywhere really. Because Northern California is the only place I really found it. In Amsterdam, I never really saw any purple bud. Yeah, and I didn't believe I was going to find something like that. I mean, the moment I found that weed, the Native Americans gave it to me. They said it was purple medicine. I said, purple medicine. Well, let me look and see, Now, at that time, in 2002, there was all the pot clubs, which wasn't that many. I mean, there's thousands now, right? But there's maybe a couple hundred. No one had purple on the menu. It wasn't even, we didn't even talk about it.
Homegrown Fantasy in Amsterdam had purple because I remember.
At what time?
Oh, no, they had
1990.
90.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, I knew it existed out there because when I was younger, I had it with purple haze. And I've seen it once in a while pop, but it wasn't like a steady thing. You could never find it steady.
Well, the thing is, it's also like you can trick the plant. Obviously, you can get cold.
Well, people always ask me that. Can you trick it? Can you? I mean, I've had people say, "Oh, did you pour grape juice in the water? Did you spray it with purple food coloring?"
I mean, it's just cold induced purples are.
That's the main way of doing it. That's been my secret, is I would wait and get my room cold the last 3 days. I wouldn't water it because I go for stressing and no watering, and this plant just thrives on that.
Dave, you'd be really good at that part.
I would.
Yeah. Natural, you're natural.
The not watering and stressing out the plants, that'd be hard.
I
thought you meant me stressing out that I fucking killed the plants.
Oh, no, that was later. That comes out.
That's from not watering,
Got it. Wait,
that's from not watering at the right time.
We learned on the show a nugget early on when I started sitting next to Adam that auto flower does not mean that you don't need to water it. And that was just...
that would be auto watering.
That would be yes. That would
plant waters itself.
Plant. Yeah, but no, I listen.
We're looking for that one.
And you know that purple coloring thing is. I remember somebody came to me in my store in Richmond one day, and he said, "You're putting something on your plants." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Look, he took a bud out of his pocket. See that?" I said, "Well, he kind of smashed it, and then he took out a piece of tissue, paper towel that was wet, and he opened it up and he said, look it, there's purple in there." I said, "What'd you do?" "I got the towel wet, I crushed your bud with it, I opened it up, purple." "So you're spraying it with something?" I said, "Dude, take a violet, take any plant that's purple, put it on a wet piece of paper and squeeze it, and you're going to get, it's purple coloring. It's part of Mother Nature. It grows in the plant. It's not that I sprayed something on it."
He's surprised that the plant color that was eye color of purple actually translated into a pigment.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it. Yeah,
isn't that how we've been getting colors for like ever?
That's how we
since
paint,
cave
right?
Drawings.
Yeah, cave. Yeah.
Interesting, but no, I've always loved the purple strains. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's all about that. The way our brain works is it starts with taste with the eyes. You start seeing it, and then you smell it, and then you put it all together. And if both of those are visually and the smell is appealing, then it triggers the brain, and you enjoy it. I loved when you would break it up and roll the joint, how it had that effect.
Well, I think it has to hit on all levels. I give it 5 levels: visual, smell, tactile, touching it, breaking it up, and smoking it. That taste, and then the high.
Yeah.
If it hits on all those levels, you have a winner.
5 out of 5.
Yes. And that Granddaddy Purple was, I got lucky. I did create Ken's GDP. I did get seeds out of it because I get pounds. And, people think you have to, like, cross to get pounds. But when you grow pounds in weed, somehow the plants just pop seeds naturally. Because I would find 4 and 5 seeds out of 20 pounds.
And it's funny, too. Like, those are always these, like, super winter seeds, usually. Just because
they're the best. And they're usually against the stock.
You know the plant really, like, wanted you to continue that line. You know what I mean? Like,
correct. Well, then I brought it up and I got a male and I crossed it into it and came up with Ken's GDP.
Right.
And most people, I think, is a Ken's GDP that they've smoked.
So the males are actually in that stressed out situation. It's kind of hard. Like when plants stress and throw out seeds, they're mostly females. So the chances of getting a male.
Well, I found out though, even my gardens weren't stressed. I would grow them very healthy. I would stress them at the very end, but I would look at them and find the seeds before the end. Sometimes I'd wait till they're in pound bags, right? And then somebody would find it, say, "Hey, I found a seed in your plant." But I knew if it was just 1 or 2 out of all that, can you give me those back?
Sure. No, and then, like I said, as you get these like fucking magic seeds when they come out like that, just because the plants aren't making, they're definitely S1s at that point.
Yes.
And so that means that you're getting probably the closest example of what you like without making a clone. You're getting. And sometimes it's fun too because people who do that like without realizing it, they'll grow them out and they'll think, "Oh my God, I'm nailing it!" Right? It's like, yeah, you didn't do shit. The plant did all the work.
The plant made you.
You're so lucky that plant.
The plant hypnotized you and made you work for her.
Yeah, exactly.
"You will breed me."
Of course.
"Here's a seed. Now put it into a glass of water. Put it into a paper towel with water on it."
Right.
And
they
now
never
it
said
pops.
that to me. They said, "Smoke me, smoke me."
Well, they told me that too. But when I was on it and smoking, "Now you will breed me. You will grow me. Grow me everywhere. Put me in the ground. I want to take the world over."
Right. and all of a sudden, like, come save me now. Take me to. They're coming to get me. Come save me. You're like fucking. Oh my God! Here I go. Renting cars, middle of the night, trying to shuffling shit around. It's like it has been one of those things where I think like you'd have to have thick skin to be in the cannabis game during the '90s, just because there was.
80s and 90s, man. They were after you.
Yeah.
They told your kids to turn in parents if they saw them with bongs. They would show TV commercials showing a bong, a pipe. If you see your parent with this, tell your nurse at school so we can help your parents.
It happened to a friend of mine in Eugene in 1993. He got called into school because the INET or whatever the police officer was held a bong up in front of class. Said, "Does anybody know what this is?" And his daughter raised her hand, got called in, and he literally, he's telling me the story, so I'm sure it's his perspective, but he says he grabbed the principal by the collar and said, "Get the fuck out of my kid's head," threw him back in the chair while the police officer was there and never did anything and walked out. I'm like, come on. You put hands on the principal with the cop there, he's going to say something. I understand maybe you had words, but it's
funny because it's one of those moments where you're like, it's almost like in a movie where like, and then he went to reality and he was like, thank you very much, sir. And he walked out of the car going, that's what I would have done in my mind.
That's what I wanted to do.
It's a George Costanza thing. He thinks the line up, 8 hours later. Damn, the jerk store called and they're looking for you. Yeah.
Well, we're all great at that. Monday morning quarterback, and I should have said that. I would have said that. Man, that would have been perfect. I'm great at that.
Punched him in the face, like usually in your mind, yeah.
But it's also that we have to recognize that there are still people sitting in jail, right? We're enjoying this right now, and they're not released, and they don't.
That
get
has to change.
Yes, right now. So I believe over at MJBizCon is Jim Belushi and Dan Aykroyd, who are volunteering their time for the Last Prisoner Project.
Wow, I'm totally believing that. I'm giving money. And I totally believe that. We have to do this.
Everybody needs to. This is a plan.
We cannot be out here enjoying ourselves, acting like everything's perfectly happy
right.
now.
It's sitting on the table.
I still get cops behind me, and I get a nervous tick in my eye, so we still have this stress and this stuff that needs to be dealt with.
It's amazing how much PTSD like cannabis people have without knowing they have it, and now it's becoming like, not that I'm not saying anything about PTSD, but it is almost mainstream now. It's almost like, wait a minute, I have that too, and you're like, well, motherfuckers, you don't even know nothing now compared, especially when it comes to cannabis.
Yeah,
there is like real fucking like you said, a cop comes behind you, a cop is across the way, not even looking at you, and you're already like,
my dripping wet sweat.
You're going 75 miles an hour down this way. He's coming this way. He can't see in the car. There's glare on the windows. You're a tiny little speck, but still.
Yes, I still get that, even though it's legal. I got a license. I can, and I have been pulled over. I show them, they leave me alone. So it is there, but oh my God,
it's one of those.
I'll never get over it.
We're definitely gonna have a really hard time, and even in place, we were just in New York, Dave and I, and it was like you can smoke on this, like you could always smoke on the streets in New York, but you had to keep moving and you had to like be aware. You couldn't just like stumble into the cops, and now
stand next to him and smoke.
But now
you couldn't be a person of color. They were instantly
you're
arrested.
No, correct. Being white myself, I've always told my friends who are black and Mexican, and I said, don't come up to Humboldt. You're going to get pulled over. Let me bring it down.
Come up with a rental truck. Come up with a big, like, giant renter.
Yeah, you all.
Yeah, you're not going to get pulled over.
No, of course not.
Not at all.
And so many did serious time. Yeah. So many just over the cannabis. I've had so many families up there that grew, and they accepted the fact that my kid's going to be arrested or my dad's going to be arrested, and we're going to run the farm and take care of it until he gets out. And then the son gets arrested. So now 2 of them are in jail, but they accepted it. This is their lives. We have to wait till we get out, and we'll do it again. Because you did make a lot of money back then. A pound was $4,000 a pound, or outdoor was $3,000 a pound. So if you had one good hit in 1 year, you could be sitting on $300,000.
And it's like, but a lot of those people got left behind. All the legacy growers, like they looked at the paperwork, like it came. They saw it. They were like, it's same deal. PTSD for paperwork. Like as a stoner, you don't want to fill out forms.
We don't. That's why we grow weed. Is we don't want to fill out forms.
Like you look at these forms, like, wait a minute, you want to know what now? Oh no, I'm done. Everybody would get to a certain point and they would just quit because they would be like, it's not worth it. I'd rather just.
Oh, I've gone through it. Yeah. I don't want to. In fact, I'm legal, but sometimes I'm illegal.
Right.
Why? Because the system has it where it's very difficult to stay up with it, to get attorneys, to do the paperwork. They'll change it after a year. Now is to do new things. Right. Now they might come to your guard and say, now you don't have this done right. And it's like, I don't really want to work with you guys. I'm doing it because I have to. But it's difficult. I think that the way the system's set up and the way they're making it so difficult is encouraging illegal growing still. Yeah, all my friends up north, they want to go legal. Yeah. Kent, how can we do this? Oh, dude, I spent 2 years trying to do it myself. I've got one little license myself. I don't know how you do this. Let me help you move your stuff. Maybe I can get it and use it and say it was on my farm.
And the problem is that the way you did it is just probably not even doable these days. You know what I mean? Like it was like, and you'd be like, if you only knew what I had to do, you would not want to be doing what
you would not. I don't know why I did what I did.
Well, I mean, most.
But I knew it was wrong. If the government is here to protect us, and laws are to protect us, then why is alcohol and tobacco legal and marijuana illegal?
Right.
That was something we all talked about in the 70s and 80s. How can this be you protecting me? The laws apparently are you can sell tobacco and kill people, but you can't smoke cannabis, which helps people. So I was convicted. I gave up not just convicted of crimes, I was convicted in my heart by God or by this whole aspect that I'm in a wheelchair. Marijuana really helps me. I got off the pills. I actually live a good, healthy life. And I want to share this with other patients who are drinking alcohol and beating themselves up with pills when there's a better way. But it's illegal.
Right.
I would talk to people and say, I can't do that, Ken. It's illegal. I'm not going to lose everything. I'm not going to go to jail. So they scared everybody with it. But I decided I'm no longer going to be afraid.
Well, I mean, we've never discussed this. So how long have you been in a wheelchair for?
I've been in a wheelchair since I was 18. I was in a motorcycle accident.
That's crazy.
When I was in high school, I just graduated.
Great timing, right? Like just at the top of your fucking game.
No, yeah, and I was broken. Didn't know what to do. I was in Vallejo rehab, and in '75, all the vets came back from Vietnam, so I was in a rehab with all the vets. So for the first year in this rehab in Vallejo, they had me with a handful of pills. I was slurring. I don't know if this is working. I don't think I can recover like this. Yeah. At one time, my orderly was pushing me in my gurney outside, and the Vietnam vets were in a circle smoking marijuana. Right. Bray, push him over here. Here, try this. And I remember saying, I don't really want to smoke, but you know what? I'm taking these pills. What the fuck? All right, let me try it. I mean, it was instant. It saved my life. It actually saved my life. I woke up the next day, I ate, I slept all night, and what you need when you're recovering from an illness is sleeping and eating, and calmness in your head. And it gave me all those.
Right.
I was an advocate and a pot person from the moment that happened.
And you know, it's also interesting because, like, as a kid, I was always seeing the pattern that all these kids that I knew whose dads were Vietnam vets that smoked weed really had either they smoked a
PTSD.
Well,
they came back from war. A lot of them have horrible nightmares.
Oh, they had that for
and
sure.
You know what marijuana does? It
but they
stops
also
your
had
nightmares.
they had good weed, or they smoked a lot of weed. Like some guys didn't have good weed, but they smoked a shitload. You'd be like, oh my god, your dad is crazy. Like he just smoked all day, but he had crappy weed. You know what I mean? Then there's other guys that were like connoisseurs, and they had fucking great weed. And you walk in the room and you smell hash and top quality.
I migrated to that. I really felt if it was a crappy weed that I wouldn't be using it medically, because for me it really wouldn't work. I would smoke some weed, say, "Oh God, give me my money back. Give me my $5 for that eighth back."
So with the granddaddy, did you
bag? I remember when it was you measured your weed in fingers, 2-finger lid, 3-finger lid, 4-finger lid.
Yeah. Did you so did the granddaddy end up having a whole bunch of other cannabinoids in it, since you kind of just honed in on those things, or what was?
I don't know really what it had in it. All I know that when the Native Americans, there was, I was dealing with some pomos up there and moving their herb, and Charlie, I went to his house one night. I did a deal. I made $30,000 on that deal that night, because back then you can buy it for $3,000 and sell it for $4,000. So you get 30 pounds, you make $30,000. I made more than growing it. I didn't want to grow anymore. I just grew small amounts for my head of bomb shit.
Right.
But
allegedly.
Yes, thank you.
I'm not an attorney. I play one on the Adam Dunn show.
Right. So, well, I mean, we do know like this. So purples are produced by anthocyanins, right, in the plants, right, which are pretty much in all sorts of things. And what's funny is, from a health point of view, I feel like all of those things that have those high amounts of it in it are really healthy. Like they just seem to be the natural medicine in a sense, as far as food.
I never found a purple I didn't like.
Purple plant, purple strain.
Yeah,
I found a lot of bland ones. That's the problem. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah. People have overbred it.
There's a lot of stuff where you're just kind of like, it looks really pretty.
But years ago, when I was younger, whenever I found a little bit of purple in something, the first time I saw the purple was not. I had a little bit of the.
If you take a lot of mushrooms, you see a lot of purple too. You ever notice that? Like everything turns purple. Like you're like, dude, your face is like purple right now. And you're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I don't know, I'm tripping balls right now. But you look purple. You look
purple.
Yeah, you would be the kind of guy.
If I hold my breath, purple.
Yeah, you'd be like, go from red to purple really quick. Yeah.
I would too.
The blurple. But so okay. Speaking of which, what do you think about the whole like shift now from cannabis to psychedelics? Like,
I don't know how I feel about that because I've tried psychedelics. I did the acid back in the 70s and mushrooms. I didn't really like the tripping so much. A couple times I had a great time going to movies, going to concerts, laughing our asses off, enjoying the music. But to me, I didn't really desire it after I've done it maybe 10, 12 times.
It's definitely one of those things where
people say it really works.
Well, the thing is now what I think people have figured out is that it's not necessarily about doing doses to actually get to the effect as much as keeping all the cells happy and keeping all your like it actually is doing a lot of work like as far as brain development, like especially with like growing brains like from kids and like the introduction of the right kind of mushrooms. It doesn't have to be a psilocybin or it doesn't have to be a psychedelic mushroom. It can just be a medicinal mushroom. But the psilocybin is like taking that to the next level. Like, you know, medicinal mushrooms might help you with some neural regeneration, things like that, which are important.
I believe they're going to find medical benefits.
Oh, and
the more they do it, the more they'll find it.
There's so many.
But it didn't really work for me.
Yeah.
It was really the cannabis that was so healing. And when I find a certain cannabis, it was like, oh my God, I feel good. I feel like cleaning my apartment. I feel like reading my book. I feel like, you know, I would just feel happy. Wondering, man, how many things in life make you feel happy?
But you know what I'll do? I'll just like smoke a little bit more and think about when I could do that.
I'll go back to bed.
I want to clean my apartment, but man, this weed tastes good. I'm gonna sit here. What was I doing again? What was I thinking about? Yeah, no, it is like the funny thing because like I think Steve was saying earlier how you know you can be energetic from some weed, you can be tired from some weed, you can be, but it's not. It could be the same weed. It can do two different things at two different times.
Yeah, depending on how much you use. Because I would have just a tiny little hit of perp, and I'd be all happy and up, and then I'd have like 2 more hits, and I had to go lay down.
Well, it's situational, right? Because we're walking in New York, as Adam was saying, and we're walking past some cops. It's kind of like, imagine if you were told one day that all lions tomorrow are going to be vegetarian. Would you want to have dinner with a lion on the first day that you heard they were vegetarian? You know,
no, maybe I'll wait for someone else to do it.
You know, so it did.
Well,
it was
Dave. Like the whole time, I kept saying, like, Dave, we got to go smoke in front of a cop. Come on, you're a New Yorker. You got to do it. You got to do it. Yeah. And Dave's like, no. And then at one point, I could see he like let his guard down. He felt a little like extra cool for a moment.
Was it extra cool? It was more like stupid.
Extra cool.
Extra stupid
pulled
cool.
Out the joint, pulled out the joint, flicked it really extra hard. Puffed on it a little extra harder than normal, and as he exhaled it, I go, you know, there's a cop like right up there, right? He's like, he hands me the joint, really quick.
Yeah, he was doing it, not me.
That wasn't me, it was you. And it was
that did not happen that way.
Oh, it totally happened. Like,
it sounds like it. You're looking guilty. You're turning purple.
I'm turning purple because I was there, and it did not happen that way. It was very similar, but it did not happen.
So is that one of those stories where you're?
It was very much that way. But in general, it was like it's hard to turn that off. You know, you can't. It's just like it's there. Like
I've smoked in front of cops. I've done it where we're in San Francisco and people were saying we could do it. Yeah. So I remember Willing somewhere. I'm with a friend. He said we can't smoke it here. Cop on the corner. I was like, give it to me. I go, Will, right by the cop. Not blowing it at them. I remember the first protest, Brownie Mary protest back in the early '90s. We went to the protest. And there was only like 7 or 8 of us. And I was the only guy in a wheelchair. Other people standing around.
Yeah.
And then they had more guards up there lined up in their guard gear and their face masks and their guns. I was like, look at us, just a couple of hippies down here. So the guy said, well, should we do something? Let's smoke a joint? I said, yeah, light it. Now I'm down here at the lower level because I'm in a wheelchair. So I leaned into it. I said, here, I'll take the first hit. The guy held it for me. We're all nervous, you know, because we're still from the time when they
Definitely
arrested you.
give it to the guy in the wheelchair.
Yeah. Maybe they won't take him. Maybe
that guy.
It's him. Get that guy. We told him not to do it. He just tucked on it.
You're not going to take him to jail, officer, are you? I mean, come on.
So I took a big hit. I blew it out, and the wind blew it right towards the cop, right under a cop's mask. I was like, and we all looked at each other. Well, that was the worst thing we thought. I didn't try to do that. And the cop lifted the mask up. He put the mask back down, and we all started smoking. I guess it's okay, you know?
It's too bad he didn't go like this.
That's like.
Oh, he did. Now I remember. Yes, he did that.
Yeah, it's like that's like at the cup that year when they fucking busted the cup in Amsterdam, and all of a sudden they would like lock the door, and they're like, everyone's like, so now what do we do? And it's like, I guess we just smoke all our weed.
Smoke it up quickly.
So everyone
Eat
just
it or smoke it.
Everyone just started smoking weed because they were like, yeah, they're searching everybody on the way out. You can't have weed on you, and it's like, really? Cannabis cup can't have weed? It was like everyone looking
In Amsterdam?
Like, yeah.
Yeah, no, Amsterdam was cracking down. I've been talking to.
This happened in like 2011, I think.
No
Ben Dronkers.
way.
Ben Dronkers told me he got raided 3 or 4 times over the 10-year period in the 90s.
Oh yeah, no. Ben was actually arrested. I think when I worked there in when I left in 92, 93, he had already been arrested 35 times.
Oh, that many times, yeah.
Yeah, he's been like, I've been arrested 35 times. It's like just that guy. But it's funny, as a shop owner there, though, that's the way the Dutch are. They're like, who owns this place? And you have to be like me. And they're like, okay, so you're coming with us. They don't like arrest anybody who's working there. Or they go to the owner right now. We've had it a couple times too, where I got marched out of the spot, and they don't take you in a car. They walk you down to the station.
The perp walk?
In the fucking handcuffs with 2 cops walking down the fucking shopping street of Amsterdam.
Doodly-doodly-doo.
With me and Doug. Like, oh, great. And that was like a classic where a kid who was working for us had received, so he had given somebody some weed to run to make bubble hash. That guy froze it, gave it back to him frozen, right? So it's a big solid chunk of
ice.
Of shitty weed that's been run already twice. He's leaving it in my freezer, and as the cops roll in to find out who's the owner, I say me, and they say, yeah, can we search your place? They search the place, and then the guy goes, bingo, and he comes out with this big frozen bag of weed.
Yeah.
And I was just like, what the fuck is that? Like, I was like looking at it, and then later I find out, like, oh my God, I can't believe, like, someone was trying to do a handoff at my spot. Some old, beat up, old shit. And I was just like, and then I was like, the best part was that because it was frozen, they didn't know what to do with it. Like, the cops came down. By the time they got down, it was just like a soupy mess of some sloppy goop. And they're like, so what are we going to do with this?
Soupy mess of sloppy goop.
Oh, it looked like some old spinach in
I'm
a bag,
hungry.
you know. The classic. And so, end of the day.
Cannabis soup.
We got out on that one. That was a good technicality. It was like, I don't think it can get us
So you got off on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been rated, I don't know, I've probably been rated 20 times over the years of doing it. And I beat every one, all my cases. I've had 3 federal raids in 05 and 08 and 09, and I beat all the cases.
Wow.
But I really realized the courts were afraid of me because of being in a wheelchair. And they didn't want to look like... I remember once when the cop arrested me and he had me in jail, there was a cop that was walking by him saying, hey, we got an old lady doing a jaywalking. And he said, leave me alone. Right. I thought, oh, yeah, see, it's not so good arresting me. Yeah. You know, I didn't like give them an extra badge on their... You know, well, arrest a guy in a wheelchair for smoking weed.
Exactly.
Way to go, man! You're making this place a safer place, buddy.
Right. You know, like it's like kind of like Jason Love.
Yeah.
During in Colorado's things, we had a guy named Jason Love who now is fine, but like at that time
he was like the quintessential Coloradan skier, hiker, mountain climbing, the whole 9 yards. Man. And then one day, he's hitting the back, standing on line to get on a ski lift by an out of control snowboarder.
Oh.
And
hurt his back.
Had to walk with two canes, right?
Oh, yeah. When I
in
first
a
met
wheelchair.
When I first met him, he was definitely like, you know, like it looked like he was had already atrophy. Legs were already like getting like, oh, I don't know. But then, and it was also because I hadn't really understood at that point. I didn't really hear the whole backstory and stuff. So I was just looking, and then I remember I was there right at the moment where he started to just like beat it, you know, and I was like, oh my God, this guy's beaten, like he's coming out of a wheelchair, a cannabis guy. Yes, I like the story was too, and he beat the case.
Yeah, the judge said, I think the line was that he was Mr. Love, something if you were growing 1,000 plants, I would tell you right now that that's an acceptable amount of cannabis for you.
So I was like,
and that was like it. That was it. The floodgates were open. Docs were writing enhanced plant counts, and it changed the game for a long time. It put a lot of medicine.
Well, that's why I really saw when the medical movement was starting that I had to be a part of it because I could be somebody who could help this happen.
Yeah.
And I knew because I was educated, because I'm severely disabled. Because when I talked to them, They have to listen to me.
Well,
Do
plus
they
it's
know
like
better
you-
what helps me than what I know?
Plus, when you give them a story about being 18 and having that all happen to you, it makes people think, because most of those people are over 18, so they got to live past that. You know what I mean? They didn't.
Yes.
They didn't get cut down at that age. Very few people do.
Yes.
So for them, it was like, they have to feel that. It has
They
to
don't
be
want the
visceral.
mirror
It
to
has
show
be
them what
visceral at
heartless
that point.
Well, there
fucks
are
they
some
are.
people who don't feel it. I've had cops lock me into jail, spit on me, turn the light off in the room, and act like, well, you won't be able to do this. You can't do this. I can't do this. I can't help people get marijuana. No, you can't.
Yeah.
What, under your watch?
Right.
Well, watch. It's the truth.
Well, and that's the thing. I think a lot of people don't realize, no matter what your state, cannabis is such a powerful thing that, like, once people figure it out, especially like once you get like behind the story, like, you read Jack's book, you read about the conspiracy of it all, you get behind the backstory, which is always like, holy shit, like, there's so much against this thing. It's got to be good.
There was so much against us. We were really going against the grain, going against the river.
Tobacco, pharmaceutical,
paper.
They all fought us. They were who were against us.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Chemical.
Up in Humboldt.
Alcohol.
Budweiser.
Tobacco. I mean,
No, but
like,
up in Humboldt,
you just go
Budweiser
down
bought the helicopters to go look for
course
pot
they
farms
did.
because they'd done a study that showed that when less marijuana was consumed, more beer was consumed. So
Surprise,
terrible
surprise.
study. I bet if you put them in the same room, they'll both go up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's the thing. Is
they
people,
probably all smoked. How many judges did I talk to who said, after the movement got going and they started coming out of the closets saying, well, yeah, I smoked marijuana, and you were putting people in jail? Hey, I felt bad about it.
So we're
But
sitting
I
here.
had to do it.
We're sitting here in Las Vegas right now, and there is going to be a landmark case that is going to get heard, probably in front of the Supreme Court. It could get worked all the way up the chain, but a police officer here in Las Vegas was terminated a few years ago because they tested positive for cannabis. And they appealed it, saying that the law states that anybody over the age of 21 can consume cannabis in the state of Nevada. And the state Supreme Court ruled back that you are correct, and Nevada's law, in their words, was untenable. So it means it doesn't hold water. It can't be enforced. And it could set a precedence that police officers who do want to use cannabis might be able to use cannabis. Now, it's not anytime soon. It'll probably be years. But it started the process that could eventually lead to it being just like going to eat French fries.
Well, it's the same. Well, maybe not that, but yes, it's going to be acceptable.
Yeah.
It's not going to be looked at. I mean, we've been looked down upon from the moment I was fighting a movement. I've had family members, and everyone ostracized me. Well, you're smoking weed, You're like, you're doping yourself up. Why would you be doing that to your brain? Why would you be,
And it's funny how everything is wrong. Like, everything. Like, to the point of, like, no, dude, like, actually protecting my brain and actually...
It's actually helping me.
Like,
It's doing-
especially when you see them older now and you start to see people who drink a lot and faculties getting
Yes.
completely annihilated, you know what I mean? To the point where you're like, wow, dude, you're like not there at all. Whereas cannabis people are sharper and sharper, and people tend to just have that, like, longevity, you know what I mean? Which is...
And hopefully
totally
that's what we're going through, is that renaissance of acknowledgement and recognizing it. I mean, people talked of Jesus Christ had his feet anointed, and a lot of people say, yes, with cannabis oil.
Of course it was.
And I believe it was.
100%.
Have you ever had your feet anointed with cannabis oil? Man, you get tingly all over. It's like, man, this feels good.
Well, they've figured out that it has to be cannabis oil because of all the different types of
Wait,
things.
look who's calling right now. Steve the Nose.
Oh,
Should
my
we
God,
answer it?
The Nose. Do you remember the Nose?
The
Steve
Nose.
the Nose.
In Amsterdam?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
He wants to video chat. Steve, we're live on the show right now, and look at you calling. Can we put you on the air? Hold on.
The walrus speaks.
Yes.
I am the walrus.
Cuckoo-ca-choo.
Cuckoo-ca-choo. There he is. Oh, he's in his underwear. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Did you see that? Wow, he's turning the lights on.
Oh, wait, he's back.
Wow.
Amazing, amazing. Of course, nobody can see this. You know that, Dave.
Yeah, we can.
No.
But we can. We'll tell you about it. He looks good.
Oh, really? We can see.
Steve, I'm gonna text you our number. Maybe can he?
No, we can't.
No, you can't because you don't operate any technology.
Plug into here. Look, it's got
It doesn't plug in. It's an iPhone.
Oh, you suck.
Yeah.
Dave sucks. Pretty much, Dave sucks.
No, we just talked to Steve Parrish.
A real Steve, the big Steve.
You what? Oh, you saw the post.
Bluetooth.
I'm gonna text you something. No one can hear you, so it's not good for
I heard
radio.
Bluetooth.
Yeah, where was that coming from?
It's this.
Oh, Bluetooth. Oh, wow, look at that.
Bluetooth? Okay, hold on a sec. I'm gonna.
Look at that.
I'm gonna go to Bluetooth.
No, he's got it without Bluetooth.
Oh, hold on.
Look at that.
Don't go. Bluetooth.
No, I won't. Hang on.
Oh my God! It's
Vinny.
like, come on, Vinny, you can do this.
Yeah, I guarantee you, these people with all these inventions of
Don't drop the
iPhones
whole
and,
thing for it.
and all the technology, it was cannabis people who worked on that stuff.
There he is. There I am. Crank him up a little louder so we can hear him.
Live in Amsterdam.
Amsterdam's giving us the update. I don't need his louder. Come on, what's going on?
Hello,
As loud as it can
Amsterdam.
go.
My hash pipe.
No, I can barely.
Yeah, my
There
hash.
it is. It's coming better.
There it is.
Yo, yo. They miss you out here, bro. They're like, we need those.
What are you dabbing over there?
Of course we're dabbing. What are you talking about?
All right.
Dab-a-doo.
How do you feel about Dev?
Dab-a-doo. I love to do a dab. Dabbing all night long.
I wonder if we
Well,
should
hey.
mention Steve's name to
Parrish?
To Parrish.
I don't know.
Do you know Steve Parrish, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, I know him.
Oh, see, of course he knows him. He knows everybody.
Of course he knows.
I don't know everybody, but I met him a few times.
Everybody works.
Hey, he went to Bound High School, man.
He went to John Baum?
Yeah.
No
He
shit.
was a year ahead of me. He was a year ahead of me.
I did not know. See, you should have called us before we interviewed him. That would have been a nugget to know.
And then we had a mutual friend. He took me to a Dead show at the Capitol Theater in Portchester. And I sold Sam Cutler a couple ounces of Primo hash.
Of course you did.
Where did you get that hash?
And then after smoking a ton of it, I passed out in the drum cases on stage right. And my brother and all my friends were in the audience. They could see me all nodded out and shit, man.
Nice. We need that photo.
Is that on camera anywhere? Can we get a
I
copy
have
of that?
no idea. Maybe somebody has a picture of it somewhere. God only knows.
Isn't it amazing that we
But,
grew up? There was no camera, like there was no videos
yep.
and no.
Well, maybe
Instagrams
people took, for
No,
35
no,
millimeter
phones.
shots.
Go to a phone booth and get out and call your person. Hey, are you at home? Can I come by and pick up a 25-pound block of crappy Mexican weed with seeds everywhere?
So we're chilling with
Listen,
Ken Estes
I got
over
to
here.
the show. They had the crappy Mexican weed.
Yes, I made a lot of money on that crappy Mexican weed. But then the green bud came out.
They had a big box, and they were taking the seeds out of it. And I pulled out the Primo, man, and stuck it in the pipe. And the next thing you know, everybody was choking and gagging and all fucked up.
I went through that same story, selling all that, and then all of a sudden they called it Sinsemilla. I said, what's that? Oh, it's seedless weed. I said, well, what does that mean? How can you grow any more of it? How can we have seedless weed? Try this out. Boy, I coughed my head off. It was a whole new level. I think I just started going up to Humboldt, and I quit selling brown weed from that moment on.
Is that where they
Dude, I
invented?
got that stuff in 1976 from Santa Cruz and knocked my socks off.
Yeah, me too, 76. The skunk from I used to go up to Arcata in Humboldt.
And this guy called it the grease.
Yeah,
And
why?
He wanted $120 an ounce. I looked at him like he was crazy. After I smoked it, I bought it all.
Yeah, no, I remember going from $20 an eighth to 25 an eighth to $150 for an ounce of skunk. It's like, how did this happen? I was buying pounds for $100. The next couple weeks later, it was pounds for $200. Next thing I know, but within 3 months, I'm buying pounds of skunk for $500 a pound. And I put it into bags and made like 3-finger lids, and I could get like 30 3-finger lids. I didn't even know about ounces and cutting it up to 16 ounce. No, these are 3-finger lids. I got
this
30 of
was
them.
19 What year was that?
77.
This was 76.
Well, that's like
you one upper you
on Dead
Oh,
Tour.
you got me, you.
on Dead Tour for Mike
This was
Denver out
in,
there. Do you
this
remember?
was in the fall of '76. There was a guy I was down in Santa Clara at a friend's house, and there was this guy Rich. He had this vegetarian restaurant, and he had this crazy guy cook called Waldo, and he was making these Waldo burgers. And he came down from the mountains one day with this fucking weed called the grease, and it was, listen, you're smoking Mexican, and then all of a sudden you smoke that.
What a difference, right?
You go from like ladder step number 5 to ladder step number 9, like.
What do you mean?
Whoa.
What do you mean you go to falling off the ladder? I got to just lay here for 2 hours. I can't go anywhere.
I had a friend there in San Francisco. He had really good Buddha sticks. That was the time of the Thai and the beginning of the Sensimilla.
Oh, the Thai stick. Yeah, because I think that the guy up there who crossed, the guy who came up with skunk, he did the Colombian Gold and Panama Red cross, got a female, and then got a seed from the Thai stick, and got a male, and he crossed him, and that's supposed to be what happened with how we got the skunk.
I don't know about that, but I know about that haze strain. All I know is
about
when the
that.
skunk came around and you couldn't open the bag in the house.
No, it's stuck in your pocket, wherever you had it. My mom
I
would
know
always...
people like I know a guy that got stopped by the cops, and the cops thought his car got skunked.
Yeah, mine too. No, I told them. They said, "What's that smell?" Oh, I hit a skunk.
Hey, what was that shit, man?
Yeah.
It was skunk. I don't know how. How did they ever make that? Get that that terpene, that skunk terpene? I mean, how'd they do it? They bury a skunk in the ground? I mean, I'll never get how they came up with that because we have not had that since.
I don't know, but
It's weird. I think my theory is that it got itself eliminated off the fucking earth just because it got busted. Everybody who got it either got busted or
Yeah, because it blew up your neighborhood. You couldn't.
Sam said he bred it out of it. Sam said he bred that roadkill smell out of it.
Which is bullshit.
Skunk cannabis responsible for getting people arrested
turned it
for
into
40
fruit.
years.
Right. Everything Sam touches turns to
I
fruit.
wanted that skunk.
Oh, we all
He
want
turned it into fruit.
We all want that.
We
I know.
all wanted it.
And I already.
Yeah, we all want it now. People want it now.
I bitched at Rob
Now the only
about
thing stinky is this nasty Kush.
Garlic, nasty.
Well, kind of stinky. I mean,
There's a lot of-
that skunk was stinky.
There's a lot of
I mean,
stuff
you
that-
knew it. You could have it 3
No, it
houses
was
away.
stinky. No, you
You
open
drive up
the
to someone's
bag,
house
your
and you
house
smell it.
smells like you've been skunked.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I noticed the most is that like all the plant was skunky. Like the stems were skunky, the weed was, everything was like. Now it's like sometimes if you walk in the room at the right time, you're like, oh, I smell it. It's there. Then you cut the plant, it's gone. Like it doesn't last around. It might be there for the first couple days, something funky, something cool, and then it just disappears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can kind of tell. I mean, some still have a good nose,
Super skunk was probably the closest I ever saw where it actually kind of came back. Like it was Afghan type skunk.
Doug called me and said he had some Sage.
Ooh,
Sage.
Do you have to say it with an accent?
Yeah, you have to.
Ew, I've got Sage.
Yeah, that's how they
cost you $1,000 a gram.
I know, because they have a French guy, Julian.
It's like Sade, but now it's Sage.
Sage.
Unfortunately, he doesn't even have a bud for me to smoke, that fucker.
Sounds 100%
Oh,
like
that's against the fucking rules.
Don't even talk about it if you don't
Called
got
me
it.
up,
Yeah.
calls me up and asks me for the guy's number at the Terps,
Yeah.
and then tells me he has the Sage,
But not for you.
And then he doesn't have any for me to.
Well, you can't find the number now, can you?
He does not know how to deal
Well,
with it.
I get it. I get a nug. You get the number.
He has not
You know
figured
how
out.
to play the
I just
game.
told him he has to get off his ass and go over there, man. I got no numbers.
Get off his ass.
Wow.
Fuck. That he broke how many rules right there?
At least 3.
Yeah. Seriously. That's like foul. You're out of the game. Sit down. Yeah. That's it. You're done.
Well, I'll make sure to educate him on how to grease the wheels better with the nose.
The grease.
Yeah. So
he's like, "Where's my grease?" Still.
So I think
That's the
Steve's in the
situation.
next room doing his Sirius satellite radio program, actually. And actually, he did say, when you hear the interview tomorrow, that he was going to mention the show. So we wrote out some lines, and hopefully he will mention the Adam Dunn Show on the Big Steve Hour on Sirius Satellite Radio right now.
Did you find out about Herbie?
He did.
We did find out about Herbie?
I don't know. I don't know who'd you
No.
Think I could do it, did you?
You'll see the interview. It was we gave Steve
I
the
won't
floor.
say anything. I don't have any serious.
We'll send. It's on YouTube. We'll send you the.
He pretty much takes over. So there's not
Yeah,
much. There's
he's a big person.
Hey, I wanted to ask you, have you ever smoked Granddaddy Perp?
Have I? Yeah. Oh.
No.
Steve, you ever
If I
smoked
had what?
Granddaddy?
Steve, have you ever smoked the Granddaddy Perp?
God only knows.
Maybe not. You would. You probably would know if you did it.
Well,
That's
if,
one of those memorable ones.
He's a hash guy.
The King of Kush has. I probably did.
Greenhouse ever get your shit? No.
No, I never got a turn.
No. So.
You know, the King of Kush, Mr. Granddaddy Purple there, Brett.
Oh, Brent Bogue.
No, that's not Brett. That's Brett's tries to take credit for my strain. It's actually mine, and I came up with it. But he's been trying to take credit for it the whole time.
Brett Bogue trying to take credit for shit he didn't do. That's never happened.
I cannot believe it.
Yeah, no, I've had to hear it after 2 years of having it out. All of a sudden, he started telling, "Oh, that's mine. That was my shit." No, it wasn't. I didn't even get none of that from you. Yeah. It was the Native Americans I got it from.
There you go.
The King of Kush.
Last I saw, he was not Native American.
No. You were right.
There's so many funky strains here. There's so much crazy American weed. They're calling American weed here. They're getting like so much money for it. It's unbelievable.
Like what? Is it that good? Why are they getting it? Just because it's from America?
I don't know, man. If you can get a pound of real Cali over here, you can get like
it's like
they're selling it for 30,000, 30 euros a gram.
30,000
a kilo. They're paying 12, 15,000.
What?
That sounds like a hot item.
Whoa. Say that again, Steve. 30,000 euros?
You can go to the plug.
30 a gram.
You can go to the plug and buy weed from California for 30 euros a gram.
Wow.
Supposedly. So that means, they're paying 12 or 13.
Hey, look at this mathematician.
Get the fuck out. Oh, he can, trust me. There's no one better.
Did you know that they're in Oklahoma right now? They're selling weed for extraction that's coming in
I
at
heard it's 300 a pound or something.
$20 a pound.
20.
Outdoor, yeah.
20.
How you making any money at 20?
How do you get 20 a pound?
20 a pound is what they're taking.
I mean, they were doing that. They were doing that for trim.
Because they're
growing acres outdoors, and chipping it.
Dude, isn't Chip Baker over there in fucking Oklahoma?
I think he is. Everybody's there. Everybody who wants to go big has gone to Oklahoma to go large.
Go big.
I'm in Oklahoma.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm out here, but I got a spot over there too.
They're running at.
Because they just let it know. I forget the name of the city.
Oh, that sounds like you're really local.
It's like an hour from.
That's crazy, man. Oklahoma.
Of all places.
No, well, that's because they make the license so easy.
$2,500, right?
And you can fill up property from corner to corner.
Oklahoma has I think it's 2.5 million people live there, and they have 1.7 million licenses issued. So
it's about like that.
Well, they'll get up to 2 million. Everyone wants one.
When I was driving there, I would be like every 3 miles or so, there'd be like a little steel building on the side of the road, and it'd be like dispensary. I'd be like, what? That is a dispensary? On like 4 feet by 8 feet, like a shed, like a tough shed with a little thing on the side.
So hey, man, the Netherlands is open for Americans now.
What?
They're back.
Yeah. Oh, really?
And is this with no quarantining you're talking about?
We don't have to do 14 days?
No quarantine, just a vax and a
Vax
test.
and mask?
No, and a test. Vax test.
Got to get their 2.
I've got that. I got my little thing, my card that shows it. I've gone to events where you have to show it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be left out.
Dude, there are so many people here with fake.
I heard about that.
In Holland, fake stuff?
Oh, codes?
Come on.
I'm surprised that
I know.
they're all such law-abiding citizens here.
Yeah. In the crime-ridden state of
I wonder how much they're paying.
Holland.
I've heard people are paying like $2,000 for a fake card.
Well, in the beginning, the people were trying to get $600. Now they're passing it around for free.
Wow.
They gave up.
Great.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, the problem is that there's
Pass
no.
it around,
there's
pass
no way
it
to
around,
test
pass it
them.
around.
Like,
But if you get nicked, you're in trouble.
Right.
Oh, well, yeah, but you could get spike proteins and alien parasites and become magnetic if you actually got the vaccine.
You could turn into Bill Gates.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, we wouldn't want that to
A
happen.
world full of Bill Gates that would be great.
Yeah, you don't even look like him. You don't get his money though.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's purgatory right there.
Yeah,
that's all I wanted.
That's
all I wanted from it.
Literal purgatory. So you get what? And you don't get
Huh?
Oh no.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait, he has the island and the yacht and the damn.
Thank you.
Vinny on fire.
He's got them all.
Vinny got a couple of drops in on Steve, and Steve laughed. So
he wanted to talk
you'll
to you
enjoy that.
more than us.
Talk to the robot, he said.
I'd rather talk to the robot over there than you guys.
When he sat down, he goes, "Oh, it's you guys." He didn't know who he's being walked into.
Save the robots.
And he called Adam Dan.
I know. Wasn't Aykroyd. I'm not Aykroyd. Sorry.
Oh, that was fun.
How come you guys aren't at the big show?
MJ JizzCon?
We're going down to the JizzCon soon.
Yeah.
MJ.
Well, it's going to end at 5. It shuts down. So if we're going to go,
When are you going down tomorrow?
we're going to go to MJ Unpacked tomorrow.
Well, we're gonna go to both actually.
Yeah.
We're not do one today. So who knows? Our scheduling
What
is
do we
terrible. We're
know?
like, I heard there was a big, gigantic, humongous thing that takes days to get through. Let's do it on the last hour when no one's really there or
one's there, they're
cares.
shutting down.
It's all shut down.
Everyone's drunk.
I've never seen.
They're giving you stuff now for a year. Take it.
Yeah, I've never seen.
Do you want the CO2 extractor?
It's amazing how fast that
Yes.
shit breaks down though, because people are like gunning for it. Like the union guys are all ready to roll.
Uh-huh.
They start coming out like a little army. You're like, oh my god, they're tearing up the carpet before I've ever even got to finish the aisle. Like carpets are rolling.
Put that down. You're not in the union.
The minute they're given the go ahead,
That's right.
Oh, and they go right to work.
It's like on like Donkey Kong. So yeah, that's when we're gonna go.
On like Donkey Kong.
Whoop.
Whoop, whoop.
So yeah, the reason we're not there, Steve, is because we're getting interrupted by random dudes from outside of the country who are just like who
And we're in Jerome Baker Glass Studio, so
who refuse
even
to
when
grow
we're
up.
about to say goodbye to Ken, he'll walk in with someone else.
Oh, he's
and
the
then
worst.
he'll walk in with someone else, and the show will never end.
Help, they're prisoners here. Send a sandwich.
But he keeps bringing us the best guests.
Yeah.
So that's the funny part. Like it's like you can't say no.
You can't.
Like, oh,
no.
this guy's got a Netflix special. Of course.
Oh,
he's gonna
sure.
go. Oh, this guy's about
Steve
to blow.
Parrish of the Grateful Dead, come on in.
Sure.
You know, Granddaddy Perps.
Exactly.
Gotta let him in.
Please.
Let him in.
Let him in.
The door's open.
Let him in. Justin Bieber?
No.
Justin Bieber?
No, he's got a strain of cannabis. We would talk to him about a strain of cannabis, but
Yeah, what's this strain?
you know, and we'd slip in the fact that maybe
Cry
he
Baby
you know,
Kush?
didn't behave very well.
Baby.
Cry Baby Kush.
I like it.
Steve for the win.
Dun, dun,
Beep.
yeah, nice.
Cry Baby Kush.
I like it.
Sweet.
Well, all the Americans
All
are
right,
welcome
Steve.
back. Americans are welcome back to Amsterdam. You heard it live here.
Come on down.
Come
The
back
update.
to
When you're
Amsterdam.
there, stop by, see the nose.
He'll be at the
Greenhouse Patio.
greenhouse patio.
You'll see him live. Greenhouse Patio.
Live.
I'm on a patio near you. I'm on the terrace near you.
Did they put you in some type of like little COVID booth? You know, it's got the plexiglass behind there, and you sit there and smoke, and people come up just to make sure you're real.
No one can come within 6 feet
Zardoz,
of me.
smoker.
No one can come within 6 feet of you.
Wherever I go, people have to move away 6 feet.
Isn't that a song?
You need like somebody who just handles the ropes.
And when I'm driving down the street on my scooter, get the fuck out of the
Get
way.
the fuck. Look, come here. Look who it is.
Beep, beep.
It's the nose.
What's up, guys?
You know, remember the nose?
Hey, look, it's Jay. What's up, man?
The dog out back from Australia.
Hey, listen. My friends, hey,
Hang on.
listen, my
See, that's
friends
what I
who
mean.
went
It
to Hawaii,
stops.
my friend Toby went to Hawaii, and Jay hooked him up royally, man.
Nice. All right, we're going to let you go, Nose. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
Holmes.
I'll call you
All
later.
right, peeps.
Peace.
Adios,
American
amigo.
peeps. Adios. and
Adios.
muchachos.
Nice.
That was great.
Well, see how it goes. See how it rolls around here. That's one of the things that we love is we know.
That's why we love stuff like this
bunch
because
of
it's all
pros, bunch
it's
of
all
pros
live, you
hanging
know.
out.
It's live. It's real. It's happening.
It's live. It's live direct, and it's taped this time. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, yeah. Dave. It's like fresh frozen. Fresh frozen.
Oh, yeah, you didn't hear that before.
I didn't hear that one. I was looking because the funny thing is he sends me a message asking me to ask how Herbie is, because I remember I told you he called me when he heard we were going to interview Steve, and he said to ask him about Herbie, and then I forgot to ask him about Herbie, and then he had to ask me again, and then he had to call and interrupt the Granddaddy Perps Ken segment, which was hilarious.
Hey. It was great. We love hearing from Amsterdam.
Steve's the I mean, he is. When I went to Amsterdam to see Dark Star Orchestra play Jam of the Dam in I think it was '97, it was one of those where 10 people came up to me and said, hey, "Do you know Steve? Do you know Steve?" And I'm like, "No, I don't." Like, you have to know Steve. Hold on, let me find. And that was it.
And bring him over to you.
I introduced him as my father. I mean, if you look at the two of us, I mean, you can't doubt it.
You could get away with it.
And he grew up in Flushing. So, I mean, he could have been my dad. He claims, though, that, he didn't know my mom, but I heard she got around. So, what the hell do I know?
Maybe. Remember those parties? Come on.
Yeah, I know, right?
We were part of that younger.
Thank you for coming in, Ken. We appreciate your
pleasure.
stories. And anybody out there right now, just call it a Granddaddy Perps Day. If you're shopping and there's purple on the menu, let's make it a purple day.
If you look up at the sky and see a purple cloud,
yeah,
it's because today's a purple day. And go out and make it a purple day.
Ken for the win.
All right, Ken, nice seeing you again, my
Thank you,
friend.
guys.
How many joints are in a lid?
We're back.
We're back.
Oh, we're tinny.
Shut up. We're tinny.
There we go.
Tinny. Tinny.
Timmy.
Anyway, thanks to Ken for rolling through. That was awesome. Literally rolling through. Look at me and my jokes.
Oh, you're such.
He can take it.
I know he can. He's a nice guy.
I hope he can. Come on. There we go. Now it's official. And we have just keeps on rolling. So during the middle of this, all of a sudden we got tapped on the shoulder once again by Mr. Harris. And it was like, we got Wilfred here, and I'm like, Wilfred, like the dog Wilfred? He's like, yeah. And then sure enough, he came on through. His name's Jason also, right? It was Jason Carr, I believe, or Jason Can.
You see, who are you? You're asking me to remember somebody's name?
Gan with a G.
I usually get it wrong while they're
Jason
sitting
Gan.
right next to me.
Jason Gan. From Australia.
Jason Gan. And I sent you a photo.
And he had 2 minutes. He had,
you two together?
No, yeah.
He had 2 minutes to do this interview, and it ended up being 25 minutes. Typical Adam.
I think it was even longer than that, no?
I watched Wilfred. It was sick. It was pretty fucking funny. I guess when he gets in the costume, he turns into that guy.
Well, see, this is another shameless plug. He needs to mention us on his show. He's got like a gajillion followers.
I'll make sure he knows
We're
who we
gonna
are.
work it. We're gonna work it. So let's roll that clip, and then we'll be back.
We're doing rough cuts again.
We're doing rough cuts on the
And roll that
rough,
beautiful
rough.
beat. Oh yeah, shut down hard.
I wanted you to be here for that.
Yeah.
And we had Delta 8 Blunts. We had Delta 8 Blunts. We were going to have the event.
Thankfully,
my business partner is a lawyer and a stickler, a nerd.
Yeah.
And she took them all out. Otherwise, I was like, oh, let's take them longer.
Well, everybody, because we got there so on the first day it was kind of loose and everybody was happy.
Introduced our guest yet? You're going to go into a story?
Oh well, I don't know. Vinny was kind of. Are we good? We're rolling. All right. Because we were just a little bit jibber jabbering there. All right. So welcome back to the show. We are, as usual, like I told you guys before. Jason just keeps pulling him out. He never stops. He's like, wait a minute. You got to talk to this guy. So we are hanging out with Wilfred. You actually still got a little black on your nose. It's even funnier because I was like, "Oh yeah, you're definitely Wilfred. You got black on your nose at all times. You can't get it off."
In this incarnation, I'm actually M. Jason also, but yeah, my alter ego is Wilfred. I just did Wilfred at the event MJBiz Con, so I just didn't get it off properly. But
no, it's good. It makes it authentic. It authentifies it. So. For people out there who don't know, when did that start? Because it's been
Wilfred.
Seems like it was a bit of.
Wilfred, the character started back in 2002.
I was gonna say a while, like 20 years ago.
Short film, went to Sundance, went to festivals around the world. Made a TV series in Australia, and that that was a big hit there, a kind of big hit, and then brought it to America, and I thought that I was just going to sell the format rights, you know, and I thought maybe I could be a staff writer on the show.
Yeah.
And I ended up starring in it and being the executive producer. I didn't want to do the role again because I had another show I created back in Australia. I wanted to do that role, and my manager said,
nobody wants. They're like, nah, we
my
want
manager
Will Ferrell.
said-
Pulled me back in.
The manager said that they're gonna, if they don't get you to do it, they're gonna get someone else to do it.
I was up for that role too.
And
Fuck.
I said, and you know, and up until then, I'd always been of the clear mind that no one else could play Wilfred as good as me. And so I said, yeah, right. Who are they gonna get?
Brad
I said,
Pitt.
Zach Galifianakis. I said, I'll do it, all right. I suddenly had an image of him.
No,
in
he
my- in the
would have
fucking
stole
dog
that shit.
He'd have crushed it.
So he would have crushed it, but
Yeah,
not.
it would have changed. It would have changed, but that's
it
that's
would've been good.
the classic Americanization of everything, right? Like,
Yeah,
you know, they
well-
would have like bring in the fucking powerhouse, and then at the end of the day, though, like we steal so much good British comedy and Australian comedy, like just all these different shows that work there. We take it and we kind of dumb it down a little bit and Americanize it.
Well, you know, I mean, other countries do it too. I mean, like there are different formats and stuff. But yeah, America definitely set the trend for. I mean, I know how.
We can take anything and make it worse. It's, it just we can.
Because you know, I've got the cannabis brand now, and I said to someone, we're talking about this sort of character that I've got, and I said, I've done 65 episodes of television. Even Ronald McDonald didn't get a running start. With that kind of, I do think that I've always said that I wanted Wilfred to be like the Colonel Sanders of. I want to have a packet of the
like
things.
chicken.
I mean, I should have more product here, but this is if I zoom in close, maybe not. But the Wilfred brand, the face is on everything.
Well, it's also cool because you have you kind of touch on a few things. You have obviously the cannabis side, so bongs and working along that line with these guys here. I'm sure you can come up with some pretty cool lines. But also you could do CBD pet products because you are represented to the
That's
press.
right.
You know what I mean?
Well,
you could
look,
do some CBD chews and make them for humans and dogs, so you could share them with your pet. I mean, there's a lot of combinations I could think of. Where you'd be like, it's totally humanly safe, and dogs love it. You know what I mean? And just don't put any sugars in them.
Right.
Kind of just like a jerky for you and your pet to kind of get in there and get some shots.
We put we put some dog treats on it. We tested some dog treats and they sold out well. But for me,
or human treats from the dogs.
we looked at that.
Or just an app that you take your photo of you and a photo of your dog, and then you hit, compile, and it makes the Wilford dog, and the dog is the person, and you as the Wilford.
Overly complicated.
Well, that's what's.
I like my idea better. It was way easier.
I like how both of your brains think. I want to get to a stage where I can sit back and people can pitch me ideas like that.
We can be your creative team.
That one.
Oh, there you
Until,
go.
but in the meantime, I do everything. You know, not everything. I got a partner who's a lawyer, and I got a business.
I mean, still got
but
there's still billboards and stuff recently, or not?
Oh, not for.
Oh, no. When was the last time I saw one? It was
the billboard business. We're not there yet. No,
no.
we
What?
we're a
They're the
bootstrap
greatest.
Company. We've really. I mean, I infamously lost all my money through a legal
A Nigerian bank scam?
A prince? Was it a prince? Guaranteed he could get you all
you just
the
send
money
me
out of the country. If you
So
just
to launch the cannabis
wire
brand,
them
I
away.
actually had to sell my apartment just to kickstart it, and so
Sure.
it's been it's hand to mouth, and it's been difficult. Like I focused on brand licensing, and I was in Spain for 2 years, and I don't speak Spanish, so it's kind of hard to run a business in America from Spain. But now I'm back. It's gone pretty quick. So.
How does it carry over in places like Spain? Do you guys can you? I mean, is it only like real like places like? I mean, here it works.
Wilfred
because-
or we?
Wilfred in general.
I think once I was shopping in a kind of a equivalent of Walmart, and someone came running up to me and asked for a photo. Was talking in Spanish, but apart from that, no one ever recognised me.
Wilfred. Oh yeah, Wilfred. Yeah,
That's
that's
me.
me. Yeah.
That's
See, notice. Oh shit, my nose.
You just
How's my
see
nose
my,
looking?
you just see my. Whenever someone says that, you just see my posture change from the sort of just depressed and falling into myself to suddenly I'm a fucking movie star, and my flip flops click back and forwards on my feet as I walk confidently.
That's like
down the
Adam
street.
every day.
You were like,
kidding me?
and you were looking over your shoulder for paparazzi at that moment, right? You're like, this is happening. It's on. It's on.
I used to this character in Australia, right? This other character called Mark Ware. He's a sportsman. I'm gonna leave. You're probably not gonna be able to follow me, but I'm gonna show you guys. I just had this walk, and where he had this fucking walk where, you know, snap his leg wherever he go like that, right? So he'd be walking like this. And one day I'm walking down the street, and you know, my depressed self, and I'm just sort of walking like this, and all of a sudden I hear this dude in the car go, "Wary!" And I was sort of like walking like, "Wary!"
That's it.
And I just like, it just instantly put me in that character. So
yeah, it's
gotta
funny.
own it.
When someone you know, pays me a compliment.
Well, it's like when we play the theme song to the show, we get all like, "Oh shit!" Start have to do dabs and really quick, like, "Oh no, we're on! It's on! It's on!" And then it'll be like, "No, we're just put on the fucking thing." It's like, oh, Pavlov's fucking dog shit, where you're just like, fucking jumping for it. But so
I don't know, but there's a guy in a purple sport coat right there.
Look at that, Doc Green.
I mean, come on. You are rocking that, man. Is that one of my size?
Are you thinking with the branding down from the CBD going into the THC market?
Well, we started in THC, and we
nice.
still have the cannabis pre-rolls here in California. We just
we're not in California, by the way.
We're in Nevada.
I'm just
sorry.
Welcome to Las Vegas, Elvis.
I drove down from California here at 4 o'clock this morning.
All right,
so
it's okay.
I don't know where I am.
You're allowed.
But I put cannabis pre-rolls in the market there in 2019.
Uh-huh.
There was pressure to go on the dog CBD shit early, and I was like, it's got to be cannabis. Wilfred's got to come out the gate with the THC, because everyone's going to be like, what? Wilfred smoked bongs, right? So unless we're going to, the company's saying, please hold
dog zonkers or something like that. You need like that. Zonk your dog. Wilfred says dogs love it.
So we've been, you know, we had cannabis for the last 3 years, and now obviously in the Delta 8 business, you know, blunts. We got packaged
dog blunts. There you go.
Flower,
That's a new one.
We got diamond sauce and stuff. So and I'm looking at setting up.
Are you a big dabber, or how's your dab?
I'm not a big dabber, but I like dabbing. Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. And Australia, what's the situation there with all the concentrates and stuff like that? I mean, it seems like it would be kind of a much harder thing to.
I haven't been in Australia for 12 years.
Oh, okay, you know shit. You know less than I do.
I mean, look, I would like to be involved in the activism of cannabis in Australia, and part of what I want to do with this brand is blow it up so I can actually really try to just move towards end prohibition throughout the world, you know, and just really like try and fight some governments. So Australia is something I really want to do, but right now I'm just hustling.
And we have a few fans that listen to the show that are from Australia. Like, so when, you know, we talking out of our ass, like I was there in '88, so like that's my fucking like
Expo 88.
Yeah, I was there for it was that was the bicentennial, right? When
yeah,
you guys,
I was there for it,
and I just graduated high school, went there, was there for about 11 months, but I really saw like the bullshit side of it after a while, because in the beginning it was like everybody had work, it was crazy, and then the thing was over and everybody was on the dole. It's like it was like back to the original, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, this
we were talking because Connor here, that's how I know Jason. Connor's from Australia, and he's the only other Aussie I know over here. And I saw him today. I haven't seen him in a couple of years. And I said, mate, I'm glad I'm from there, but I'm glad I'm not there.
Yeah.
Because it's a fucking mess right now, man.
Oh, I know.
And it's
where isn't a mess right now?
Well, everywhere is, but you don't want to be. I said, because we were in Spain and we were like going to go back to Australia, because thankfully my wife's from Spain, our kids are American, so we got 3 countries to choose from. But those choices became more and more limited in the last year. And the plan was to move to Byron Bay in Australia. And I kept saying, babe, I don't know, I just know what Australia's like. They're likely to fucking lock the doors and lock us in, trap us in there. Like it's a prisoner
the old
country.
days.
Yeah.
And they're like, wait a minute, we're going back to our roots.
There's some karmic kind of possibility that there is some like circle about that. Just like, you want to be a fucking prisoner island?
Close the doors.
Well, the problem was that what they were doing was creating a totally non-doable thing, which is like, hey, it's the opposite of problem. Like, if you have situation and it's on this island, it doesn't just disappear. It's still gonna. But if you have it under control, everybody should just live their life and be able to, because you have enough space there to like not be on top of each other and whatever. But at the end of the day, they're kind of like they're they're going for this. Anything the time you say zero tolerance, it means you have blinders on and you're not paying attention to the bigger picture.
Zero tolerance means ignorance of the possibility of any different future than what you have perceived in this narrow fucking world you're in right
so that's it's definitely. I mean, I've got my eyes on it because I have friends in Victoria and I have friends in Melbourne and I have friends and they all kind of hit me back like even 6 months ago and were saying, dude, it's kind of crazy. And like so I get the boots on the ground sometimes where I'm like, oh man, it's on.
You know,
I look at it as like the future of what we got going on here. Like if it's like that there and it does work, it may work here because people here are just way too like diverted on other shit. And, there's too much choice out there.
Yeah, yes. It's like a Chinese restaurant that you go to that has like 10 dishes, and then when you go to it 900, and you're like, come on, do I really need 900 choices?
Right now with me and my family, like this is the place where it's the last place on earth that you can be free.
Not for long.
Well, you can fight for it.
It's coming. There's a.
You're allowed to fight for it.
Yeah.
So that was the problem with Australia is they gave up all their guns a long time ago. So it was like
I remember when that happened. When that happened, I was still only a young fellow. I was still at school, but I was like, I don't like the idea of that. My dad was on a farm. He had to hand the gun back. I'm like, what the fuck? How are you going to kill snakes when they come up and try and kill the chickens? And he's like, well, we got to get rid of the guns. And that's why.
How do you kill the snakes when they're going to kill the chickens?
It's not like no one's got guns. Bad guys still got them.
Well, yeah.
Just the average guy can't protect his family with guns. Anymore.
Right. Well, Australia's pretty famous for fucking up on shit like that. Like, so what doesn't like these? Let's get a bunch of those in here because that makes a lot of sense. And then you're like, oh, wait a minute, nothing actually has an enemy from those.
But isn't that what Hawaii did?
With Australian cannabis, you know, I mean, I had a buddy, real close friend, who had a. He was locked up actually, and they let him out on compassionate leave because he had esophagus cancer, and he was in a real uncomfortable state, and he was trying to get access medicinal cannabis, and the hoops that he had to jump through, the money that it costs. By the time
and this is recently.
This is within the last. It was about 3 years ago.
Okay, yeah.
So it hasn't changed a lot. It hasn't changed a lot because it still charges you through the teeth, and you still gotta have a bona fide reason to get it. And by the time he got it, it was no good to him. You know, he wasn't able to get any relief from it.
Especially if you're like esophagus, that's like not a good spot to have cancer.
And it was frustrating for me because I was shooting Wilfred at the time, and I was living like a walk away from a dispensary. And I knew that I could just walk in and get what he needed to help him with his pain, but the bureaucracy and because it all stems back to some treaty that was done between like China and America back in 1930.
Have to enforce drug laws,
and it was
isn't that the Opium Act or something?
The Opium, yeah. And they tagged on hash to the Opium Act,
of course.
But meanwhile, you guys, America's pretty much let go of it, but Australia just went along with it at the time, and they're still holding on to the.
It's weird like that though too, isn't it? Like I was saying earlier when Steve was, I was like, it's like we told the other countries, oh yeah, you got to stamp this out and you got to be like this.
Be for madness.
And then we all are like, actually it was a bad idea, but we're gonna go with this, and then everyone's like, no, dude, we're sticking to it. You're like, no, we're gonna hang people for what? What are you talking about? Like
cut their hands off?
And now they want to own,
especially like
they want to own everything, right? Like they want to own all the cannabis. The government want to own it all, right? And so then they'll tell you who gets it for what. And then people often say, I feel sorry for them because I promote stuff on social media all the time, and my Delta-8 blunts from up here and there, and the Aussie fans are like, oh, hope they come to Australia one day. It's like, they're never coming there. Australia's never going to let someone put a brand on.
Oh, they have. They've been so especially like with tobacco and with the crazy packaging and stuff. They were
crazy for tobacco packaging.
They're the first guys to go like, all right, we're gonna put the most disgusting things on our packets ever, so you'll never want to buy it.
And pack of smokes are like $40 for a packet of fucking smokes now. And if you buy a bottle of Bundy,
let's not talk about the cocaine. Jesus Christ!
If you buy a bottle of rum, you'll pay like $40 for a big bottle of rum, and Bundaberg rum, they make something like $2 a bottle out of it. The rest goes to the government. Right, so that's how the Australian government, control the alcohol and tobacco industry. So you can only imagine now that they've got, their little greedy little hands on cannabis. It's like, no one who's ever like, you know, here there's a lot of work about social equity and people that were in the cannabis industry for years and years. And
now they're talking about it.
Now,
yeah. For a while, it wasn't that. Like, well, whatever, make the most.
But that's just not even a fucking snowflake's chance in hell of ever happening in Australia. You know, that's just those people are always going to be scum to the government.
And I mean, when I was there, the Aborigines had a big drinking problem. Obviously, I'm sure they still do. And they were drinking like the White Angels, which was like ginger ale and rubbing alcohol or something. You know what I mean? It was like, but did cannabis kind of help that at all? You think down there? Is there any of those people got into the program, or is it just kind of like a very zone?
Does the Aboriginal community
they even get access to cannabis?
Well, yeah,
like
just like
the
everyone
American
else,
Indians did here, for
I
instance.
guess I'm not really sure, to be totally honest, if it's had a big impact on community. I mean, everyone loves beers and bongs.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not a real difference that I see in the Aboriginal community and the average, you know, working class community. I come from a working class environment where everyone smokes bongs, but they smoke it with tobacco.
I know. I was just gonna say that was the worst part when I first got there.
I never did.
When I first got there, I landed in the night, and then I went to work literally the next day because I had a job lined up for me. And I get to the job site, and then this guy comes up and he goes, "Hey, mate," because I was like a catering job, right? So this guy comes up and goes, "You smoke bongs?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah!" I was like, "Oh, this is great." Gave me a little bong. And I passed out, man. I went straight down to the ground. I was seeing
because they do it to stretch it out. That's what I know. They do it to stretch it out, so they put mixed tobacco in with it. But then sometimes you go to someone's place and it's like 3/4 tobacco and a little bit of green in there. Like, what the fuck am I smoking?
And it's black ox tobacco, or like the worst possible. I literally, like, everything turned green, and I passed out and woke up and was just like, oh my god, dude, that was the most disgusting thing ever. What was that? And he's like, oh, we mull it up down here, you know. And I was like, oh, you fuckers. So I learned my lesson quick.
Well, you know, the reason why people ask, did you grow in Australia? And the reason why I never did was because I knew that I wanted to come to America and try and do television one day. And I knew that if I had a criminal conviction, it was never going to happen. Right. So I bought a lot of weed off people, but you know, and that was always scary. And it was weird actually living in California and shooting Wilfred, going back to Australia in between season 1 and 2, and I needed to smoke some weed, and I'm going to some back alley, looking over my shoulder again. It was a really horrible feeling. Yeah. And that's one of the things I promote with Wilfred is that I'll bring in some stickers and stuff from the car afterwards. But I got this image of Wilfred riding a horse, like. And it says, "Feel the freedom of Wilfred," you know, and it's a callback to those Marlboro Man ads. But the freedom of Wilfred, the feeling of freedom, can never be understated when it comes to being able to smoke or enjoy cannabis in a legal state where anyone who was part of Prohibition will always have that little part in the back of their mind, like looking over their shoulder. Yeah. But it's a beautiful feeling to be able to for it to be fucking free.
There's both though. There's like. The fact that you got to look over your shoulder is what got us that kind of funny high. That was always a little bit like, oh shit, that got me really buzzed. You know what I mean? Which you don't get that buzz. It'll take a lot more weed to get you that buzz.
It's funny that I've noticed. I bet you guys probably haven't noticed this, but you've been to Australia, right? You go to I've skipped off cannabis for a bit onto alcohol and culture and the cultural how culture absorbs reflects alcohol. Now, because of the prohibition of the alcohol industry, I've noticed that, like, dive bars everywhere, they got no fucking windows here, right? There's no fucking windows. But if you go to a pub in Australia, it's all windows, right? So it's like we're drinking beer, and whereas I think that at subconscious level, because of those years of hiding the alcohol, that still there's like bars everywhere that have got no windows.
Yeah. We don't want people to know. It's like the casino vibe though. No clocks, no windows. Because when you're in there, you come in the middle of the afternoon, it's dark, and you could be there all day, all night. And if you let people know what time it is, they're like, shit, I gotta go home, dude. It's dark out. Oh fuck.
Fucking evil places, man.
I'm gonna be in trouble.
In the Crown Casino, in Australia, I'm sure they all got these, but they got a door in the bathrooms, a secret door, where they take out the people who kill themselves, right? Jeez. So there's a door in the bathroom in the Crown Casino in Melbourne, and someone kill themselves in there. Someone comes in, and so they have to take them out through the
Come on.
You know you got a classy place when you have to have an extra thing for the dead bodies that come out the side.
It's like when they were showing us the apple plants in China. They were like, look how safe they are. They have barbed wire to keep everybody from getting in. It's like, no. That's to keep them from getting out, man. And you look at the windows, and they've got these, like, 45-degree plexiglass so that you can't jump over. I mean, what the fuck? That's just a room, a door in the bathroom. Wouldn't you think that after it happened once, you might have a problem? Twice, you're installing doors? I mean, what the fuck?
It's just collateral damage.
That's crazy.
Damn.
And I mean, it's sad, but I think we're coming out. The great thing about cannabis is it's one of those things that can actually replace all that bullshit, all the opiates, all the benzos, and all the bullshit that's really fucked up everybody.
And you know,
and alcohol again. That's like the number one.
I'm developing a TV show. So I'm putting a call out. I need some help making
something like this. Is it? Oh wait, I can. This.
And we're not after the bikini babes anymore. That era is gone, mate. So
that's no role for me.
Sorry, Dave.
Wait, no. What do they say in Hollywood? They go, "Is there a part for me?" Is that did I say that right?
The show's called The Cannabis Code, and it really is like I'm fascinated by researching, digging into, and philosophizing myself about the soul, the spirit of the cannabis plant. And it digs into every ancient religion that used cannabis as like an entheogen to connect with God. I've said for many years that my relationship with cannabis is a spiritual relationship, and so I think that there's I just think that I think that so much in suicide and stuff can be helped with
big time,
with cannabis and that
but it needs a social glue. Because the problem, that's what cannabis really does. Cannabis like brings together like weird groups of people, and it makes it all level. But the problem is if you're like going home and you're in your little like hovel and you're smoking your weed, it's not as healthy as if you're in the group situation. And that's where I think that's what's cool about like now everybody opening up, like, having these like spots. Like here, like Vegas used to be so extreme, as you know. Like before 5 years ago, even it was like, oh shit, you're smoking weed, you had to go way the fuck over there. Now it's just like. The whole place smells like weed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
That's a good thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for coming through. I don't want to hold you too much longer. Because I know
you said you only went to stay with 5 minutes.
And 25 minutes later, he's like, oh,
that's
shit.
What happened. I started having fun.
I know.
That's the way it always happens on this show.
So they can see. So you can see Wilford still on syndication.
Wilford's still on Hulu.
Hulu, there you go. Yeah, so check that out there. I've seen it actually recently, which is kind of funny. So
and you can check out a bunch of Wilford cannabis content on Wilford Cannabis TV at YouTube, although I haven't put anything on there for a long time.
Right.
Or the WilfordCBD.com. I look if you follow me on @Wilford on Instagram, I do a lot of Wilford content. Well, I did when I was in Spain. When I was locked down, I did a bunch of Wilford stuff and just shot it on my iPhone.
I'm going to take a leap here and say that you probably have a few more followers on Instagram than we do. So maybe if we sent you this video and you posted it and tagged the Adam Dunn Show, it would be it would help. I think we just broke 10,000, which is.
They're actually real people. They're not bots. It's not like I have 40 million followers and 39 million are bots.
Well, Mike Denver will appreciate this, and Mike Grow and all of our and Rosin Dogs. Oh, we had 2.6 million YouTube impressions in 2020.
Yeah.
So. Maybe we'll cross. No, that's when we find out that Wilford had 4.8 billion.
Like,
no, we had millions of people saw the TV show, but I came to the cannabis thing came a few years later, and I actually had some crazy shit happen where I had like death threats and shit, like when I was
cat lovers,
PETA.
On Wilford season 2, I had seeing on the red carpet, I had FBI following me around everywhere because I had this it was pretty horrible, and it was extortion.
You and Adam have that in common.
They were trying to extort me.
It's a great way to hype up Wilford. Be like, I'm getting extorted by some CIA guys. Well, actually, it was just a made up story. But it's good.
It was
real.
But it wasn't fun having them having the FBI in your
especially when you're like trying to be serious with them and you're like got black on your nose.
I withdrew completely from from social media, and so I only came back to it out of absolute necessity because you sort of need to do it if you're going to brand and you want your business, and I wanted to sort of generate. So as a result, you know, I mean, I think we've got like 800,000 on Facebook, but I can't reach any of them, right?
Right.
You got to pay to reach your own fucking fans. You know that, right? And even then, you'll only reach.
I know I wouldn't be aware of that, but
it's a complete. Well,
luckily, we don't have enough.
Well, thank you, because we're going to continue this. If you keep sitting here, we'll keep talking to you.
No, man. Thanks for coming through, Jason.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
All right. Nice, man. Surprise, surprise on the Adam Dunn Show. We never know.
Maybe we got the picture of Wilfred and I up that I sent to Vinny. Who knows?
We can do it. No, we can do it. It can all be happen.
And we're back. Whoa, and we still...
It's the voice of God.
Hello, Adam.
These shows are so virtually complicated. It's much easier just to go live. You know,
right?
I feel like the flow
I agree with you totally.
Hard. But I'd have to say, damn, did we put work in so far. We haven't even finished the show yet. We've had how many guests? 6 guests? I think
12 guests.
Quickly, we're going to have... notice I say quickly. Definitely not him. But we're gonna have. You just sit down over there.
Yes.
Buddy.
Yep. No.
We're gonna.
Sit.
Relax. Chill out. Just keep your shoes on. I mean, if you had shoes, you should keep them on. But
work on your suntan.
Relax. We're gonna have a special flown in all the way from that table over there. I know, guys, you're going to be rough. You're going to be like, wait, another Adam with a podcast? Can we do this?
Wait a minute.
Can this happen?
What should we refer? How do we refer to you?
It is Adam Stellar, of course. It's Adam Stellar.
Adam Stellar.
Which you know is not me, especially when it comes to sound. It can't be Adam Stellar.
No.
This guy, though.
He sounds great.
Toys on toys. He's got Zoom mics that are like huge, giant, fluffy
gimbals.
Gimbal. Yeah. He's a one-man gimbal. He's a one-man gimbal.
He's a one-man gimbal.
Right here.
Well, thank you for having me on the show. You know, it's
awesome.
It's like an honor. You know, I've been watching your show since like 2012. You know,
long before me.
You told me that you learned everything to do your show for my show, and I thought, oh my God,
it's kind of like the blueprint.
It's going down.
It's kind of the blueprint back in the day. If you wanted to figure out how to run a cool, cannabis production, you would probably listen to Adam Dunn.
Wow, look at this for some.
Wow.
Dave's like, this doesn't make any sense in his brain.
No, this is keep going.
It makes a lot of sense. I saw him at Green Labs, and he had a show up there, and I was doing an event called the Munchie Cup 2 with Steve Hagar. And with the
Munchie Cup, I remember that.
Yeah.
Who was the judge for Munchie Cup 1?
All I know
Chef
is
Ra.
that Incredibles
Shout out
won.
to Chef Ra,
Incredibles
unfortunately
won.
not here anymore.
Really?
What do you mean,
That was a
really,
good
really?
Oh, that's all. I loved him, man. He was great.
Oh, no,
he gave me Skate Boy.
I noticed that I learned a lot about cannabis spirituality with Stephen Hagar about the old High Times Cannabis Cup, him being the founder of it, and then he allowed us to do the Abacus radio, and that's kind of really where I first saw Adam Dunn doing like a radio show upstairs in Green Labs.
Yeah, that was funny because that whole Abacus thing was like, I love Steve, but he's definitely one of those guys who's always been really like hard to work with within the industry because he is actually got a lot going on.
He's got a lot.
He's really smart and he's put a lot of work into what he does.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, he picks these obscure fucking subjects that are like really meaningful in a bigger picture, but not necessarily understood at the moment. So he's good at that.
Yeah.
But it's a formula for kind of like confrontation or something. I feel like he's always been a bit of, like him and I guarantee you, we butted heads so hard in Amsterdam.
Oh, I was gonna ask, how was that?
To the point that, like, I was his nemesis. Like I didn't do it on purpose.
Sure.
I just like certain soft targets. You know what I mean? Obviously, like Dave. Speaking of which, right? Doughy, the doughy soft targets.
Yeah.
But anyway, no, he would come because the thing is he would
across the bow.
He would come with the Cannabis Cup crew and pump the whole spirituality thing, which I also appreciate. But I also knew that it didn't really work in the time. We were in Amsterdam in 1993. hip hop's raging. It's like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
vibe is like the meeting of that kind of crew.
Sure.
And then the first thing Steve wants to do is everybody's got to hold hands, get in a circle, and it was like a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
Like, I thought we were here to smoke weed. What's going on?
Wait.
But he
everybody
also-
had
but-
to hold hands in a circle.
But he also wrote the book Looking for a Perfect Beat, which is that's kind of how I really got introduced to him, was in the hip hop realm, where he you know the movie Beat Street, Stephen Hagar.
I saw that. But yeah, but show me in the hip hop community wherever they get together and guys hold hands together in a circle.
No, I understand.
And that's the funny part about it is that he's all about that.
Yeah, sure.
And yet he didn't recognize that at that moment because I was like, dude, and I didn't know that he was that focused on that because all I saw was a Rainbow Family guy coming through.
Okay, sure.
And then,
Sure.
and then the funny part is that what I saw it as was because I was a New Yorker living in Amsterdam, right?
Yeah.
And he was coming there like the New York crew, and I kind of got this like, oh, I know how to. I know how to work this channel. Like, we have to go head to head, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And then his whole deal is like everything has to go through chaos, right? As you noticed, like, oh no, we're not planning anything. Everything is going to be just free form.
Yeah,
and
it's
now,
freestyle.
And now Thump is gonna go and play drums, and this is happening. And I'm like, oh my god, this is.
That's where you got your style from, then.
No, I got my ability to deal with anything style probably that way.
Yeah, I bet you learned a lot from the early Amsterdam days.
Oh, I did.
So when's the first time that you actually met Jerome Baker? Because we do a podcast with him called Bakercast here at the Dream Factory, and I've always wondered, like, I've heard some cool stories with Jason and Jordan about how
Well, Jason and Jordan came over to Amsterdam. I think it was in '95.
Okay.
Because I had pretty well established at my spot. So I had a spot called the CIA, and it's very similar to the Dream Factory as far as the vibe, because it's a very loose, open door policy. People hanging out, very comfortable. Also meeting of all sorts of people where you'd be like, oh my god, really? Is that right there? Like, yeah, right there.
Yeah, right.
Because you end up using cannabis as like this nexus point, right? And everybody comes to like, and it was funny because at the CIA, Rob Clark came in one day and he's like, meets a guy he hasn't seen in 20 years, you know what I mean? And they're like, well, holy shit, dude, last time I saw you was like on the fucking hippie trail somewhere going up a mountain, it was like that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And he's like,
hippie trail.
He's like, this is like the epicenter of the cannabis universe here.
Yeah.
It's just like nonstop, like, and it became, that was our little moniker forever. And it was true because it was like weird. Like one day I had Ed Rosenthal, I had Mel Frank, I had Rob Clark.
Wow.
And they all came to the place to take photos of the sage, and none of them had been in the same room with each other like 10 years, and they kind of had there was a little bit of tension, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and I was like, oh no, I've like broken the fucking.
Look what Adam called it.
You brought him here.
Did a microphone come down and you announced from the ceiling?
But in the long run, it was actually really cool because it was like I had all these amazing authors all in the building in their own corners taking photos. But in the vibe was, and that's the thing is when those guys came, the glass scene in Europe was almost non-existent, right? So there was, we had graphics bongs that I would have, the bro would bring me over like caseloads, right? He'd bring me like 20 bongs, like little 2-footers and 4-footers, and then he'd bring me a pack of slides and the grommets, and so I was just banging through those, and it wasn't they were functional as hell. They were like the best in a way. And then but when those guys came and I saw like actual some real work, and I was like, dude, if you guys want to stay set up here, but then I need to tax you something because I can't have you guys just, I already knew it was going to turn into like bedlam, right? So I was like, I need to have pipe, and it was funny because at that moment everything had to be thick.
Okay, sure.
I was into it's got to be thick.
It's got to be a good one.
So I was like, I'm gonna do everything, but I want to weigh it to make sure you're not chinsing me out on some fucking shit. So I was like weighing them up, like, okay, acceptable. This one feels a little, and
2 grams under.
And then what was funny was you could ask Jordan. Jordan being Jordan, of course, was like, he's like, Adam seems to like him like the heavy, so he started throwing marbles on him,
Yeah.
And like the marbles got to the point where it looked like a genital wart or something like that. I was like, dude, you got marbles on marbles on marbles. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
All right, we may have pushed the marbles a little bit hard, So I was like, I said I liked them heavy. I didn't say I want them. You can't even move the fucking thing. You know what I mean? But anyway, they were they came, and it was, I think Jordan had broken his arm at the time, and it was like a classic,
Wow.
the party crew trying to get down, make glass, but also they got to introduce it to people in Europe, and then the people in Europe were like, how much every time? Like, how much do you like? It's that, and that was the hardest thing to sell. Is Holland? People think about cannabis in cannabis form, and if you tell them a pipe better be like, well, one cannabis, right? And they're like, one cannabis, not more than 2 cannabis, and you're like, oh no, it's 20 cannabis, it's 50 cannabis,
it's 20 cannabis.
It's gonna be a lot more, because they really are judging. Like, I buy this little tincture of weed and I smoke it for 3 days. You're like, what? It's totally not our style.
So if you think about it, you're actually like super old school JBD pre-op crew.
Pre-op.
J Pretty. Whoa, bro. Like that's kind of cool that you help cultivate, that sort of energy.
It was fun because
for Jason and Jordan.
It's fun because it's pretty hard in Holland to find a space where you could like blow glass and fucking have air move. There's just no. And my place was just a bit like this, where it was like, whatever, just do it over there. Didn't, and like. The chances of them ever being able to have done what they did would have been almost nil, because just the safety factor would be out of control. So you want to carry these tanks up your thing to the thing, so you
the spiral staircase,
flames in an old building. You know what I mean? So it was kind of fun and it was cool to watch the process.
100%,
and learn about it. And then they left a lot of work behind, but also got a few locals, I think, inspired, and so it was cool. It was like we literally got to introduce hemp and glass to Amsterdam.
Wow.
In the beginning, as far as there was none of that. There was no real hemp in the town. And
do you guys remember going to the old early cannabis cups? Do you remember? Well, could you kind of paint me a Salvador Dali on that?
Well, the thing is, so in 1993 we did a cup. I organized the cup.
So like 2 years after most of these really classic strains, like we were talking about before, 91's the year,
Yeah, so that so 91 I was working at Sensi Seeds, and then they entered the cup every year. And the cup before it was like us. Like if we did the cup. All right, we're doing the. Hey guys.
Yeah, exactly.
This would be the cup. It would be
8 people, 9 people.
Steve Hager.
Yep.
Oh. Yeah, you're now Steve Hager. Yep. And it'd be Freedom Fighter of the Year.
Yeah.
And it would be
couple Temple Dragons.
Danny
couple
Temple Dragons. Hey, I'm a 2015 Temple Dragon.
I might even be pre-Temple Dragon at this point.
Damn. Pre-op Temple Dragon. Oh, damn. That's deep.
Pre-TD.
Yeah.
Whoa. Fuck.
And then
that's deep.
And then my friend who became my partner in my first company, Dion Markgraf, who died last year, but he was like a super freedom fighter, cannabis warrior out there, to the point where he ended up going back to America and getting himself arrested by selling weed on the courthouse because he said he could. You know what I mean? I'm a doctor.
I could do this.
I'm a doctor, self-proclaimed or something. I don't know. He's great.
But I play one in the cannabis industry.
Exactly. He's a little bit nuts like that. But he helped push us in the beginning to start the whole thing, and that's why we started the CIA, because it was like a counterculture sort of spot to kind of teach people about weed secretly without them knowing it. Oh shit! So I just learned something. Fuck.
Adam, I got a question. Yeah. I've always wanted to know how you
switch around.
How you stumbled upon creating bubble gum, because that was like my dad was just telling me that's one of his.
Are you hired by James Bean by any chance? Because he's been trying to get me to tell every story possible.
Yeah. I don't know, dude. Just I've had a million questions to ask you, and this is my first time on the Adam Dunn show. So we're gonna go there.
I don't want to blow like a whole hour on it, but
no, 100%.
And we did a whole show on it, but the basis of the whole bubblegum thing was just like a lot of other things. I didn't even get a chance to do the real work because I ended up getting my room got broken into, plants got all killed. I got to re-veg one of the plants, and that was saving grace as far as keeping that line alive, because there was only 7 plants. I wasn't even at phase 2. I was just pretty much doing selection of females, and still had seeds to go through. But when they came in, they literally took all the clones, cut all the moms, took any seeds they found, took anything that was weed related.
Cocksuckers.
Dude.
pH meters. Took my pH meters.
No.
I was like, what?
They're like, yeah, we need those.
I was like, the
These
PhD
are ours.
and the bulbs out of my fucking lights. I was like, the bulb, like you take the whole light. You don't take the bulbs. Like, what's that? Just like crippled. I took your bulbs, bitch.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know, it was weird.
I got your bulbs.
It was a weird one, but anyway, that taught me a good lesson in the fact of if you really want to keep things going, you should share some of your genetics with the right people. So I gave Simon from Serious Seeds and I gave Tony from Sugar Mother Seeds the same bubble gum, and that's why you still see enough bubble gum out there from those guys, because Simon took it in a different direction. He went a little more sativa. And I kind of stayed on the indica side with my selection. So we kind of had these two parallel, and we've done these, like a German company came and bought seeds from both and grew them next to each other.
Side by side.
And it was pretty cool to see. Like,
it's cool.
But the only thing that pissed me off with Simon, I've told him already a million times, like, dude, you should have changed the name to like Serious Bubblegum or something that would have differentiated it, because what happened was the waters got super muddied again, because I felt a little bit like disheartened that other people were selling it and I didn't really push it my side so much. So I wasn't like,
no, I got you.
I'm the bubblegum guy.
Post AD 94.
And so I kind of just went like,
you are the
I just kind of went
guy.
like, whatever, you know, they're fucking running with it. And Simon, instead of going, and like I even said it to him, and he's like, oh, you know, but it's the bubblegum. That's why I didn't want to change the name. And I'm like, yeah, but it's not the bubblegum. It's the part of the bubblegum, and you took your thing.
Sure.
You know? So anyway,
we definitely heard the history on like a couple really influential strains or cultivars rather on your show, the Granddaddy Purple, and you know the history of Maui Wowie.
Well, the Maui Wowie, Howie Wowie.
The Howie Wowie.
It's the Howie Wowie
with Big Steve. I mean, who better than to tell that story?
And Owsley.
So.
Owsley brought seeds to.
If you're listening to this, everybody, you need to go back into the Adam Dunn library, go back into the Cauldron, and go take a taste test of that interview, because that is incredible.
And all you have to do is go back to the beginning of this fucking
Yes.
thing.
Yeah.
It's not that far. It's pretty simple. You might, Aaron, I don't know, you could do that. You probably wouldn't get it figured out, right? No. But in general, yeah, it's fun to go back and sort of, you know, tell the stories of the strains that at least the stories that you know.
Yeah.
Because there's always another side to everything, right? And of course, it's like, especially when it comes to like that Maui Wowie, it's funny because I'll hear another story where I hear, all the guys in Kona would call it Maui Wowie because they didn't want to get busted, and all the guys in Maui would call it Kona Gold because they don't want to get busted. You know, so who knows? There's so many smokes and mirrors. Yeah, don't relax over there, buddy. It's okay. We know you know. Don't worry. We're gonna have all answers will be answered in the next 10 minutes.
My favorite one is about like 2019 when we just started Baker Cast and we're smoking Sour Diesel, and I'm like, yeah, Sour Diesel, this is like one of my favorites, and Jason's like, yeah, let's call AJ and talk to him about this, and we interviewed him. We got on the phone, interviewed him. And to understand a little bit more about that one, I really, you know, that's one of my favorites.
And that's another whole episode.
That's a whole nother episode.
You're going into the deep. You're going on like deep. Like, what is the deep cuts we can go into?
No, actually, there is a website out there that explains it. It's called pinskysmybitch.com.
Oh, yeah,
just go there.
Yeah, just go to pinskysmybitch.com. Anybody out there, if you feel like going to it, it's live.
It's live.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it explains the whole history of Sour Diesel.
Pretty much exactly.
Yeah.
To a T.
Look at Mark. He's like, you guys are still on? Yes, Mark, we're still on. Thanks for asking. Thanks for watching the show, Mark. Mr. Perez.
Thank you, Mark.
MTI. So about your show though, so how many episodes have you done, you think, or are you just kind of going off the cuff?
We probably have like a couple hundred interviews since COVID-19 tried to knock everybody out. And then we're just kind of compiling them and just kind of taking the best of them.
I was gonna say, are you doing like the holiday style where you're just like, I've shot 15,000 hours and I don't even look at it because I can't look at it now because there's so much compiling of it.
There's just been a lot of content creation. I mean, being in here at the Dream Factory, you just got to understand, or going out to all these Las Vegas cannabis events, there's just like a lot of content always happening. So having an avenue where we can kind of now push it on JeromeBaker.shop is going to be important.
I think the takeaway you can always get from the Adam Dunn Show, since you said you learned everything from us, is editing. Forget about it. just throw that bitch up and get it over with, because you'll you'll probably kick yourself because a lot of that shit will be out of date before you've ever even put it up. Just because things are so rapidly changing.
You have to be able to put out the live stuff, but I also like putting the icing on the cake, and you can go back and hear. It's kind of like a psychedelic landscape. You have like 13 different layers. If you're talking about water, I try to have water dripping.
Oh.
It's kind of one of those things that it's like, you know, these are projects I work on over time, but I've been good about getting them out quicker.
I was gonna say, because that is if 13 layers of anything, and you're already like, I'm already feeling that should I put it here or should I put it there?
I was complaining that we did this live now, that we had everything recorded, right? And really, it's like a DJ. A DJ doesn't need to listen to the whole record. They just do the segments in the middle. But no, you know, you're professional.
You see how I go. It's freestyle. There's not much of you know, writing much things down, which actually would be really beneficial.
No,
but you see,
Wait,
but you see how
write
this goes.
stuff down?
I mean,
don't do it.
I mean, realistically, if you think about this, we're just kind of coasting through, you know, different segments, and as long as we knock out most of the main parts, then we're getting most of the.
Now you're talking my language.
Stay on track.
But I also have the Osmo Pocket 2, where I can put out the live video file with not much editing.
You know what that sounds.
That's like the.
That sounds like a vibrating.
Are you sure that's?
You know, it's an extraterrestrial multimedia device. You know,
like the optograph.
Most drones are made by this company. But realistically, that's how I put out the quick video, you know, content with the Osmo Pocket 2. But then the video or the audio content that you would record with the mics.
If you
that's
say
where you
Osmo
do.
Pocket 2 one more time, they have to pay us for a sponsorship.
Yeah,
anything with the word pocket, you're already thinking.
Yeah, I know.
What are we talking here?
Osmo Pocket 2.
Fleshlight included.
Yeah, you get one, and it's infused with medicated CBD or something. Who knows?
What was that? What was that company? Forgetting the name. They made the CBD lube, but Fiore, but it's not. It's not It said on the bottle. It's not you can't use it with a condom.
Oh wow!
Just eat it up.
Yeah, it'll disintegrate.
Wow,
like that might be a problem.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. I would shy away from that one. What are you smoking on here?
It's the Baby Maker formula. We have the new Baby Maker formula, Baby Maker lube. Would you like some? It's very good. No condoms allowed. It eats condoms. It's condom eating baby. Flesh eating.
I don't know how we got on this. You said something. I went with it. I don't know.
We just kind of flow, like I said. Yeah.
That's how we roll. Speaking of rolling, we got to put him on.
Yes.
And but before you go anywhere, we got. So where do they go for the
Bakercast?
Bakercast.
JeromeBaker.shop is where we're going to be putting this content, and we do syndicate content with Andrew with Hayes Radio.
Hayes Radio. I put the link up on the.
Yep.
You're giving Pizzicalis a link. He said
he owes us.
Yeah, he owes. He said at one point in time.
Yeah, we're up on there.
Oh, big time.
No, you guys are on there.
Yeah, we're on there.
No, it was cool. I scrolled down. I saw Adam Dunn, and I saw Bakercast.
He said that we were the most viewed show
Absolutely.
at one time on his network.
I think of all time. If you compile all the statistics of every network you've been on, that you've syndicated or that you've just been on.
Telling you, James Bean, thanks for hiring
I'm just
him.
saying.
Yep.
To make
Yeah,
us look so
James
good.
Bean. Great.
I'm just saying, you guys have an incredible crew. I love watching the show. It was a great time actually being here for the Big Steve show.
I'll have to say though, what does happen though is we're really good at coming into a unknown place and making it look like we're doing something.
Yeah,
that's our.
Isn't that part of the magic show?
People go like, "Oh my God, you guys are doing something amazing," and then you're like, "You don't watch the show."
Nope.
So there you go.
But I would like to give a quick plug to the Jerome Baker Cannabis, the live resin. I would like you to
the Jerome Baker Cannabis live resin available only in California. Then you
need
not
to go
available here in Nevada.
I want you to hit up your local dispensaries in California and hit them up and say we want this in the shop. I think it's important.
Which camera?
It's all good. It's all good. Oh, look at you. Yeah, right on it. Bud cam. Yeah, there you go.
Bud cam. So, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to say thank you so much for getting me on. And like I said, it's been an awesome couple of days chilling in the Dream Factory with the Adam Dunn Show.
It's been really good. And obviously, we want everybody who listens to our show to check you out. So keep an eye out for Adam.
Yeah, or another 15, 20 viewers.
Is it going to be called Adam Stellar Show or no?
It's the Baker Cast.
Oh, okay.
You know,
because that'd be because then you'd have when you pulled up the Adam Dunn Show, it'd be like Adam Dunn Show, Adam Stellar Show.
I feel like
Adam
that's
Carolla. Oh, we go Adam Carolla.
that's too
Adam
much
Dunn,
biting
Adam
on the
Stellar.
Adam Dunn Show. You gotta
Too many Adams. There are enough Adams
We
already.
just have to stay with Baker Cast because that's what I came out here to do with 2019 to preserve the culture and kind of tell all these stories and meet all these old Baker heads like we call them. You know,
that's what you also have a tie-dye thing going on. Briefly, maybe how did they get in touch with you for tie-dyes?
I definitely want to plug Jammin' on Tie-Dye, 1401 South Main. Just down the road, we had the after party there last night. Heard some great live music, and
we almost did. We almost did. We got close.
Oh, you were close.
So close.
50 keys.
Catfish John, the Grateful Dead cover band. They were incredible. Yeah, I do some tie-dyeing over there too, and I would like to kick up some content over there. You know, I want to give a shout out to the Jumbie Art Crew. I'm also a member of their kickball team. And Tattoos and Smoke with Toothless, the Garbage Pail Kids artist, who's
I
been
about the kickball team. What's going on? With that?
Really.
Oh, okay, it's just a metaphor for like, you're down, you're on our squad. We can like
I thought
create.
you guys are actually playing kickball.
I'm very busy in this city now that I came back. I was just at Planet 13 in Santa Ana, visual specialist. But yeah, I'm having a lot of fun coming back here and getting real busy with these said companies and putting out the content. You know.
Gosh.
The Hemp Father. Oh, you definitely got to get this guy on. I'm telling you. After him, I'm telling you, you got to get the Hemp Father.
Nobody can come after him. That's the problem.
Okay, so here's the drill.
He's a closer.
Okay, so here's the drill. Hemp Father, I suggest you get him in here. You're not going to be disappointed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Adam Stellar. Check me out, Adam_Stellar420. And make sure to check us out on BakerCast, the official Jerome Baker podcast and JeromeBaker.shop. Bless.
Thank you. Nice one.
Thank you.
Kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, it's just like depends. Sometimes it doesn't roll off the tongue. You need to kind of work at it, and you need to stay. You can't be that high.
Work.
Or you can.
I've said this probably 3,000 times. So honestly, it just kind of rolls.
Then how do you explain him?
He's brilliant. He's a mad scientist. No. That's all I can say. All right, thank you.
All right, man. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. So I think he flew all the way in, right? Flew all the way in from Hawaii, and boy, are his arms tired.
Wow.
Come on. So you had CC's thing to talk about?
Yeah, but I'm not going to start again and then get.
Oh, we're going to have him on?
Yeah, go get him. Where is he? What's going on? I thought.
No.
He's gone.
He's gone. That was it. He flew. It was a flyby. It was a drive-by. No, he can wait. Give CC's thing. Right in the middle of a dab. In the sideways dab.
Just ruin it. Ruin my dab.
I'm in big fucking trouble, man. I'm coming to your house.
Play a couple of drops for a second.
Look at you, directing little director over here. Vinny,
the top of my head is fucking.
Do something.
Really.
Let's make a
I need
deal.
a powder. Don't worry about
okay.
it. It's okay. Thank you.
well, I will do CC's thing right now because it's a good time. Now we have the boom. So I guess in the very beginning I was announcing it, right?
Yeah.
The very first
Very
thing
first
when
thing.
I said I'll be interrupted in 30 seconds.
And you
were.
were.
And I was. It's exactly how you do it. But no, I really wanted to announce the today is our official day where we're taking donations for Plant Buddies Inc. If you go on Instagram and check it out there, that's our 503c1 or 501c3.
501c3.
I get it all mixed up. I'm so dyslexic. Whatever.
501c3.
There you go. C3. See, it's a C3. They're too close. You can't have that. You can't have that. But anyway, that is our nonprofit for, and it is really, really cool because it's a way to connect parents and kids and plants, which is pretty much where we're at in this world, where I think we need to teach the kids not only about plants but also about starting their own companies, taking care of themselves. And what we do is we do donations for schools where we can bring our idea is to bring better air quality to schools, which is ironic because when we started this was pre-COVID, and we were really pushing for air quality, and all of a sudden now it's like, people might understand. Might understand a little bit more, but the kids are learning, like I said, business skills through this, and also we are doing like in classes, and it's really cool because it's like Nick's learning at 9 years old shit that I barely got when I was 25 years old.
Right.
Here I am trying to start a business, have no idea. He's already got it down, So we have a QR code. I think that maybe Vinny can pull up at some point. Oh, it's up there. Cool. So there's a QR code taking you straight to the PayPal account. It's pretty much like money now. I love it. No, but it does work.
No, I'm going to try it off the phone. off
Oh my
of the,
God!
the
Here it
thing.
goes.
Let's
Better put
see.
some money in if you try it.
I'm not going to have.
It's like a Gurkha. It's like a Gurkha knife. You can't pull it without.
worked.
There you go. You got to put money in it. You can't just push it away.
It
like
automatically deducts money from my. No, I'm
wow,
kidding.
it did that
No,
too.
it did. It did. Took me to Plant Buddies.
Didn't think I could do it, did you?
Hey friends, let's spread the word of love. Donate to put more oxygen-rich plants in school classrooms. $10, $25, or $350,000. So you pick your pick. Totally up to you. It's a there's a range.
One minor ether coin would be
I'm going to scroll through
One
and then come
Ethereum.
back to the IRQ.
One Ethereum would be fine.
One Ethereum, because you can buy how many hash bash NFTs with one Ethereum? 0.4. Anyway, it seems like a very worthwhile project, Adam. I hope it.
No, it isn't. And
I
we
truly
already
succeeds.
donated. So CC and I did this at the beginning, and it really was like we donated about $1,000 worth of plants to the school. We got them in every classroom. We taught the kid. We each plant had a story behind it, and it was all these NASA approved air cleaning plants. So the kids, it makes it very interactive as far as it's it's not just some plants, but and they. The school loved it, and we actually got a grant from from Denver.
I know somebody who could use this,
and they were like all over it, and then COVID hit, and it was like, oh, well, great, perfect.
I remember you started. I remember when you launched it. I think all of Nevada can use this because the air here is terrible.
All of most every classroom, and the thing is, it's also just interactive about kids touching soil and taking care of themselves. Like getting in there and learning about where food comes from too, which is huge, because there's a lot of people that are disconnected from that. So check them out, Plant Buddies Inc. And don't donate today. Today's the launch day, so I'd love to see a bunch of listeners jumping in there and being like, yeah, finally.
Yeah, we don't need any more donations on the on the chat right now. Go to Plant Buddies Inc.
Yeah.
What is it? Plant Buddies
Oh,
Inc.
wow, look at you.
I'm trying to help.
Stepping
man.
all over.
Just go to the QR code. Actually,
that's the way you do. You do pretty much QR codes for everything. Half the commercials here in Vegas are like, aim your phone at the TV and we will take your money. And you're like, oh, that sounds like a good idea.
Let me do that right now.
Don't do it. Don't do that, but definitely do this.
Go to Plant Buddies
and check them out. And we'll have a full-blown show. We just harvested our first honey too.
That's amazing.
Honeycombs. It's pretty dope.
Maybe we can do a remote and have Nick interview people that are doing the growing, like a little kid segment.
Yeah.
Why not?
Kids interviewing growers.
No, kids interviewing other kid growers.
Like, you got PM kid. What's that?
That would be interesting if you wrote dialogue for them.
If my son would identify PM in people's grows just from their little shot, yeah, that'd be great.
Like his dad brought PM to where?
No.
No.
Well, thanks, guys. Check that out. And
Jordan
live.
Let's should we do like a quick shout outs and then bring him in? And
very good idea.
How's that?
Very
because we know we're
gonna,
if Aaron comes on, we're gonna get so fucking sidetracked. We're not gonna get a single ad out. We're gonna get in super trouble.
This is very true.
And we'll have a lot of new graphics next week, and we have new sponsors and special sponsors that really helped us get out here, and not taking away from any of our regular sponsors, but there are several companies that stepped up to help us get out here. Medically Correct is always first in line, right side by side with Seeds Here Now, and a couple of new ones, right? We have Canyon Cultivation is going to be coming on. Canyon THC. And they have a whole new line of edibles they repackaged. So you don't look for the normal package that you normally would see on the shelves. They still have the Lick It, the Suck It. They don't have Boof It rosin dogs. Okay,
Sold
it's
out. Dave,
totally
Dave
sold
wiped
out.
them out. Came
I
in,
bought
was like,
them. I bought them.
I'll take
I'll take every one.
I would have every boof.
And Green Bros, who makes post-processing trimmers. I watched an amazing demonstration. They used hemp, and it brought. I think you'll appreciate this. And then they had it. They keefed it all. They took that keef, the dry sift, and boofed it.
Wow.
No, then they used a pure pressure system, and it was something else. And I'm hoping we'll have.
So they rosin pressed a big gigantic hunk of hemp.
Well, they had to because they only have a hemp handler's license out there. But you can't even do that here. I mean, if we were in Colorado, it'd be tough for a company to do something like that. But they have a hemp handler's license, and that's what they can do. And it was a process to watch. So we'll hear more about them as if I were half the professional I hoped I were. I would have taken the day and gotten Vinny all the graphics and everything like that, and he would have had them up. But I'm not that guy, so sorry.
Vinny's just going to do hand puppets and make it look like whatever we want.
Jason Harris signing up. Come say goodbye to everybody.
Bye, guys.
Absolutely. Wait.
So much, Adam Dunn. Love you guys and the whole crew out here.
Thank you.
Right on. Thanks, Adam Dunn and the brain over here. Appreciate all you guys.
Big brain he has, right?
And yeah.
Big brain.
Yeah. Appreciate all you guys doing the podcast out here.
It's been awesome. I already said. Imagine if we didn't have fucking Jason. We'd be fucked. We'd be like, we're doing the show from a hotel room.
Wait, you're just talking to Dave?
Well, we should
all
definitely
night?
we should definitely do something else. During another show. I would love to do it during the AVN, the porn show. And we can bring down.
I can imagine the guests we would have there.
Oh.
Yeah. We can have a lot of fun.
Can I just wear black blindfolds the whole
we can
time?
have a lot of fun. Yeah, we can do the touching contact. You wear the blindfolds.
No, I didn't mean that. I just
we'll do a
no.
dark podcast where none of us know what's going on.
Well, listen, guys, I really appreciate everything, and I am signing out. And I will see you out at the next after party. I'm sure.
I'll see you right there.
Peace.
Thanks, man.
Don't worry, we'll be a little late, right when the party's ending.
Yeah, whenever that's the last note,
we're ready. We're there.
Later, we'll be there. Hey, what's going on? Okay, so
drum roll.
Did you finish?
Oh no, no. So then let's go through them. Just read through them. I'll read them off. Take your dab.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll them through real quick.
I got you. We're gonna go with New Millennium.
NewMillenniumNutrients.com. It'll come up in a minute. Adam would be telling you all about their amazing things.
When I stopped by the booth, I got some sweatpants. I got some fucking New Millennium sweats. Yeah,
what?
They had some good swag.
Why is it that when I go into these places, I always grab one for you and for Mark and for Vinny, and no.
They didn't.
Right.
I said sweatpants. I didn't say circus tents. I said.
Oh, damn! Wow. NewMillenniumNutrients.com.
No, they only had mediums.
Guys.
They only had mediums, and I didn't think you were.
I can't fit in a medium yet.
I didn't see you in that.
No.
But they did have quite a successful show. I said.
Right on.
All the guys that we went to check out today had pretty good shows. So it was nice.
All right, next one.
MJBiz.
No, medically correct.
Oh well, listen, we couldn't have done it without you, Bob. I saw Bob at MJ Unpacked. He was all by himself.
Bob was by himself at his booth. Couldn't leave the booth because he was the only guy running.
I said I would watch the booth if he wanted to go eat.
People think it was the 400 acid trips they took,
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is. So medically correct, Clear Creek extracts, Nove luxury chocolates.
There's a smokeout party with wrestling across the street.
Sweet.
Okay, no thanks.
Just in case.
All right, I got it.
Incredibles.
Incredibles edibles.
Trupura.
Trupura, CBD, Trupura.com. Enter Dunn Deal at checkout. You're going to get 20% off your order.
Green Farms. I sported it all week.
GreenFarmsMed.com. I showed the tincture around, and everyone went, holy fuck. So they're doing something special out there. Flower is completely organic in living soil, 5 years. Got to have your medical card. Head down to Colorado Springs, ask for the Dunn Deal. most of the major manufacturers of edibles and all the shatters, the concentrates, they're all available at Green Farms Med. He does his own rosin, which is just, it's spot on. Spot on. So if you know somebody who's
spot on, yeah, again, pinkies up.
Send him over there. No, you don't need a pinky up there. Really nice place. We love JW. He's a great supporter of the show. Yes, appreciate that. GreenFarmsMed.com.
You want to go with some soil?
BuildTheSoil.com. 855-877-SOIL. Say it with me so you remember.
I sent
at least
855-877-SOIL.
I sent at least 3 different companies towards Jeremy. Just like, you know, I was like, everybody I talked to that was doing organic stuff, I was like, yeah, you work with Build a Soil? They'd be like, nah, never heard of them. Oh, well,
you do now.
You better fucking talk to them because they are the shit when it comes to the best in inputs and with IPM products and all the things needed to grow the best of organic medicine. You go straight to buildasoil.com. You check them out. On the checkout, you say you need that done deal.
Free shipping in Colorado and New Mexico if you order more than $500. Yes. Tell them you heard them here.
And if you're out with rosin dogs and you need some coffee,
you go to ozocoffee.com. And you want to know the funny thing is, we had the little packet of Ozo right here that I was going to show because they gave me some instant. But you know what I did while we were running the last video? I drank it. And I put the package down and I said, I'm going to bring that in. And I said, don't leave it there, throw it out. And I threw it out because I'm stoned. Yeah. But ozocoffee.com, enter Dunn deal at checkout.
Fire.
20% off your order.
I heard Mark went up there and took all the coffee that we were supposed to get.
Get him?
He knew we were out of town.
Mark, you fuck.
Little fucker.
Just good man. Good for you, buddy.
He didn't even drink coffee when he started the show. Now he is like Jones and junkie. Now that he has Ozo coffee, he is like driving up middle of the night, doing runs, whatever it takes to get that fucking coffee.
Yeah, he's hooked again. But I feel like maybe we corrupted him.
We did.
Treasure. Thank you, Petey.
I sent my sister, actually, Dina Moore. Shout out to Dina. Hopefully she's. I saw her post. She was in fucking Barcelona. I was like, oh well, here we go. Finally,
sure. You sent some.
Finally, I have somebody in Barcelona that I know.
Wait, did she tell you that she said done deal? Maybe she went there and didn't say anything. That would be the funniest thing.
I don't know if she made it yet, but she's got to go. I mean, it's like if your family tells you that you have to go somewhere, then you have to go. It's part of the deal, right?
Please.
So anyway, but Treasure is the shit when it comes to a spot in the middle of Barcelona that you can smoke comfortably and have some nice coffee and cool people, good atmosphere, great art, and you got the Dunn deal, which is free membership. Just go up to the door and tell them you want it, need that Dunn deal.
Bam.
What?
Who do we got?
Green Bros.
Oh, we did. We run through them though.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, Green Bros. Did you see him here? Did you go check their booth out and everything?
I did. I went to their little pre-gathering.
How was that pre-gathering anyway?
That's what I said. I watched them do this
did
demonstration. It was great. They had tons of people were watching it, and it's the first machine that he invented. And again, if I were a professional, I'd know the name of the machine and I would mention it right now. But you can go to Green Bros, and I believe it is up, or it'll be up by next Friday. You'll be able to enter Dunn deal at checkout, and you're going to get a discount off these products.
The anthem.
So they know what they're doing. I've watched their manufacturing. It's all done here. It's all designed here.
No, everything they make is definitely like made, quality materials, and you can tell that they're pretty much indestructible as far as the materials, the circuitry, everything about it was just all okay, but nice. Well put, well thought out.
It's fabricated right here in Las Vegas, so they quality stuff. Again, I'll know more. I'm a douche.
But that agreed. Okay, next we move on. What are we moving on?
Apothecary.
They're really well known. I mean, you just mentioned them.
You didn't even have a hard time hyping them?
No, I mean they're fantastic. Apothecary Extracts, a leader in BHO. They're now doing rosin. They make their ambrosia, rosin, vapor pens. I think they even like packaged shatter. Did they try that, or did they? There was this interesting shatter. They are everywhere in Colorado. 200 dispensaries. Oh, excuse me. 150 companies use them for processing, and they have 3 locations in Denver, Colorado Springs, and Pueblo. Ask for the Dunn deal. You get a gram of ambrosia and an infused joint for $25.
What a deal! What a deal!
Papa Select.
Oh, we can go past Papa's Select right now, but we love you guys. And if we had a footage of their lounge that Mark
could have had,
we would have a lot to talk about.
But instead, we're just going to keep on moving.
We're going to move on.
Numbnuts.
Oh shit! Did you have any? Did you bring anything?
I didn't. They will connect with us. They were out here.
They were?
Yeah.
Oh, they had a booth and everything?
No. He
Oh, they
just
just
came out
cruising
for the
around.
show.
They were just sliding
He
around.
did the Adam Dunn booth thing, you know.
Yeah.
And so you can go to numbnuts, numbnutsco.com and enter Dunn Deal at checkout, and you're going to get 20% off your peanut butter order. And if you are a medical patient, they're found in a whole bunch of different Colorado dispensaries. It's 1,000 milligrams. It's fantastic peanut butter.
It is good.
Enjoy.
It is good.
Oh, hold on.
Oh,
wait.
Chirp wipes.
Got too many things.
Too many things are going
14er
Boulder. Oh, look, I brought this empty can of DJC. Go to 14er Boulder.
So Tommy got one?
I gave one to Tommy Chong.
Nice.
I gave one to Paris.
Yeah.
Paris Chong. And shot a little photo with him and took that little video of him.
And Steve
thanking us.
Parrish got one too.
And Steve Parrish got one too.
All your dreams have been answered.
Wow. I didn't even think. I haven't had a chance to actually stop and let it all soak in
There
yet.
you go.
Candles,
There you go.
Candles, man.
But in general, 14ers, as we all know, quality in, quality out. Just fire product, you can tell. And some kid that works for him is a pretty good grower, I heard.
They're all great.
I don't know what that is.
Thank you guys. That's my boy.
My boy.
Yeah. What's next?
What do we fertilize with?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Well, just to let everybody know before you go into this that no fish are harmed in the extraction of any shit from the diaper. It is a totally safe method, and we had some winners last week.
Good shit.
I mean, really good shit. Adam, whoever did that one.
Oh yeah.
That was just you were fantastic.
Amazing. Yeah.
Go to fishheadfarms.com. Enter Dunn Deal at checkout. It's our biggest Done deal. It's 25%
25%. Oh my god.
And
they're giving that shit away.
I haven't checked email, so if you sent in a photo, we'll get through it next week. But we're giving away 5 liters. So, you know what? I know. I guess
5
we should
individual leaders, I think, too, right? So
yeah, but maybe we just lower the bar a little bit. Not everybody's an artist.
on our show,
Yeah,
lower
let's
the
lower
bar.
the bar.
Oh no, never.
Just write to us if you could use a liter of fish shit in your garden. Okay, just write to us and
Just give us a
we'll
sob
see.
story.
Okay,
puppies, bagels,
kittens, kids,
and kids. If you just mention any of those
music,
things, Dave will
Grateful Dead.
crumble like a fucking
like a
house of cards.
I'll fold
He'll-
like an envelope.
And if you need to clean your rigs,
Oh shit! Well, you know what that means.
derps.
Terp
Terps.
wipes.
Where
Oh
are they?
look,
Oh,
you
oh.
don't leave home without them.
Leave home
You
without
don't
'em.
leave home without them.
Best
This
thing ever.
product, you use this product, right? You don't. You go to terpwipes.com.
You're looking at a guy who hasn't even got pants on.
He doesn't have
almost.
shoes. Terpwipes.com/done deal. Don't be like Tony Baloney and go to terpwipes.com and then complain that you don't know where to enter the promo code. Go to terpwipes.com/done deal. The promo code is automatically calculated. Okay? This
Deal.
product is the shit. Okay?
It'll save you in a hotel, that's for sure. Because otherwise, you're like, "Why is it so sticky
throw it
now?
over the
Why is everything all
so sticky?"
Oh, sticky room.
Sticky room, use a terp wipes. So use terpwipes.com in every
you're
hotel.
Going down. You're going down right now.
That's it.
That was
I'm
it.
If we're
terrible.
going LED,
LED.
who are we going to go see?
Illuminar.
Look at you with all the keywords getting us like we're at.
He's
Oh.
prompting us.
I almost didn't know what the last answer was. I was, what do you mean?
I thought that was pretty cool. They gave me an LED, and they're like,
Thank
just
you.
walk around and hand it out to somebody who
Then
asks.
I realized that they're just giving
Sounds
them
like
to
a
any
hot
schmuck.
item.
What?
I just realized they gave them to every schmuck out there. I was like, wow, they
I
were
was
like,
trying to
how many likes you
differentiate.
want? I was like,
I just
oh,
want to say that
none
a
nowadays.
lot of you cats don't think marijuana should be legalized while you're all fucked.
Illuminar.
No, but it was their booth was killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Their swag was
bright.
top notch. I got to meet Liz. That was dope. You met her, right?
I did.
Yep. So we got to meet Liz. Shout out to Liz. Oh, also they gave away a bunch of the way they do with their giveaway. What was the deal? We had a mid read we're supposed to talk about. What happened to that?
Oh, her?
Yeah, we had a very well put together mid read from Illuminar from Liz.
I wish it was
I-
just on their website, man.
They can't put it on the website. It's for us. It's a personal message.
Mark, we could use your help.
No,
Mark.
there's
Vinny needs your help.
I
Mark.
know how to do it. We got it. It's just not happening this second.
Okay. All right. Anyway, but it was cool to meet her, and all the other crew from the Barate crew.
There was a lot of people there.
They kept mentioning it, like teasing us. She was like, "Oh, I just heard I heard Mexico more than 10 times in
Puerto Vallarta.
I know, but they just kept kind of keeping it simple.
They invited us down.
I know. We're going to take them up on it. So if you're
great.
listening, you know.
And we'll get this straight.
On the road, from that the quality's going to be off the fucking chain. But yeah, Illuminar lights. And that's the thing. You walk around this show, there's a lot of lights. Hell of a lot of lights. Shit. And everybody's got the most and the biggest and the cheapest and the biggest factory. I had like 3 guys tell me they had the biggest factory, so I'm assuming
Biggest factory.
Yeah, and I was like, put that factory on the table. Let's see what you're working with there, buddy. No, they didn't quite get it.
And
I do like walking around the shows though, because it's like I get into fun mode. Like I started going off on just because you have that moment where you might not ever see these people again, but you could, and sometimes you give them. I drop nuggets on like I make them all just think like, fuck, why didn't we do? Dude, we should have done and I'm like, yeah, you fucked up. You should have done this
fucked up.
You should have done that all like that.
Well, I just want to say that I forgot where I was, man.
Your whole booth, man, it's fucking backwards, man. Everything should be on the other side, man.
But yeah, go to illuminarlighting.com. Tell them you want the Dunn deal, and next week we'll be giving away our light.
Yeah.
So check in with us. Go to the Dunn deal. AdamDunnShow.com.
Go to the Illuminar page
go
to
there first,
locate the word of the month. When you know that word of the month, send us an email.
And we might not know it, so just make up a word.
Yeah, it's not pushing past par.
It has been. Oh, did you notice that the entire booth is
said pushing past par?
Everything about the booth was like, you looked and you saw
Micro, you
pushing
fucking
past par.
love it.
Pushing past par. It was like an inside joke for
man.
us. Only us ADS people would even understand what the fuck we're talking about.
Yep.
And only chat gang probably really understands. That's the funny part. It's not even. Well, maybe
they're good people.
They're hanging in here. How many we got right now?
67.
67. We dropped off, but as long as you don't go below 54. 54 is the magic number.
Yeah. So stick with us.
If we lose below 54, we've lost like real core people.
Trust me, she's hanging in there. We're almost done because we got one more. Our
Oh,
big
shit.
guy.
Seeds here
now. My kid is gonna make a jingle for him.
Is he?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Kid,
he needs one.
Is going to make.
I can have Nick make another
a
jingle for
Yeah,
Dave.
like seeds here now.
I could tell Nick to do a Dave jingle. Like whenever Dave comes out, I need a jingle. He'll be like, "Yeah, I got you, Dad." We'll make that work out. Don't you worry. But yeah, go to seedsherenow.com. Check out their website. Also go to SHN Auctions. And check out their one-offs and like some of them. There's 2 of those packs, 1 of those packs, none of those packs. And you can pick up some real heaters, obviously.
Yeah,
and the cool part is that if there's 2 left, it means there was no returns because he kept all these seeds in the vault as a return policy in case somebody wanted to replace one. And if there's 2 left, it means he only put 2. It means I had 0 returns. So it's almost like a guarantee that you got something good coming out of that vault. Because if it didn't have it, it means it got returned, and it ain't in the vault no more. So you don't want those ones. But no, in general, they go to either of those websites, check them out, and next week, James Bean, we'll just make him come on the scene because we love you, James.
Love you, James.
Don't miss the show. And shout out to Area 420, of course.
Oh yeah,
always listening. I know they're always in there. Next week we're going to be back down there doing the show live from there, it's going to be getting chillier down there too.
Great.
So now it's hot springs time again.
Okay.
It's back on. Oh yeah, it's on. So we'll see all you guys next week, and we're going to be planning the ADS Super Contender Area 420 battle royale, et cetera, et cetera. We don't even know what the fuck we're calling it.
We don't even know.
But it's all inclusive. It's anyway.
We got some shit going on.
We'll figure it out, guys.
Yeah.
Want to give a big shout out. What? You're out? You're done? You have
No, we're good.
Okay.
You're giving us
some looks.
No, we're good, man. I was trying to get Area 420 on there, so we're good.
And of course, well, we can't. We got fucking closer coming in. We have a closer.
Oh, I know
that. Are you left-handed or right-handed?
What's going on here?
Going for the lefty in the bullpen.
Oh, lefty.
Get him warming up.
I could see some wild card. This is a wild
Get
card.
him warming
this
up.
Is definitely people are gonna get hit.
Just don't do any of it.
He's throwing high and inside. High and inside.
Before he gets on, don't do any of that chatter he has.
Oh no, don't do it.
Don't. If he tries to offer you any of that chatter, I want you to just deny. Turn it down.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Not a problem. Nobody heard you.
Don't.
Oh, and here he comes. He's been dying, dude. This guy.
Oh wait, he is wearing. He's got sandals on.
I know he got shoes. He went out and got his best sandal. Just sit down. Oh yeah, shout out to these guys too. What is this?
Oh yeah, they wanted you to say something about it.
It's peachy. It's very peachy.
Yeah.
I can tell.
You
it's,
read it. I went by Roy is doing Ginger. It's his marketing firm, and these are one of the companies that market with him. And I sampled it all, and it tasted really good. And they gave me a lot because I said I want to taste it because if I can taste the medicine, I'm not going to like it. And sure enough, I didn't taste any medicine. So that's what I could say about it. I enjoyed it.
You don't usually like
this is live right there.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. You might want to put the headphones on.
How bad or how good you are.
I'm not that good, you know that.
Okay, so we have a big announcement, apparently.
Oh, drum roll?
No, you.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
All right, let me show you.
I got
Let me show you. This is a whole complication.
Deep breath. Deep breath.
There we go. Now, just hold him like there you go. Don't flip them. Somehow the newfangled headphones are extra hard for most people. Like it's been a struggle to watch. But he did it. Look at that.
There you go.
Welcome to the show.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aaron.
Aloha.
This is Z-Man or Zayman?
Z-Man.
Z-Man.
A to Z. You know.
Z-Man.
A to Z. That was my old company.
Was that when you were a kid and it was He-Man and you were making
fun? Oh, man, it was worse than that. You know.
Z-Man.
I wish.
What?
Kids are ruthless, man. You know what I'm saying?
That was nothing?
Z-Man. Yeah, right.
You're like, oh, that ain't
oh my God. The worst. Kids, man, they're the worst,
He-Man?
man.
What was they?
I can't imagine what else they could come up with.
Oh, you know. Go ahead.
Come on.
Look, you're going to break them down right now in front of us.
I'm
breaking you down.
Look out.
How was the flight in?
Man, it was fucked up, man. I didn't
You've been
sleep.
all
I was
over the
all
place. Oh, you were
wedged up
hanging
on
with
the
Willie,
thing.
I heard.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
How did you survive? How did you get
No,
down?
ask him this, how did he
Inside
survive
info.
according to the way the story goes with him? How could he go through another minute with me? Apparently, from Willie's side, you know.
I just heard. I didn't know.
No, it's fun. We ran around and we saw some friends of his that are running some stuff up there in Indiana.
Well,
Allegedly.
So
Yeah.
he probably loves it because after you left, everybody's like, "Whoa, man! They just figured Willie out. They have no idea."
Man, I was quiet. That's why I got laryngitis now. I mean, hello, but
I got laryngitis because I was quiet.
No, I'm being I know I wasn't so quiet. Yeah. No, I've been trying to spread the word everywhere. Spread the aloha.
Just
spread the aloha. Spread
make
the
sure
seed.
you're spreading the right shit.
I'm trying to spread the seed, man. You know what I'm saying?
Speaking of spreading seeds.
Speaking of, hey, how'd you do, man? You said, you were gonna come out here and you had some seeds and.
Oh yeah, I managed to. It was quite interesting because I just. Now I'm just freestyling, Got my. I realized that I think the best booth, and it was funny. We were like, oh, you know what we should do next year? We get a booth and have nothing in it, and just have little tables, and then tell everyone to meet there and start just slanging their seeds to each other. Like, what is this booth? It's like, oh, it's seeds, and you're like, so what do? You just go to one of the guys and
the slang booth.
Yeah, we started slanging some seeds.
The backpack slang booth.
So all you wanted to do was talk about this thing. You sit down. Adam even gave you a lead in, and you missed that softball.
No, I didn't miss that. No, I'm pulling his leg. You know why? Because while I was waiting, and while you made me make him wait, right? While I was waiting, I got some other seeds.
By the way, I know
nothing
about what's happening.
He has no idea what's going on.
Nothing.
What's going on is I got
like
a release here. I got a few seeds, but I'm going to be breeding these seeds right here. And then I got some other seeds from the same guy. And then
No,
If you
these look like
if you
these look
at
like
here-
these look like some
look at
land
that.
racy kind of.
No, it's not land racy. This is all hybrid
what?
shit.
Bubblegum. This guy's going down.
Uh-oh.
Suing this guy. How
Now,
much?
how dare I? You would think, how dare you? Is that real bubblegum? How about that one? How about that one? How about that?
Bubblegum times everything? Is that what's
Yeah,
going on
bubblegum
here?
times double mint.
Wow.
This is old school bubblegum. I was told that. So therefore,
Think of the residual
you
check
know
that
who
is
this
coming
is.
at him on this
This
one.
is yours. How about bubblegum times white gold?
Well, there we go.
Dude, you just made tens of dollars at it.
At least in a row. In a row. They're going to keep coming. I'm going to put that on my fans only
You
page.
just met a guy and
Just met a guy. I met a guy down
with some
on Las Vegas Boulevard and
with some fucking handwritten Ziploc bags.
Wait a minute. This is what you made me get in the middle of you two, so that you couldn't talk about it beforehand.
No, it's on the side. This is a little thing.
It's a side
that came up.
project.
Okay.
It's
Side
not
hustle.
the real announcement.
No, that's right here.
Okay, so did you tell him that you're coming to the bubblegum guy on your way?
No, he didn't. He's like a really low key dude, right? So he didn't mention. He's like, oh, by the way, yada yada. Oh, by the way, because with all
have
due
to
respect,
say,
the bubblegum is a really good strain in Hawaii because it doesn't mold, right? It doesn't mold.
I'll give him his packaging is a 9.
You like that?
Presentation. Is that camera? Is that camera? Over there?
Hold on, wait.
Weed in it.
Wait,
The weed's
hold
still
on,
in it
let me
too.
Let me see if I can get that one.
You got that?
Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Put it up just a little bit more.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
How do you like that, man?
Yeah.
Look at that.
There's a sample in there too. You can test that, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, I'm interested. So I'm always interested. But these came from
this
the
is old
island.
school. No, this is from a guy here.
Oh, okay. But you said that on the island, bubblegum does not a real mold.
No, I love it. That's actually there's a story that goes way back. When I first came across your genetics, as a matter of fact, they were being listed as the original bubblegum. Yeah, remember that?
I was listening to that, or
on the BC Bud. No, they were actually from you guys, THCs.
Oh, those guys, yeah, they suck.
Those
Those
guys.
guys. And,
Scammers.
I crossed
Those
that with
guys are
something
super
else.
scammers.
Turned out to be some amazing shit. Anyway, let's get to the business. Okay, let's get to the business.
Oh, yeah, what is it? Okay, it's done.
Drum
Now
roll.
drum
Real
roll.
drum
Okay,
roll.
Real drum. That's
Man, I got dry mouth again. Perfect timing. Okay, what we got here is
now we have to go back in this camera again?
some people are familiar with a strain called Chem Dog. Yeah.
Never heard of it.
Never
What,
heard of
who?
that one? Chem Dog.
Oh, is this the missing seeds? The famous missing seeds?
I don't know. Are they known to be? Are they missing? Really, I didn't know they were missing.
No, there was only 11, so I don't know how
No,
many.
yeah,
could-
okay.
could
Well,
get
here's the
More than 11 there.
No, not those. Yeah, those are the. That's a dog bud. That's different, right? The dog bud. Dog bud.
Now, I'm always the dog bud is.
Well,
is,
right. That's what they called it, right? They called it the dog
Is
bud.
that what this is?
No,
Okay.
this is.
You always do this. You're like a bait and switcher. What
I'm
you-
not, man. This is better than that.
Oh, all right.
To the point.
This is better than that, yo. For real.
For real.
For real. Okay. Apparently there was an A cut and a B cut, from what I heard about the Chem Dog, back in the day.
A cut and a B cut. Well, there's a Chem Cyst, and there's a lot. There's
Well, the
11
one that
seeds.
Arjen's running.
Huh?
Arjen got
Oh,
a
well,
cut, and he
that's
was
not-
running his crap.
Yeah, but don't ever use that as a
No.
building block.
No. That's my point. A friend of mine, he's the one that gave Arjen that cut. And there was another cut, actually, that nobody knew about. It was the D cut. And
It's a Chem D, of
Chem
course.
D,
Yeah.
D cut.
D cut or Chem D cut?
Chem D, the Chem D, D cut.
Chem D cut.
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, if it's
Construe this. If we can construe this, okay.
The D.
And anyway, he needed to get seed out of it, do something with it. And he had a friend of his who was working on a project at the time, and his friend was named Jack, right? And so
Jack what?
And and his friend let him use his mail from his most recent project, yeah. And then his poor friend died, Mr. Jack Herr.
Oh, that's
did die.
That Jack.
Yeah, and so that's why it's called J Dog. He named it that because
What,
it was
hijacking
Jack's,
the name
Jack's
Jack
White,
Herr?
Jack's White from Jack before he died, with the D cut that nobody knows about. It's right here. There's the 1 and the 2.
That nobody knows about.
And
D cut.
Genie, hold up.
Unknown D cut.
The unknown D. Yeah, exactly.
Unknown
The
D.
unknown D cut. And it's never. He's been saving this. He's never even cracked these seeds. I'm the first. I have yet to crack them. And there's a 1 and a 2. I'm not playing around. Jeannie, ask Jeannie. She knows who it is.
I just germinated mine, so I'm ahead of you.
It's
now.
Jeannie.
I just breathed on it.
Fuck, man. Adam, you're my new nemesis.
You are so 2 weeks ago.
Oh man,
You're behind the ball.
I was trying to get ahead.
Everyone's
of
not
the
even
curve.
smoking that one anymore. They're already over that.
Shit moves quick, dude.
They got burned
Shit
out.
moves quick, man.
They got burned out.
You know, it's fast, dude. I mean, I was over. I blinked and I was like, "What happened?" Yeah.
Remember
So-
Adam last Thursday when we
that's the
smoked
story.
that and said it's going to be gone by Friday?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, you got.
It was-
This is.
That
I
was it.
swear to God, this is the shit, dude. This is the
Okay.
real deal.
Well, I'm curious.
gonna run this shit.
So tell
And
me a little bit about. Okay, you said okay, missing cut. I get all that.
Nobody knew about. Here's the thing.
When you
I'll
say
say-
nobody knew about it, that's like the
Well, because-
easiest cop out in the world. You'd be like, nobody knew about it.
I just found another Picasso.
Yeah.
It's the real deal, man. It's the real deal. I found another Picasso.
Let
man.
me see them. I know nothing about seeds. Can't verify a single thing.
Look at by looking at see who the fuck can.
Ah,
Right,
wait,
I
hold
get it.
on. Hold on. Iocane.
It's way better sorted.
Yeah.
And the presentation is.
You like that? That's way better, right?
Way better. This you don't have to sift through.
Yeah,
so
no,
much.
this is just some. I was just saying. Look, it's full circle. It came full circle, man. Let me see. I'll put it
Okay,
in front of the
so
camera.
J-Dog
Put it
one.
in front of the camera. J-Dog 1.
J-Dog 1.
See, this is
Busting my balls, man.
J-Dog 2. And you going to pop them all?
Oh, hell no. I'm not going to pop them all. You think I'm nuts? Because I fuck shit up all the time. I don't want to take a chance on that happening.
J-Dog 1 and J-Dog 2. And what's the other thing?
You going to give a few to Adam to pop?
Well, I want to talk about that, you know?
You can't do it on the show, otherwise everyone will know and they'll
Not
come.
be committed. No, this is not.
have
Check
another-
it out.
it'll
you
be
guys.
another bubblegum
I was so
Nobody listens
excited.
this long anyway.
I'm not even playing.
If
I
you
was
can
so
listen
excited.
this long on the show, this is like a bonus part of the show right here. It's
Yeah.
like
You guys.
the dead part.
They thought we'd get into shout outs
nobody-
and done.
I was sitting around waiting for you guys, right? And I was doing this, right? Right.
And then rubbed off the name?
rubbed the fucking name off the damn bottle. But I knew what it was. And it's
Oh, you've already.
Wait, now it's the unknown uncut.
It's the
I
unknown.
already
I
got
rubbed
that
the
noise.
name off of
I-
it. Strain. I love that. That's it.
I swear to fucking God, man. But
what was it?
No, it's the oh my God.
Oh, you forgot.
You forgot.
Wait. I got
It'll
Do you need a
come.
dab or
It'll
something?
come.
Yeah,
Give me a
really.
dab.
It'll
wanna
come. It's
smoke?
the
Let me give you a dab.
what's it called? Fuck, where's my phone? Oh, it died. Anyway,
Oh,
I'll
God.
remember.
Okay, so
It's the weather. Oh, gee, it's the Crypt. Crypt.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
C-R-Y-P-T.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Crypt. C-R-Y-P-T.
Oh, we're in trouble now.
The original Crypt OG. That's what this is supposed to be. I don't know what that is. Never heard of the whole
OG.
the Crypt OG. Never heard it. Don't know what it is. That's
Not
what it's-
Crippy. Not Crippy.
Not
No,
too
no,
Crippy.
no.
Do you guys know what that is?
We got to be
Crippy?
careful about talking about Grippy, right?
No, I'm not talking about the Crypt. Oh, come.
No.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Oh, my God.
What
Don't.
was that shit, man?
Labrador, man.
Labrador.
Man.
Smoking dog shit,
Okay,
man.
So who did you get these from?
Okay, now his name is he's known as Trichome. He's the same guy that bred Sensi Star, and they kind of dropped off the chart off the thing. Because he's busy doing other things. He actually is into the laboratory business. Owns a lab.
But since okay, no, see now you got convoluted once again.
That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing now. He does a lot of things.
You got your foot in the trap once again. Snapped. You got
yeah.
snapped.
Man, I'm good to go.
Cannot, there's okay.
What?
Sensi Star or Sensi? What'd you say?
Sensi Star. Sensi Star.
Which is Paradise Seeds, just Luke.
Man, you know what?
So
that's what. Hold on.
That's all I'm saying. So that was
No, wait. Yeah, I agree. No,
So
you're
that's-
right. No, you're right.
so
We're both
that-
right. We're both right.
We can't both be right. How
Yeah,
do
we can.
We have your science.
We're on the same side.
No,
my science.
they know each other.
Oh, okay. So, but he was Amsterdam back then.
Well,
or he
he's
gave him the
not.
genetics for it.
Oh, there you go.
See, that's the thing is like you never know because in Amsterdam it's usually.
I told you, right? I told you.
American
it's gonna
guy,
be big, right?
American guy goes to Amsterdam, has something
Big.
really good, gives it to a Dutch guy. Dutch guy forgets who American guy is and steals it.
American guy doesn't.
It's a love
American he
story.
doesn't give a fuck. An American guy doesn't give a fuck.
That's usually the case.
That's the story, yo. And actually, me saying this is crazy.
Stop banging.
Oh man, I'm sorry, man.
Banging McGee.
Banger McGee.
Yeah.
I like that, Banger McGee. Anyway,
So
that's
now
the
that
story,
we
man.
know
It's a
that
good
the
story. I
seeds
like
came from
stories.
paradise.
Trichome.
Yeah, Trichome, that's the guy. That's him. And I told him, I said, you know what I'm going to do with these, right? And he said, yeah. That's okay, because he knows who I am.
He said you're gonna go on the Adam Dunn show and give
I'm
him
gonna
all
go-
to Adam, and then he's gonna.
Well, Rosendog's
breed 'em.
asked if you boof them up. Is that how
No,
you
he
got 'em
lives here. He gave them to
In
me.
your prison wallet?
Rosendog, what's up, dude? Yeah, what's up? No, but seriously, man. He gave them to me. He dropped me off. I couldn't believe it. He dropped me off here.
All right.
Oh, that might tell you where he owns a lab. Shit, I'm just fucking up already. I'm just fucking up.
No way.
Yeah. Anyway, he's the real deal.
I think we're talking about two different rosin
Okay,
dogs.
so
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
who he knows Rosin?
Oh, he does. Okay.
Now he does.
No, hello.
All right.
Knock, knock. Who's there?
Rosin Dog loves him. You can just tell.
You tell, yeah, man.
He's like, this is the guy.
I'm the
They
guy.
get along splendidly. Then.
Right. So all right. So
anyway,
those are going back island.
Yeah.
To be grown.
They're actually going to be
outdoors?
sent separately in a fucking special certified package with a courier. Anything I can do, I'm not going to lose those seeds.
Well,
man.
wouldn't you? Let me just ask a question. Wouldn't it be important to ensure the safety of them to separate some out to give to someone who you know?
I got this.
won't-
I know a guy. And I'm doing.
His name Vinny?
I'm doing a no lab with him right now. And now a no lab is like a collab, where you do most of the work, and then he sits back and says, "Hey, I'm doing this thing with a guy," right? And I was thinking about talking to him, but I don't know. He's kind of iffy, the guy. You know what I'm saying?
What about if a guy were within, say, 4 feet of you?
Yeah, or 2.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
No, I'm
Dave's not here, man. Dave's not here, man.
Dave's not here.
Dave's not here, man.
So
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I walked. I mean, I flew all the way out here, to hang out with you guys because.
So is this a big surprise or you?
Big surprise. That's it.
Well, a lot of people think it was a 400 acid chip.
And did you know about these? Did you know about these strains before? or-
Yeah, man. I've known about him for like 3 years, and after he told me the first time, I wouldn't even bring it up, because I was hoping that in the future when he cracked them, right, maybe he'd want to kick me down a clone, and he never cracked them. And then he gave them to me. He goes, "Aaron, I trust you with these seeds. I'm gonna let you crack them to them right." And I'm like, "Right on, cool." I'm like,
Does this guy know you actually? 'Cause
yeah, I know. He knows me. It's like I'm like, wow,
That's crazy.
no pressure, man.
Well, he
You know what I'm
knows
saying?
that he knows you.
Yeah, well, but he don't want the fame. No, he's down low guy. He don't want no fame. He don't want none of that.
Dave.
No, he,
Shut up, Dave.
Then I hung out in front of the drugstore.
yeah, man. So there you go. That's how that went down. So it all came down. Well, I was just cool about this
Down at the
bubblegum
drugstore.
thing, man. It's a full circle.
Drugstore.
No,
They
man.
said dark store.
Man, you guys, Dave, you guys got to run some of this stuff, and we got to do something together, man. We got to break out some new flavors, because I do the Hawaiian.
All right, speaking of flavors,
I don't want to do
give me
anything
your-
else.
Give me your dream scenario.
I don't only want to do Hawaiian and work on Hawaiian and make sure that we keep all these strains, these Hawaiian strains, pure, and we get them out to anybody and everybody, and then work on growing some
It's
new
like
Hawaiian.
it's like an anti-statement though. If you're gonna keep it pure and give it to everybody,
No, I'm
it's
gonna keep
turn
it.
into a big.
No, they
it's
can
gonna
do
turn-
what they want.
It's gonna turn into a big clusterfuck.
Well, they can do what they want. I'm always gonna have
I'm
it
just
pure.
checking.
That's my deal. But
just
and
checking.
make some new shit. I want to make some new Hawaiian stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm exploring all that, it's an infinite amount practically. I think I've took like 125 squared or some shit, some big ass number of possibilities
Nice.
to look through. But so I'm real selective. I don't like working with a lot of the popular stuff, that we talk about. I mean, I'm working with the diesel, the Puna diesel and all that, and that goes back to the diesel boys, those guys you're talking about. But this stuff, I'm honored. I'm so honored. I really am. So I'm going to do them justice, and I'm going to get them to the right people to help me work them. You know what I'm saying?
You
So-
definitely gotta incorporate the name being rubbed off into the real.
No, that's on this one.
It's
That's
gotta
a
be
crypt.
like
That's a
rub a
crypt
dub,
OG.
rub a dub crypt or something.
That's a
Rub-
crypt OG.
It's the rub a
I
dub
never-
crypt.
have you guys
Really?
heard-
You
have
want to
heard
go
of that?
there?
Oh yeah, rub a dub crypt.
Oh man, the rubber dub style. Yes, I give thanks and praise. I got the beans right here. All right. Did I do that?
Yes, you did. So, when you head back, you're gonna go straight from here. Or you're gonna go kind of cruise around?
No, man.
You're always on a road. You know.
Dude, I'm on the Big Island Genetics tour. I'm doing a seed tour. Believe it or not.
Okay, so if anybody out there wants to link up, what do they have to do?
They got to catch me. They got to catch me.
BigIslandGenetics.org.
That's it.
And then do you like put out like a
I got a shirt. I got a shirt. A tour shirt coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, and you tell I'm coming to your state.
Yep.
State,
But it's tour shirt's probably to come out after I'm done because I don't know where the fuck I'm going next. Pretty much. I've been
Nice.
bouncing around, but I'm going to. I'm leaving here and I'm going to Miami, and I'm gonna smoke a joint with my boy Ed, right? Because he's pro se and I'm pro se, and he's a fighter and I'm a fighter. And so I'm gonna go to the joint. I'm gonna smoke a joint with Ed Frashon and the New Jersey Weed Man, because I dig him. Then we're gonna go a little.
So you're gonna go to Jersey to see him, or he's in?
No, he's gonna be in Miami,
Gotcha.
right? He's got his new place, The Joint, right? Can't wait. He's got a couple shows. He's gonna make time to smoke a joint with me. Then I'm gonna do some fishing in a boat in the Keys. Somebody's taking me out there. Then we're gonna be going back to New Orleans. We're going to New Orleans after that, and then I'm gonna fly up to Boston, right? And then New York, upstate New York, and maybe to New Hampshire to check out Rick Naya.
Doesn't suck to be you.
Well, hey man, it ain't easy, man. Because dude, it's not easy. Yeah, right.
I don't know if I would take that statement.
Yeah,
correctly.
you might
could,
want
could suck.
Can we edit that out? I suck. You don't want to be me, man. It's
Edit?
for real.
No,
but it's tough.
Don't even worry about editing. No, it is cool to be able to hit up that many places because if you, and you don't have. It's not like you're doing shows. You're just kind of cruising on your own.
Man, I would
right?
like to do shows. I do shows, but nothing's really happening.
Shows are fun, but
I got to get out there.
It's also cool just to roll in and see what's happening. The thing I notice is if you come in and unannounced, you'll figure out the weeds much better than if you come in during a show because during a show everyone's pulling out all their best of the best.
Exactly.
And then you go back to the shop after and you're like, really, that's it? Like, it was so good a week ago. It's like, yeah, well, we all saved that for the show.
I've seen good. I've seen bad grows on my little trail going around here. I started off in California with the biggest harvest I've ever seen, and half that stuff was Puna Lava, one of my strains they crossed, and 2 acres of just fucking unbelievable. They filled up a room like this like 3-4 times with it just racks up to, I think, 20-foot fucking ceilings.
It's a bumper year, that's for sure. There's a lot of big,
outdoor,
a lot of big crops.
Nice stuff though. So next year they're gonna be doing like 12 acres, right? So I want to get piece. I want an acre of something somewhere. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? An acre.
Oh, segue.
Colorado Area 420.
Well, yeah, I know that, you guys, and I can't be out there all the time. I can't live out there, man. That place is like,
you can.
It's not Hawaii.
Yes, you can.
I live in Hawaii.
Yeah, make it Hawaii.
I love Hawaii.
You can make it Hawaii.
Just
can't leave the greenhouse.
They have this thing.
It's Hawaii every day in the greenhouse, dude. I'm telling you.
They have this thing called employees. You
I
get
know.
Somebody,
Let's do that.
You pay them a fair wage.
Let's do that. Better than fair.
Better than
double
fair.
that.
See?
Add a 0. How about that? Add a 0.
I know a grower who will want that job.
Well,
This
I
was
know.
so which one?
I was going to say, it's not Andy.
All of them.
Andy's busy, right? Andy's too busy.
Oh, wait. He just...
that's why I said, what's up, Andy? What's up, Andy?
Oh, yeah, we're gonna ship Andy off to Hawaii to go do your grow for you.
Tell Steve I'm going to get there this winter.
All right. Who's Steve?
Let's make a dope deal.
Let's make a dope deal. You're busted.
Oh, yeah, that's what you're talking
It's like, who the hell's Steve?
Is that a joint, man?
All right, so now we know Dave is punch drunk. He can't figure out who's who anymore. Aaron.
Yeah,
we
know.
can go on forever. You know how that goes.
Wait, you gonna let him leave without some of those seeds? Come
We
on.
got
we're
one
not
more.
gonna take him, shake him out for him, but we're
Let
gonna
him
talk.
We
We're gonna
got.
talk. You see?
We have one more guest.
Who's
what?
Oh no.
We have.
We're not going to go to any more videos.
What?
No more videos.
No more videos.
No.
What?
Just run it out.
Just run it out.
What'd you
I
do?
had something else I wanted to talk about.
No.
It's okay. Thanks.
It's 9 o'clock. Forget about it.
Yeah.
It's
No,
9
it's
o'clock.
10 o'clock there.
It's only like whatever it is. It's only like
9
4
o'clock.
o'clock.
It's
6
only 8
o'clock.
o'clock here. Okay.
It's 7 o'clock. In Hawaii. It's Hawaii time.
Okay.
We are going to we're going to thank all the people who made it this long. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Man, congratulations! You guys made it to the end.
I know. To
Right?
the closer.
Well, we're danger close to
Aren't you going to sing? Or are we going to do?
I don't have my ukulele. Man.
I know you have. Where
It's
is it?
over there. It's out in the front. Hopefully somebody will steal it.
Oh, I thought we were going out with a ukulele.
Man, not this time. You guys,
We
you're
had
gonna
it
get it next time.
Okay.
You're gonna get. When's the next? Hold on. When's the next ADS, man?
Soon.
Oh, well, if you want to come to the Area 420, there's going to be one in about 2 months.
Well, I'll be there. I got a strain. It's called Hawaiian Glow, and it's gonna win. Ooh.
Yeah, we're not taking any outsiders.
I'm not outside. I'm inside. I'm in the circle of trust, man. I'm in the circle, man.
We'll make it a category for you.
We'll do
Thank you.
Yeah,
Do that.
we'll do the one and done category. And the winner of the one and done is Aaron Zeman.
Welcome to Fantasy Island.
One entry,
Zeman.
one win. Bam. That's how it goes.
That's it, man.
Nice
Dude.
one. And
Right on, man.
always fun to have you on the show. And like I said, Aaron is very dedicated.
Very dedicated.
He'll
Yes, I
be
am.
there. If he says he's going to be somewhere,
I'll be there.
it'll be late. He'll be late, but he'll be there.
I'll Come on.
I don't even know how you got here. I heard you were there, and now you're here.
Yeah, all of a sudden,
I know. I'm coming back.
No,
I had to go.
Like, no.
I had to go.
Then you were there, and then here.
I went the long way. I went the long way.
Shout out to my beautiful wife Cece, and to the guys from all the people that are involved in Plant Buddies Inc., which you got to go check it out. It is Vinny's gonna pop it up again, even though he doesn't want to. He's gonna pop it up. Go straight to this QR code. Give us all your money.
Just that's how you do it, man.
That's it, pretty much. Yeah, shameless. It's for children. I can do that. It's
What,
okay.
you don't love children?
Yeah, you don't love children and
Vinny,
Plant.
you don't love
You don't want children.
Vinny,
to have
why do you not
healthy
love
plants.
children? I can't believe you don't love children.
I unplugging my kid's album and sit in front of you. You can have one, bro.
All right.
Yeah. Willie's on there. Jake Sininger's on there.
Speaking of shameless plugs and children.
Shameless plugs and children.
I like it.
Not only Plant Buddies Inc., but Cheapskates, Vinny Jr.
Brendan.
Yeah, but he's basically Vinny Jr.
Yeah, Vinny Jr.
Brendan,
for sure.
his son is like, you can just see it. It's happening. Vinny Jr. But killer album, available on, what's it on?
It's on
Interscope.
No, check out their website, cheapskatesband.com, and then you can find it everywhere.
Oh, we can
on
play
the
it,
planet.
and you can play it on the show because it's like totally.
Yeah,
legal.
we legitimized
We are.
it.
It's the only songs that legally we're allowed to play.
Yeah. This is very true.
And so there you go. So you will be hearing it. And I want to thank, obviously, once again, Jerome Baker.
That was cool.
I finally met him this time. That was weird.
Oh yeah, you got to meet
Jerome Baker.
Jerome and Baker, or Baker and Jerome.
Yeah.
No, they.
Jerry was here.
It was a great spot to do our thing, and the only way we would have done our thing.
Yeah.
Whew. Good job, Vinny. Shout out to Warp TV. Shout out to MTI for actually checking the show out.
Oh, he hasn't been listening for an
No,
hour
he
and a
hates the
half.
show. He's already turned it off. He's so lame.
Just
I got a shout out. Can I shout out?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, I got a shout out to Johnny Ganja
in
California. That's the guy I was talking about. I'm working with Dan Tudor from Tudor
That's
Wines.
two shout outs. Hold on.
Same guy, one guy. Sorry.
And his name is also.
Shout out to 64 Farms in Oklahoma. Okay, that's it. I'm good.
You're going to do 64 whole farms in a row?
In a row.
Yeah. And the farm that I forget the name, but I remember the sign. It was a chicken with sitting on a rocking chair. Whoever you guys
those
are.
guys. Shout out to them too.
Whoever you guys
Hold on,
are.
I want to get the IRQ code up there one more time. For
Please do. Please do. Make CC happy.
I will.
And I will see you guys next week. We all see you next week from Area 420.
Shout out to Tommy Chong for not doing the show, but
we're giving us some props.
All right,
we already knew that was going to be a
I
struggle.
didn't mean not. I meant for giving us that little. I'm not doing the show video.
Yeah, Dave's punch. See, he can't talk. He doesn't.
He did that. He did his little video like that.
Yeah.
Oh, that was cool, man.
Yeah.
Good job, Tommy.
Good job. Shout out to Uncut Bush. Always.
Rosin Dogs,
making us
Mike
look like
Bro.
we're
Chat
making
gang is
big money.
killing
Now
it
the
today.
taxman's going to come
Oh,
get us because
God.
he'll be like, I see you making lots of money on that Uncut Bush
There
guy.
you go.
If you got to watch out. If you give us over $600, we're in big trouble. So,
Count
Yeah,
all your
definitely.
pennies.
Thank you,
Count
Chat
your
gang.
pennies.
Count your pennies.
If it wasn't live, it
Who?
would be the Adam Dunn Show.
Oh yeah, it's got to be live. We'll go live. You have
Fuck
that?
it. Fuck it. We'll do it live.
Yeah.
No one else wanted to. Those guys from Sirius, none of those guys wanted to go live.
They were scared.
live. Yeah.
They were scared.
Scared.
Come on,
Scared.
Don't be scared.
It ain't nothing to be scared of. Without going live, you can't have things like the chat gang to help you fucking make it through the show and know when you sound like shit, or you fucking
educate you on what
have
boof means.
no sound, or exactly. So
Dude,
shout
you're
out to you
lucky.
guys.
I have a whole boof playlist, so anytime.
Oh yeah, your boof.
Don't you worry.
We can go out on a
didn't-
range.
I'm sorry.
We can go out on that. If
I
you
didn't
want.
approve.
No, we're not having this.
I
yet.
didn't approve
Yeah,
that.
It's not happening.
No, it's never happening. I didn't approve it. It's not my contract.
All right. See you guys next
Peace.
week. Thanks again. The Z-Man.
Z-Man.
Big Island Genetics.
Imaginary ukulele. Fade out.
Practically every one of the top 40 records being played on every radio station in the United States is a communication to the children to take a trip, to cop out, to groove. The psychedelic jackets on the record albums have their own hidden.
This is a special question. We don't want you to smoke genetically modified ganja. We want you to smoke the real thing. We want you to smoke the natural herb. Some call it marijuana, some call it sensimilla, some call it lamb's bread, and some people call it ganja.